A very good morning to one and all here. I'm Pavan Mulkutla, Director of the Urban Mobility, Electric Mobility and Hydrogen Program at WRI India, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the session on greening India's electric mobility with a special focus on the public transport. In fact, we have floated one of the largest electric bus programs globally, and with participation from the national government and from various states across India. It would be a very interesting session to learn the experiences and how we can draw upon from this experience to really scale up not only in India, but globally. So before we get started, I would really request the Joint Secretary, MORTH, Mr. Mahmood Ahmad, to really give the opening remarks for this session today. Thank you.
Or we keep it formal, informal. Okay. I guess we'll start off, and then we can have a sort of involved and interactive discussion. And well, we have eminent officers also from the various state governments. So anyway, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. Let me take this opportunity here to welcome all of you to the 27th conference of the parties of the UNFCCC. It's been a great pleasure, being involved with this venture right from the beginning, right? I was involved since you came down from Egypt all the way to Delhi, and, were very, very, very kind to invite us, be involved with us and take it forward. Mahua, of course, you have played a very crucial and instrumental role in Government of India and the various state governments and UT administrations being part of this delegation from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Coming to the subject quickly, we are all clearly aware of the great challenges that we face. The emissions of greenhouse gases is one or probably the most significant global challenge which is faced by all of us. And it extends across all sectors. Transport emissions, they contribute a very substantial part of it. And I and Christoph were discussing just now. The estimates could be 15%, 25%, be that as it may. The fact of the matter is that we play a very important role in contributing to this. So we need to play a very significant role, hence, in finding the solutions to this problem. There is a lot of pessimism about this subject, but I don't want to dwell upon that too much. I want to take you this moment, a lot of initiatives have been taken, are being taken. The ongoing switch to electric mobility is the maximum source of optimism for all of us concerned. Electric vehicles, their technologies, even their sales, for instance, are making very rapid strides globally, of course, and it's begun in India. The battery prices, they continue to be, in a downward trajectory. They continue to fall. We are looking at a lot of standards that we are coming out with in terms of notification, etc., so that the entire ecosystem of the electric vehicles, one of the primary components being the batteries, are dealt with at a macro level, are dealt with cutting across all the stakeholders. For instance, it's not only that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is working on this. We are very closely associated with the Department of Heavy Industries in this, petroleum, whoever is connected, the Environment Ministry, of course. There are a lot of inter-ministerial committees, joint working groups, etc., which consult each other regularly. And I can find the action almost on a weekly, if not daily basis on this front, which is saying a lot, because a couple of years back, there wasn't that much of attention to this extremely important and crucial subject. This quantum change is across the government, which I mentioned, across the private sector. We have a lot of, lot of companies which are evincing interest, which are, you have huge number of startups. India, of course, is a country, as you all appreciate, is a country of big economies and big scale. So we need to understand the significance of the country, which will, I'm sure, play a very pivotal role in not only our part of the world, but across what we refer to as the global south, at least to begin with, and all the developing countries. We need to, establish our ties, work together, because this is a problem which affects us all. I don't want to continue speaking on all these issues. There are many such issues that we can dwell upon. But let me ask Mahua to take this forward and maybe speak a few words instead of sort of going by the agenda that's probably been shared with you. We could be flexible. We could ask some senior officers also to come in and speak, the experts around the globe, you too. And so, Mahua, why don't you kick off? Yeah.
Thank you. Is this working? Does it work? Yes? Okay. Thank you. Firstly, thank you so much for coming this morning for this event. I must also thank all of my colleagues who've come from India for this event. We have, and several who have been working with me. Government of Delhi, Ashish Kundra has been working with me for a while, I think for over a year. And we have some new people that have put buses into this big bucket. The background is we're here because we now have a national program and a target for deploying electric buses at scale. Now, what has got us to this point is for 3 or 4 years, we were working on electric buses. In fact, Delhi was one of the first states to put out electric buses on the roads. Because as many of you know, our pollution situation is not getting much better too quickly. And then as we saw that in about a year ago, we were asked that there was a little bit of federal subsidy still available. And the question on the table was, what is the best way to get this subsidy out? And there were some discussions internationally as well around what is the best business model to use in an emerging economy. And it was then decided that we've got to figure out how to aggregate all of this demand, some coming from Delhi, some coming from some other city in India, and get scale and do this deployment of electric buses at scale. So after about 4 or 5 months, where we spent time with states and as you'll know, in a federal system, it's not it's not common to have public transport be deployed through a unified tender. So after about 5 or 6 months of very intense work, we ran a tender for 5,450 electric buses, which I'm fairly sure that outside of China is the biggest tender. That tender has now finished. The prices that we got out here are 30% cheaper than diesel. So that suddenly changed the interest levels across the country. The business model also changed. We're not in a business model where cities are buying buses. They are buying a service. So suddenly the business model opens up to a different sort of financing that's coming in. And that's useful, I think, for several developing countries in particular, where cash is king. We don't all have the money to go out and buy these electric buses and don't know where the technology will land up. So if we buy a service and you put the onus of the technology change on the private party who is best placed to handle it, perhaps that's the model. So that has ended up becoming the model, and that has given us this target to put out 50,000 electric buses on Indian roads. Since the receiving of that target, as I speak today, we have aggregated demand from several states, and I'll ask my colleagues to maybe just talk a little bit about where you're coming from and where the states are and what the expectations are. This bus tender is live as I speak today. It's 6,500 electric buses. It's a second tender. Now the size of each of these tenders is about $1 billion US, which just means that after a point, the kind of financing that this is going to need is fairly significant. We're at a COP today. There are Article 6 discussions going on this on the side in parallel. There are discussions around monetizing the carbon credits. In the Article 6 regime, the rule book is not completed for India, but there is a really rapidly developing market for carbon credits. So we should try and capture that. When you do that, the financial incremental finance coming in is very, very powerful because this technology is still expensive. It's the business model that has allowed us to do this at scale. In maybe about a month or less than that, we should be able to roll out another 5,000 electric buses. So that has then caused us a discussion around, do we have the capacity to manage these buses? Do our institutions have the wherewithal to manage these contracts, which are suddenly very different? Where will we land up on performance? And then the money question. So I'm so glad that Uday is here today, and maybe if we can keep this a little interactive so we can perhaps raise some of these questions. One last point I'll put here is in the last few months, and this is what triggered some of the discussions in my mind of putting this e-bus agenda into the COP, is over the last 4 or 5 months, we've been receiving, at least I've been receiving several questions from international players, including the European Commission, asking queries around, if you have managed to do demand aggregation in a federal system like India, can we do the same thing in the Commission amongst member states? So there's some questions out there. All of the EU, I think, has about 7,500 electric buses on the roads. One tender coming out of here can hit that very quickly if we allow it to hit very quickly, but we've got to tender properly, so there's finance behind it. So these questions are very international now. The topic is now very international. India takes over the G20 very soon. This is an issue of several developing countries who are still using very poor quality diesel. And many of these cities in this continent smell of semi-combusted diesel. I've spent years in this continent. And I think it's actually possible to just get past that into electric very quickly. So I'll leave it at that, sir, and then maybe we can just throw it open according to you. Thank you.
Maybe we can get a perspective from the states and the UT administrations quickly before we sort of... we'll play that. We
can do that first, I think.
Okay, let's do that. If it's going to take a minute or two, maybe we can hear, Ashish speak and then...
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India has set an ambitious target of achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2070.
वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा.
The decarbonization of the public transport sector will play a critical role in paving the way for a sustainable tomorrow. Electric buses have a lower carbon footprint and can effectively reduce air and noise pollution. Electrification of public transport also makes India Atmanirbhar by cutting dependency on fossil fuel imports. Today, Indian state transport undertakings run almost 1.49 lakh buses across the country. Estimates suggest India would need at least 3.7 lakh buses by 2030. To meet India's commitment to reach 30% new electric vehicle sales by 2030, we will need 80,000 more e-buses. With e-buses costing 2 to 3 times more than their diesel counterparts, most state transport undertakings are unable to pay the upfront high capital costs. Acknowledging this bottleneck, the Grand Challenge introduced an alternate model. In May 2022, Convergence Energy Services Limited, supported by World Resources Institute India, concluded the Grand Challenge, India's biggest e-bus tender, to deploy 5,450 e-buses across 5 cities. The Grand Challenge aggregated demand and changed the business model to mobility as a service. This meant State transport undertakings no longer need to be the owners of buses, but instead become enablers of transport as a service, cutting down the high upfront costs. Discovered prices in the challenge were 27% lower than diesel without subsidy and 23% less than CNG. Key factors that facilitated the cost reduction were demand homogenization, higher assured utilization, lower bank guarantee costs and penalty caps, longer concession periods, better payment terms, and opportunity charging facilitation. After the success of the Grand Challenge, CESL has now been mandated to scale up to 50,000 e-buses nationwide, with an emphasis on using renewable energy to generate electricity for charging. This will also lead to the addition of renewable energy assets and more employment opportunities. With cross-sectoral collaborations and cooperation, India is poised to achieve its vision of net zero by 2070.
Thank you. We have Sri Alok Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Power. Ministry of Power has been extremely instrumental in providing support to this whole mission, and also about how do we use REs to green our public transport. And that's one of the next steps that we would be doing through this electric bus program. So can we bring on virtually Sri Alok Kumarji? Thank you.
Good afternoon here from Delhi. I think for you it's morning there. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I'm very happy to be engaging with the audience there, participants there, as a part of this COP27 in Egypt. We are speaking at this greening public mobility session. So I was looking at the video. Most of the e-buses program highlights, they have been covered in that video. I will rather focus on how does it fit into the India's energy transition strategy. So whenever we speak of energy, there are some key words which are always spoken and they come to our mind. They are energy security, energy for growth, and energy transition. So we have to see that all these three things, they move in tandem. We have to ensure energy security and also adequate energy for our economic growth while we move on the path of transition. India has been a shining example of successfully implementing much before the target implementing its nationally determined contributions. There is so much to speak about it. We achieved our NDC of 40% of our installed capacity for power generation to be from non-fossil fuels has been achieved 9 years in advance. And our emission intensity was targeted to be 33% reduction in 2030, is already in the range of 28%, whereas we have 8 years more to go. So looking at the good progress of our targets we have set, we have enhanced our ambitions, and our Honorable Prime Minister has announced the scaled up the nationally determined contributions, which have been also officially published by Government of India. I was reading in the news this morning that the Climate Change Performance Index 2023 has come out, and in that index also, the India's good progress in terms of energy transition has been very well recognized. Its rank has improved by 2, and there are very positive things which have come up. Of course, there are certain suggestions also which we are very sure that when we move forward in energy transition, we will take care of those suggestions also. One of the key component of energy transition strategy of India is this greening of electricity and electrification of our energy. These two things go together. As we say, we launched a campaign in year 2021, last year, which is Go Electric. It means use more electricity for your energy needs and at the same time make your electricity more green. So India is now committed to have is 50% of power generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. And this is not an of the percentage of a static capacity. The capacity itself is going to almost double. So we have to more than double our power generation capacity from non-fossil fuels, which is a big, very ambitious target. Whole world has recognized it, and India is determined to achieve it. Our current electrification rate is in the range of 18%. And what we estimated that in the next about 20 years, the rate of electrification, which is currently 18%, will be somewhere around to 35, 36%. So this is the key strategy for India. That means enhance the electrification of our energy supply and also green the electricity more and more. So these two things go together to achieve our NDCs. The e-mobility as such is very, very important when we look at this strategy. E-mobility is very important from the point of view of energy security, because India currently imports huge quantities of the fuel for transport, and for enhancing our energy security and reducing energy import dependence on energy resources, e-mobility is one of the key intervention. And most of the petroleum products which are imported are used for transport sector. It is also very important for emission reduction, because as we use more and more of green power in our vehicles for transport, emissions will come down. And there is also one very important additional advantage is the pollution control in our cities. If we talk of Delhi or any city, currently the main challenge is the vehicular emissions in terms of the air pollution. And India has made good success, but there is a lot of grounds to be covered. So e-mobility as such fits very well into our strategy, and India is pushing it on all fronts. Let me also share with you that India is going to urbanize very rapidly in next 20 years. So currently India's urbanization is in the order of only 30% population. And as if I recall correctly, in the next 20 years, this population is going to cross 50%. So 50% of India is going to now reside in cities, which is currently only 30%. So it will throw up a huge need for public transport. So public transport is very environment friendly. All of us know there is no need to repeat it. But when we are getting into public transport, why not to push for e-buses? Because e-buses, they require a new ecosystem. And it is a win-win situation for India that as we urbanize, as we grow, let us adopt a cleaner mode of public transport, that is e-buses. As you must have been already told that India has planned a very ambitious e-bus program, targeting 50,000 e-buses in the next 4 to 5 years. So Ministry of Power is supporting wholeheartedly this very ambitious mission in several ways. Let me put it, there are few barriers to the e-bus program, and I will also discuss in the next few minutes how these barriers are proposed to be removed or addressed or overcome. First barrier is the upfront capex. Upfront capex is quite high for e-buses as compared to our conventional diesel buses. So there are two interventions which are going in this direction to reduce this, to address this barrier. One is the subsidy, government subsidy in terms of FAME program is being given to reduce the upfront capex. Second is what CSL has done is the aggregation. India has a very successful model of aggregation for bringing down cost very sharply. We have very successfully implemented our Ujala program, LED lighting program. This is one of the largest in the world. And in that program, the aggregation and cost reduction was one of the key features of the program. Building upon the same experience that Ujala aggregation was done ESL, now the e-buses by its subsidiary done by its subsidiary CSL. And as was being shown in the video, the results are very, very promising, up to 27% cost reduction. So first important barrier is being addressed through aggregation and the government subsidy. Second barrier is that if we promote buses without local manufacturing of batteries, we will end up importing more batteries, and no country would want that to run its energy transition in a manner that our import dependence goes up. So India has designed a program which is called performance linked incentive for local manufacturing of batteries. And our Ministry of Heavy Industries has already awarded these projects to 4 companies for manufacturing batteries in India. And it is, I'm very happy to know that all these 4 companies are going to focus mainly on the batteries for e-mobility. There is another PLI program in the offing, which is for battery for stationary storage. So India has already placed a program which is already taking off for local manufacturing of batteries, so that while we move on e-mobility, we don't increase our import dependence. Third barrier, of course, is the charging infrastructure. All of us know that rolling out charging infrastructure for e-mobility is a very difficult thing in the initial years. The costs are high, and there is a range anxiety, and consumers are looking for quick rollout of the charging infrastructure before they purchase the electric buses, electric car, or electric vehicle, scooters and all. So India has, the Ministry of Power in India has come out with a very facilitative and very supportive framework for rolling out charging infrastructure. We have published guidelines for setting up charging infrastructure. So it is made clear that there is no license required for setting up charging stations. The guidelines also provide for concessional tariff to such charging stations, for public charging stations. It is not charged at the 2-part tariff. The guidelines provide for single-part tariff at average cost of supply, which are, I think, very forward-looking guidelines. Most recent development is the green open access rules. The threshold for seeking open access for green power has been reduced from 1 megawatt to 100 kilowatt. So all the important charging stations, like for electric buses depots, they can very well now apply for and obtain the open access for procuring green energy. And in that process, the benefits of e-mobility or e-buses in terms of emission reduction will be far greater, because if they are procuring the green power through open access or through DISCOMs, the emission footprint of the buses will still be much lower because they'll be using more of green energy for charging. The one more component is the for subsidy to the entities setting up charging stations for the upstream infrastructure. When you set up a charging infrastructure, the utility, the distribution company, they charge quite a substantial money for setting up a new transformer, setting up a new transmission, a new distribution line. So Ministry of Power has recommended, and it has been accepted, that for all the bus depots which will be set up to run these e-buses, there will be subsidy for even the upstream infrastructure for charging stations in the depots. So these 4 elements, they have been already put in place to support charging infrastructure. Last issue which I'd like to speak is the bankability of this e-bus program. As you know, the public transport in India faces the problem of the weak financial position of the transport corporations which are going to run these e-buses. So it will be very difficult to imagine that they will invest upfront in capex. So we have devised a model on the basis of as a service, the TOTEX mode. That means we'll pay something upfront towards the capital expenditure, but all other costs would be recovered as the buses are used. And for public transport, it's a win-win situation. More the buses are used for public transport, lower the pollution, lower the emissions, and the life cycle cost of the e-buses will be very easily met through this model, business model. But there was a requirement of a standard contract, because the investor which are supposed to provide buses as a service, they were very wary to go to these transport companies for entering into contract and to ensure that their payments are made in time. I am very happy to share that CSL has, in the process of standardizing a harmonized contract for e-buses services, has also addressed to a very large extent the issue of the risk from the angle of payment security. And the ministry power is fully aware, and we are fully supporting CSL to see that in what manner we can further enhance the payment security risk, the issues. So with these multiple interventions, I'm very sure that the barriers to the large scale rollout of e-buses, they are getting addressed, and we will see a very good model which India can showcase, and it can be replicated by other countries also, of rolling out e-buses for public mobility, and in the process also have lower emissions. So that is all I wanted to share this morning with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for laying out the roadmap for how the Ministry of Power is supporting and in the whole National Electric Bus mission. Thank you very much for also providing the solutions and the four-step approach that you have talked about. I thought I'll introduce the speakers here and then we get into the discussion today. We have Shri Ashish Kundraji, Transport Secretary, Government of Delhi. We have Shri Biju Prabhakarji, Transport Secretary, Government of Kerala. We also have Shri Navdeep Singh Ji, Transport Secretary, Government of Haryana. We have Mr. Uday Khemka, Climate Advisor, Institutional Investors Roundtable. Uday, if you can just raise your hand. Yeah, thank you. We have Mr. Prasanna Patwardhan, CMD, Prasanna Purple Mobility Solutions. We also have Ahmed Samir, who is a ZEV lead and is a climate champion amongst us. He'll also be joining part of the discussion. Sir, over to you to facilitate this conversation. Thank you.
So let me start with the UT administration. I'll request Mr. Ashish Kundra to come in here. We had our opening remarks. Mowa set the tone. We had a very nice, detailed overview given by the past Secretary, Government of India himself. So Ashish, can you come in with some of the initiatives that the Government of Delhi has been taking, which sort of enmeshes into the entire whole and ends up taking this entire initiative of ours together and forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me just give context. In terms of population size, Delhi has a population about 20 million, and it compares with Cairo, which is the capital of Egypt. It compares with Paris, London, and so many other countries. But since we are sitting in Egypt, in terms of the population mix and profile of population, there's a lot of similarity between Delhi and Cairo. And in terms of vehicle populations, for a population of 20 million, we have 13 million registered vehicles on road, of which 2/3 are two-wheelers. At the same time, in terms of public transport, we have got 3 million passenger trips happening every day on buses and 3 million passenger trips which happen on metro every day. But still, we find that there's a huge gap. In terms of bus transport, the difference is that if you compare with the developed countries of the world, typically in a city like Delhi, it is the poorest of poor who tend to take bus transport as a medium of travel. And we have a bus fleet today, about 7,000 buses, and of which 300 are electric. We have placed orders for another 1,500 electric buses, and we have floated bids now to take the bus fleet to 10,000 over the next 2 years, of which 80% will be electric. So the goal is that by 2025, out of a bus fleet of about 10,500 in Delhi, 8,000 will be electric. And hopefully, if we are able to achieve that, I think that will be the largest electric bus fleet in the world. So we are on track. There are, of course, some infrastructure challenges which we'll have to address as we go along, which mean particularly the electrification of the bus depots and so on and so forth. But the short point, our goal is that since we are sitting in a conference of climate specialists, that transport, which kind of contributes to, let's say, 30 to 40% of the pollution load within the city, if we are able to get people to shift from personal transport to public transport, and within public transport shift from CNG fuel, which we use right now, to electric, I think it will be a big gain and a big support for climate initiatives. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Ashish, for putting the actions and initiatives. Which are these sheer numbers that you spoke about, and we have only about 5, 6 examples maybe across the world. So, as I stated in my opening remarks, we have taken the first step forward. We are going to ride this wave, and we are going to come out on top. And Delhi will, I'm sure, lead the way, as it has in many other sectors. Navdeep, Haryana is close by. You are part and parcel of what the NCR faces on a day-to-day basis, especially in the winter months. I'm sure Haryana has taken a lot of initiatives in this sector. All our friends from across the world, from various organizations, are looking forward to hearing from you, and trying to see how you plan to sort of place this on track. There are a lot of challenges which come from being in a state government, in the sense that there are political decisions also to be made. Each measure that one takes has its own pros and cons, its own implications. So being there at the helm, I'm sure Haryana can be at the forefront, and can showcase to the world of what any province in the country of India of its size can do. Because one union territory is almost equivalent to a country here. So I'm sure a state, even though it's slightly smaller as compared to the others, can do a lot to address this very important issue. Over to you, Navdeep.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmood, and thank you, my colleagues and Mahua, for bringing us all here on this very important topic, which is impacting the Mother Earth. So I come from the state of Haryana, which is just around the national capital of Delhi, and 13 of my districts fall within the national capital region out of 22. So we cover Delhi from 3 sides, and we are very closely connected to Delhi on a day-to-day basis. Millions of people working in Delhi stay in Haryana, and millions of people, commute every day. So we are connected very closely on a community level. We are connected very closely on a transportation level. Haryana has been a very progressive state in terms of bringing in new technology, new changes, new ideas. In the last 30-40 years, we have achieved a #1 status in a lot of different sectors. On the front of climate change and emissions, I would talk on 4 points on which we are taking action. So first of all, we have come out with the comprehensive electric vehicle policy. So it focuses on 2 things. One, it focuses on production-linked subsidies to EV technologies, not only in vehicles, in batteries, and in other component technologies. And also in terms of adoption of EVs by general public, we are giving some subsidies on purchase of vehicles. We are giving some subsidies on the vehicle registration taxes. So all these, this framework is in place, and this policy is in place for the next 5 years. As a part of this policy, we are aiming to have our entire state transport fleet, which is 5,000 strong right now, and I'm sure it will grow to 6,000 or 7,000 by 2030. So into electric vehicles, that's a very ambitious target. I don't know whether it will be achieved or not, but that's the target on paper. Right now, we have a fleet of 5,000 buses, and we've already placed an order of 550 buses with the CSL, which are going to be on the road in the next 1 year. So that means 10% of our fleet will already be electric buses. And let me tell you, we have planned to start electrification of our public transport with the municipal transport. So what we are doing is that out of 22 in the 11 districts, we'll be having the entire city urban transport as electric vehicles. So that is the plan where we are starting, and from there, in the next step, we'll be coming to shorter routes, and then we'll coming to longer routes. That's how we plan to grow. So while in the last 6 to 8 months, when we were having these proposals getting cleared from the state bureaucracy and the state political executive, I just want to share with you that for a country like India and for a state like Haryana, how difficult it is to convince the political executive of the need for change. I mean, in the day-to-day business, they don't realize why this change is required, because they don't have a global overview of where we are going with carbon emissions, where we're going with pollution, and there is no proof of concept on the road. They don't see electric vehicles in public transport in India. So it's a new technology. It's expensive technology. When you tell them a bus costs that much and a battery costs that much, and it's not a proven technology, it's difficult to commit millions and millions of rupees of public money into a new technology. So I think that's where the CSL model of transport as a service or a gross cost contract model, which they designed, came it very handy for us to convince the politician that, look, we are not paying all the money up front. We are gonna pay as the service comes in, and we are gonna earn some money as the service comes in. So that, I feel, was a great step on part of Ministry of Power and CSL to have that model. Otherwise, if it would be a completely upfront payment model, I think we would not be here where we are today. Two more steps we are taking. We are already in the advanced stage of implementation. One, we are we are going to impose a green tax in our state, and that green tax is going to be 10% of the motor vehicle registration tax. The motor vehicle registration tax itself is somewhere between 5 to 8% of the price of the vehicle. But that's a one-time tax, right? So what we are going to do is that after 10 years of a diesel vehicle and after 15 years of a petrol vehicle, if they want to be on road, we are going to impose 10% additional tax on that. So we are trying to make, running older vehicles on the road more expensive, and, so that people can, change the vehicle. And to top it up, we are also, fully, we are coming out with the state scrapping policy, because Government of India, as you know, has already come out with a scrapping policy. So we have devised a state policy around the central government policy, answering all the questions which were not answered in the Government of India, and giving some additional tax benefits to the people who set up scrapping yards, and some benefits to the people who send their vehicles to the yards, so that this scrapping policy takes off. So we want to take off older vehicles off the road. We want to make running vehicles more expensive, the older vehicles more expensive. We are going to bring in green technology, green buses in the municipal transport, and we are subsidizing putting in new industry in the EV technology in the state. That's what we are doing in Haryana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Navdeep, for an excellent perspective of all these steps that you're taking. I'm sure these steps, which have been, they say, well begun, is half done. So you've begun, and in the next couple of months, maybe, we would expect Haryana to show the other states the way. From the north of India, we go down to the very south of India. It's a long distance. We are talking of thousands of kilometers here. It's a big country. It's a big nation. And Kerala has, some of you might be aware, hopefully most of you are aware, has been at the forefront of many and different things. It's the first in almost all social sectors that one can think of. But Kerala also has another side to it. On this front, I'm sure Mr. Prabhakar has a lot of initiatives to share with us and enlighten us, so that we can also learn from the state governments. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am from Kerala. I am the Transport Secretary, Kerala. I also head as the Chairman and Managing Director of the Kerala State Road Transport Corporation, which is almost equivalent to the Haryana. We have some 5,400 buses. We also aim to move towards 7,000 buses. In fact, I am a keen observer of these climate conferences, which is happening since the Paris when United States boycotted this, or that much of the initiatives have not come up. In fact, the transport sector of the country contributes in India around 18% of the total carbon emissions. And it's nice to say that it's moving to the zero emission from the diesel buses. It's very nice to say, but how much will be the capital cost? It's almost 3 times, 4 times, even for the smallest of the buses. Thanks for the CSL. CSL has come out with some risk mitigation process by this GCC contract model. So the operation cost of EV buses is, I must say, it's very, very less. We have the experience of introducing some 40 buses or 40 electric buses for the city services. Normally, the city services are actually the largest loss-making buses in the whole fleet, and because of the low mileage, low utilization, but this is has to be proved very well. We were running the city circular as a fashion of the metro, unique in the country, which we bagged recently an award from the government of India as well. And in that process, when we used the bigger buses, the patronage was less, and when we used the smaller EV buses, the patronage from the people was really high. Almost all our buses during the peak as well as non-peak hours, it was almost full. I'm really in the process of introducing more and more buses. In the state of Kerala, we are already tendered because we go by because CSL has not come up with that kind of a tender during that time. We have gone for 25 buses more in the purchase mode. Another 150 we have obtained a soft loan for that. So these are all coming to the Trivandrum district, the capital city of Trivandrum. So of course, the model in which when we go for the purchase, it's definitely it's more profitable when you look at the operational cost. But the risk associated, what will happen when we'll have to change the batteries? What will be the maintenance issues, which nobody knows, because the longest running buses in all of the world is some 7 years old, whereas when you go the diesel buses, it's running for years or decades or even centuries together. So that kind of a risk is there, but that risk has been mitigated by the CSL initiative, no doubt about that. And we will be replacing nearly around 700 to 1,000 buses in the next 1 year. We already approached CSL for a wet lease as well as a dry lease. One of the major issues which we face, for that matter, any state transport undertaking anywhere in the country, surplus manpower, the human resources which are available, where the drivers and conductors are already in excess. What will we do? That's why we propose. I am one of the greatest proponents of the dry lease all the time. Fortunately, now Muhaji has come out with a dry lease tender also. So we can deploy these human resources into this so that you don't have to get wet lease driver from the CESL. I am hopeful if more states join, because I can give any kind of assurance for the maintenance of the buses, even though it is being run by the STUs. The STU drivers are generally really good. And it says that nearly 62% of the total emissions can be reduced when you switch over to the electric buses. But I have certain apprehensions. As Power Secretary, Union Government has rightly pointed out, this is going to be a disruptor in the sense that you are going to consume more energy. And almost all the households, the energy consumption is going to be higher because they are going to charge their scooters, they are going to charge their electric cars. All these things are going to create a lot of energy demand in the near future. And if you are going to depend again on the fossil fuel for the generation of this electricity, then it's going to be having a counterproductive effect. At the same time, you cannot go for the green electricity as well, because in such a case, you will end up with heavy investment, especially for the solar power or even for the wind power. It's a heavy investment again coming into this sector, and people have already raised the apprehensions of what are you going to do with the solar panels after. Canada is already facing that kind of an issue where The solar panels are going to be, the disposal of these, dumping of the solar panels are going to be very, very high. And another major issue is the use of heavy metals and the toxic metals in the manufacture of batteries. This is also one area where we'll have to definitely. And when it comes to the disposal of these batteries, that's also again going to be a major issue unless the world come out with solutions for this. Again, we have apprehensions at this stage because the technology is so nascent. We have apprehensions at this stage where this will generate that kind of a goodwill it has already created. But in any case, there is no other alternative. We have tried with the CNG, LNG. The prices of the fossil fuel is shooting just like the diesel itself. The gaseous fuel is also shooting up. So the electric vehicles is the only one way. And with the CL's tender, I'm sure that this is going to be a game changer in India. Now more and more tenders are coming up, and the response and the rates which have obtained for the CSL tender is really, really marvelous, because when we had gone for the tender for the FAME 2 scheme, it was around 74 rupees per kilometer. Now it has come down to 43 or 39 rupees. Still, with the human resources cost, it will be slightly around 60 rupees because we'll have to deploy the conductor in India. And with the other risk also taken care of, but some kind of a funding either from the international community or from the federal government are required to subsidize the operational cost. Then only it will. Anyway, I honestly hope that this conference of parties 27 definitely will throw in a lot of inputs into these particular areas, especially in the transport sector. I'm sure that these deliberations will be heard by the developed nations as well. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhakar. You brought out very nicely the practical problems that one faces in while one goes about doing a good deed. And although the aims and objectives of our collective endeavor here is absolutely laudable, there are a lot of pitfalls and obstacles that one faces, and it's important to note here that the collective will of the people of India and the government of India and all the state and UT administrations here is amplified by the very fact that each one of us in our own spheres are willing to tackle and take on these challenges head on, and ensure that we take it to its logical end. For instance, Mr. Navdeep did mention that how he's fighting against literally single-handedly against the system, and yet trying to bring about very large-scale and pertinent changes. He spoke about disincentivizing by imposition of some green tax. I would like to sort of add here that the government of India also has a policy of, not only disincentivizing, but also incentivizing. So, for instance, we are looking at, we have issued a lot of notifications and guidelines in this regard that the motor vehicle tax for all transport vehicles should be reduced by a certain percentage, probably 15%. All the non-transport vehicles, we have actually said that they should be reduced by 25%. Just to give you a sort of a flavor of what the government of India also, intends, and through its advisories, guidelines, in fact, changes and amendments in law also brings about. For instance, all electric vehicles, commercial electric vehicles in the country, we have very recently come out with a notification saying that it will have a zero fee permit. There will be no permit fee charge. So whatever be the spheres, whatever be the steps that one can take, one is taking not step by step, but probably in big strides. Some of my colleagues are also there in the audience. They'll also speak on some technical issues which are related to safety of electric vehicles, related to various standards of electric vehicles. Mr. Sharma, I'll invite him slightly later after, because Mr. Jain has joined us. He's the Principal Secretary from the Government of Maharashtra. He comes with a wealth of experience. He's very recently taken over. We were in touch and in close conversation with Mr. Ashish Kumar, his predecessor, a very senior officer, very respected officer. Mr. Jain, I'm sure, will bring that much more sense of urgency and sense of commitment to the important portfolio that he holds. Maharashtra is one of the leading states of the country, industrialization front. Lot of lot of steps they have taken on this. They handle again very huge numbers and the challenges that come along with that. We would all be here eager to hear from Mr. Jain all the various thoughts that he can share with us and help us in our collective effort towards reaching the goal that we all desire, whether it's 2030 or beyond, but sooner rather than later. Mr. Jain.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak at this August gathering. I'll just say 2-3 points because my batchmate Ashish has already covered the complications of working in such an environment. So first of all, we have a fleet of about 17,000 in Maharashtra. And out of those 17,000, we are in the process of replacing 5,000 odd by electric buses. And we have already approached ADB for giving us loan. In principle, they have agreed to give us loan of about $400 million US. So that is one. Second, we are also replacing our fleet by 2,000 LNG buses. Here again, we have entered into an agreement with the oil producing company, which is giving us LNG at 20% less than the market rate. So our operation cost will be very less compared to other buses. So out of a fleet of 17,000, we are replacing 5,000 by EV and 2,000 by LNG. That is number one. Number two, we have already adopted vehicle scrapping policy, which is notified by Government of India in toto. And we are very keen that there should be strong green tax after 15 years so that most of the vehicles who are polluting the environment to a large extent, they should be scrapped. So we are hopeful by implementation of this green tax, we will go a long way. Then we are also working on creating infrastructure facility, changing the face of transport industry by making it faceless. So we have about 58 certificates. Out of those, we have already implemented some of them which are completely, there is no manual intervention. So I think this will go a long way and we will make transport sector a faceless sector. Thank you.
We have had enough listening to the government. Even I am getting a bit bored with the kind of homilies that we are fond of, talking about. But there are success stories and there are experiences which come from many other sectors. We in the government, jokes apart, we in the government realize and know very well that the perspectives and the experiences and the thoughts and ideas that others can bring to the table are in fact at times more valuable and help us in not only policy making but also implementation on the ground. So I'll request our next speaker who you'd like to come to the dais here. You have been introduced, so I am giving that a go by.
I'll just share one thought just before you speak. I think we are very gaga about this electric vehicle, but we should also look at the source where this electricity is coming. Whether it is coming from the fossil fuel or whether it is coming from the green source. So I think we are making a mistake sometimes. That is why government of Maharashtra year by year is increasing its share of non-conventional energy. I think that is the real EV bus. Otherwise, converting coal to electricity and then to EV is not a good. That we should have more percentage of non-conventional energy in the basket. So I think the message should be that we should have green electricity to run electric buses, not to have a fuel originated electricity to have EV buses, which is not a good idea.
Excellent point there. So, Mr. Khemka, over to you now. You're the climate advisor, and we are eager to listen to your advice. And I'm assure you to stand and imbibe all that you guide us with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you hear me? Is it, yeah, working? So I just wish that what we have heard now could have been broadcast in the plenary forum, because I've been coming to COPs for 30 years. My first one was Rio in '92, and I've done about 15 or 17 COPs, like Mahua has done many COPs, and I'm incredibly proud of what we as a country are doing right now. And it's important to understand relatively where we are in the journey, because sometimes we don't even understand where we ourselves are. I'm speaking to you in a haze, a fog of jet lag, because I was here, then I went to Bali for the G20, and I've come back. So please forgive any incoherence, but Mahua commanded it, and I obeyed. So look, what is the relevance of my speaking at all? The Chemka Foundation is focused, after Terry and CSE, a few people in that era, we're one of the most long-standing foundations focusing on climate change and new energy policy, focused on India over the last 30 years, quietly working with the government of India and states, and 17 years, more relevant, focusing on climate finance. And within climate finance, on institutional investment, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, long-term infrastructure investors, bringing them together into collaborative coalitions to invest in infrastructure, not only in India, but all over the world in the green infrastructure revolution. So today I am indeed, for my sins, Senior Climate Advisor to a group of 45 sovereign wealth funds called the Institutional Investors Roundtable, the RTIO. And I also happen to be on the steering committee of a new initiative we've just launched at the G20 called the Global Blended Finance Alliance, to bring together concessional finance globally. And finally, we are launching here something called the Sustainable Transport Finance Collective, to look at what we can do to de-risk. So there are various of these irrelevant hats, or variously relevant hats. But one point was made at the beginning, and I want to pick that point up. And it goes back, Mahua, to the summit we were in with the G7 in Munich. So we created a summit for sovereign wealth funds and the G7 to talk about electric bus electrification finance. And we showcased Latin American examples from Chile, Colombia, Brazil. We took it to Philippines, we took it to Indonesia, and then we gave Mahua the India moment. And what was remarkable was to see to what an extent we truly, truly can be the example for the planet. Just like in COP, when we were in Paris, ISA, the solar SECI revolution, could be showcased by the Prime Minister at the ISA level. I really believe we have that opportunity today, and the sophistication of the dialogue we've just heard, which is why I said it should be for 5,000 people, not 50 people, is a tribute to that. The fact we get the fact that the shift can be made from the CapEx to the OpEx model, that aggregation is critical to lowering transaction costs. We're already doing that. At the federal level, as we've already said, unprecedented. The EU and US have not done that. We have. Unbelievable. The fact that we were hearing from the Power Secretary and all of you about de-risking manufacturing operations, infrastructure, but not only de-risking it once, but putting into place the processes, state by state, and at the federal level to do that again and again and again and keep improving that, that's remarkable. Now, we know that the scale of this money required is enormous. And we don't have that kind of money, let's be honest, without tapping these private institutional markets. What I'm here to say today is that that money is absolutely available, even in the middle of this recessionary environment today. But more importantly, and we discussed this, Mahua, in your first advisory panel, that it should not be private equity money. It should be infrastructure-style money, because the cost of capital declines dramatically if you shift from a private equity mindset to an infrastructure yield mindset. To do that, however, the things that you have been doing are absolutely critical, and I would repeat a few of them. One is the standardization of these contract structures so they're truly bankable. That's absolutely vital to my community. We did it in solar very well, the Madhya Pradesh standard, the SECI standard, and we are doing it here, and that's fabulous. The second thing is these delayed payment mechanisms that everyone's been working on. Critical. Again, it was very important for SECI, and again, it's very important here. The fact that we, in addition to that, need a credit-worthy procurer really commends this idea of a national SECI-like procurer of those contracts. If I can really say anything today, it would be to commend the track you're already on. It's really important to get this low-cost infrastructure capital. I would add a couple of points, which I raised also in the Delhi summit. which is to not ignore the termination, arbitrary termination of contracts, not just delayed payment. And finally, the importance of an independent regulator. I remember in Gujarat, there was this solar contract that the Gujarat government tried to cancel or restructure, and the Gujarat independent regulator said, no, you can't do that. And it really gave confidence to the whole market. So to have that would be very helpful. However, this is already all a journey that you've been on, and you've done it by looking at global examples, by taking the lead. We're not just following Colombia, we're doing it ourselves, and that's extraordinary and really requires an enormous amount of praise, support, and commendation. The last point is, what else can financial structures do to help? Well, there can be some very innovative things. For example, the famous chicken and egg problem can be solved by off-balance sheet owners of infrastructure owning both buses and electrification charging infrastructure at the same time, so that we can deploy that in coordination with operators and discoms or private utilities like BSES or Tata in a coordinated way. And that can really solve some of these capacity utilization problems. The blending of concessional finance. I mentioned that we have launched this Global Blended Finance Alliance in G20, day before yesterday. That blending, we could create a better coordinating mechanism so that every time a state wants to do something, like Mr. Kundra, you were talking about Delhi earlier on before we started, we can do that not by going and seeing KFW over here and EG over there and FMO over there, but in one coordinated mechanism. And that could also accelerate this dramatically. So in summary, what I would say to you is, it does not surprise me, Mawa, that the European Union has come to you, because they have not done it. We've done it in India. The US has not done it. This really could be another ISA launched at the G20. You can call it like the ISA, you can call it the ISTA, and Prime Minister can sponsor it. But we could really launch something that changes the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khemka. All that you covered in your extremely brief but very, very pertinent talk here, I'm sure each of us are going to take back to our work tables, try and see how and we can bring it to fruition, if I may use that word, not only in terms of your guidance on the financing and the challenges that come along with it, but maybe look at it in a more innovative manner and try and sort of bring groups together. Only one fact that you mentioned about being with COP for 30 years, I'll have to double check. You look far younger than that, but be that as it may. Yeah, sure. I'll still be double checking that. Yeah, but yes, you have thrown open certain vistas for us, opened some doors. We'll probably be able to look at it in a much more positive way. Mawad, your guidance, please. Here, are we going to look at the climate champion from Egypt, Ahmed Zamir? Sorry, here. Do we hear from you now?
Can I ask a question? Khemka, before you start. Mr. Khemka, I just have a question for you. So we are dealing with ADB, World Bank, etc., financing and all. So you mentioned about financing. Number one, whether this financing cost is less than these, number one. Whether it is directly available to the state without federal.
So, as you know, there are concessional financing mechanisms for government and for private sector projects. So, for example, the difference between KFW, which does government, and DEG that does private, or World Bank that does government, and IFC that does private. Now, you are working with two of the largest players. They're both very credible players, and they have in place some very good programs. The only other player I would commend to you that's doing very innovative stuff, and you may be aware that they have just done this partnership with Macquarie, is the Global Climate Fund. GCF has put in this $250 million subordinated equity tranche with $250 million of private capital coming in on top, but with concessional finance for transportation buses in India. So this is a structure you should be aware of. I think at the moment what you're doing is perfect. All we are trying to do is to make it much easier so that if a state like yours wants concessional finance, it doesn't have to have hundreds of individual conversations. There can be a clearing mechanism that says this is the kind of project, and so we can move faster. I'm not suggesting that we have cheaper capital for you, but of course, working with Government of India, normally, traditionally, a lot of this stuff has gone through State Bank of India or IREDA and then come to the states. Whether you can do it directly in other ways, that's more of a issue for the states and the federal government to have their own views. I wouldn't want to interfere in that, but look, anything we can do to be helpful to you, we will try.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, and very glad to hear Udai insights as well. Usually, always very insightful. And I was asked to jump on behalf of my colleague Mohammed Higazi, who is actually leading from our side, from the Climate Champions team, on the active mobility and public transport. So I'll try to do my best to cover what he's supposed to cover. So I work with the Climate Champions team, and so what our mission is really to bring all the different stakeholders on the same table, and really bring all the insights that Udai have, the government have been doing, and not just enable this exchange of knowledge on the local and regional level, but also international as well. The fact that you are here in Egypt, and hopefully will have further collaboration with the Egyptian government and other governments in the region as well, who really need that support from countries that have done the work, and spend time and resources. So that's the mission we're trying to achieve with the Champions team. But just on the topic of e-buses, we have to go back to the foundation of why actually we need to do all of this, like why we have to decarbonize buses and why we have buses from the beginning. So usually when you think about transportation, the initial foundation of this is we need to move people efficiently, smartly, and we need to, according when you move people, you create economies. But it's so simple that sometimes it's even overthought. So you have a lot of issues that now there's a lot of cultural things that would have to interfere with the transportation. You get people to buy specific transportation modes or use them for different cultural reasons. It's not economical anymore. And so when we try to redesign this and really look at decarbonization, we have to go back and look at the foundation. How can we recreate a transportation system that would achieve the movement of the economy, and at the same time we are very efficient in terms of emissions, no transport, no emissions to the atmosphere, and at the same time we create this inclusive environment for people. There's a lot of actually inequality issues that happen as a result of the lack of designing of the transportation. So when you look at this, it's really the foundation of any economy. Like I look at transportation, if you have a very strong public transportation system, that most likely means they have a very civilized country, and the opposite is true. So if you apply all of this to the decarbonization of public transportation, and that's what has been discussed in different consultation workshops to come up with the Lotus Initiative, which is going to be launched officially tomorrow. That's the official COP27 presidency initiative, which stands for low carbon transportation for urban sustainability. And the different consultation workshops that have been happening, led by the Egyptian government, there were 5 main challenges identified. And according, that's why what the initiative is really trying to look at. The first one is really the financing gaps. This applies for public transportation, e-buses, but also for other modes of transportation. And there are many different angles of looking why these gaps exist. Sometimes it's the perception from the investors. They don't have the full data and the full information, whether because the data doesn't exist or because the data is not actually shared with them in a way that they can really visualize and read and get some useful information based on which they can make financial decisions. So that's a key issue that we currently have, especially in the global south. So how can we change that? How can we make sure that they have the data that's needed to make financial decisions? And that's actually there's a feedback loop here as well, because decision makers don't really know what data these investors need. So how can we create this discussions and like continuous dialogue between both the investors the capital is actually already there, but how can we provide them with the information they need to make the decisions? The second challenge that currently exists is really the weak policy making and implementation capabilities. And that's especially true in the global south. And another point, which is very much related to this as well, is the lack of policy coherence and the clear targets. So this should be in the NDCs of the countries, also in their long-term strategies. We don't see that yet. Very few countries in the global south have transportation part of the NDCs clearly mentioned with specific targets, and that's also needs to be applied to the different modes of transportation, not specifically for passenger cars or heavy duty or freight. It has to be comprehensive to really cover the multimodal system for all the transport system. And then the fourth challenge that was identified as well, the difficult integration and regulatory system of the informal transportation system. And it might be a little bit difficult for people who are living in the global north to understand how very deep the issue is with the informal transportation system, especially even the global south. If you're not really using this in your daily commute and you're really experiencing the issue, it's very difficult to understand how deep the issue is. It's not about payments, it's not about decarbonization, it's not about just accessibility, it's all of this and even beyond. So how can we, as we decarbonize, consider this informal transport, which we don't have the full data, and I don't think the countries in the global south even have the full data about how many vehicles you have in this informal transportation system, and how it's not easy as well to get to the owners and the drivers to really change the habits, and also for the accessibility. And this is based on, or that's fully driven by supply and demand. So you will get this informal transportation systems in areas that are not heavily populated, and according to the policy making and the consideration from the governments for these areas is not really high. So how you can tackle this and consider this as we decarbonize transportation as well. And the fifth challenge is the siloed thinking around the moods. So, if you walk around COP, and maybe this will be more clear tomorrow, you'll have many different transportation events. Those who are talking about EVs, passenger EVs, are very different from the ones who are talking about 2 3-wheelers, very different from the ones in the homes for e-buses, etc. And again, when we look at transportation, it's the whole system. Like how can, and we go back to the foundation as well, it's all about avoid, shift, and improve. It's not just we use e-buses, but how can we get people from using their own individual cars and passenger cars to also shift to more shared and public transportation, to even go for active mobility, and how can we create the right infrastructure for this. So I think from the policy making perspective, we have to have this understanding of the whole system, and have the different stakeholders, whether policymakers and the private sector or non-state actors, on the same table to really make this happen. And what the Lotus Initiative is trying to do is the focus will be in 3 main objectives. So the first one is scaling up investments for electric vehicles and sustainable mobility infrastructure. So that includes all transport, and again, the wording is very clear here. It's e-vehicles that could be from 2 or 3-wheelers up to e-buses, private vehicles, etc. And it's not about the vehicles as well, because in a lot of cases we really overthink and try avoid thinking about the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is a very important topic, and so far, unfortunately, especially on these discussions, we don't think much about about the infrastructure, because the old way of thinking of vehicles is you just have a vehicle, you stop by the gas station and just fuel it. Now it's not just about the Minister of Transportation or the Minister of Infrastructure. You have to talk the electricity and the grid, and how this is actually ready to adapt to that, because buses, there's huge power need. And if you talk about huge numbers, especially in India, we talk about thousands of buses. All of those buses have to be connected, have to be accessible as well. Because if you only have those buses in the areas that only have this power capabilities, then you go back to again the just transition issue. How can we make sure this is clean transportation is accessible for all the spectrum of the community? And the second objective of the initiative is to empower and invest in informal transportation. And this is through different ways, which hopefully you'll join the event tomorrow and hear more about this. And then the third objective is to build the capacity. So, and that's again here, the potential collaboration between the Indian government and other countries in the global south will be very much needed. How can we make sure that whatever you did, the successful case study is really transformed, and the knowledge we have is exchanged with other governments and other stakeholders in other countries who are ready to make the change, but we really don't know where to start from. So this is very important, and hopefully, again, with the Egyptian government and other governments in the region as well, this would be a successful process And there are different initiatives as well. Tomorrow, the US will launch another campaign as well, but mainly focusing on zero emission vehicles to really educate or get investors from the American companies to invest in emerging markets with its 1 year program really focusing on specific markets. So I think those initiatives with a specific deadline, with a specific purpose for knowledge exchange, I'm sure will have huge impact. And if we go back, if we come back again next year and see what has been achieved from now till then, I'm very optimistic that we'll have thousands of buses in India more on the roads, in Egypt, and in other countries in the region. And I want to conclude with a call to action here. So the fact that we have the right stakeholders from the Indian government sharing all of this information publicly, which costed you so much money and time to actually get to the level that you are here now. But it's really the kind of leadership that we need to have. And we will see this more happening. But hopefully we can have it in a more structured way, so we can even go one step further and again help Uli in his pitch to the investors who are ready to make the change, but they need to see this like minimum knowledge level that they can decide on and build on. So with that, I thank you so much for listening, and wish you a great end the rest of the day, and hopefully you join the launch of the initiative tomorrow, which will be at noon, and I don't remember the room number. 30 12 20 at 12 اليوم B20 E20 تمام event at 12 noon at B20 E20. Can you use your voice? Egypt. Yeah.
Egypt 20.
Egypt 20.
Yeah.
Egypt 20. See you there.
So thank you, Samir. At the end, you did try to confuse us with the room number and the time. I hope we don't interchange the two. But yes, an excellent talk from your side. You highlighted the financing gaps that exist. You highlighted the multiple challenges, the multifarious fronts that one will have to contend with. And most importantly, I felt that your talk with us brought out to the fore the typical problems that the global south faces, because as opposed to the global north, we are yet to be there, reach there. We are on the path. We are still the developing world. And while we simultaneously address the challenges of carbon emissions and the damage that it's doing to our wonderful, beautiful green planet, we also have to ensure that millions of our population, they get the basics of health and education and food and, of course, transport and urban mobility, not losing the sight of taking our entire country onto the developed path and ensuring a better future for us all. Maybe, Mawa, we can move on to the WRI, if that is Mr. Pawan. Pawan is going to... We'll now open it up. So I see a couple of interested, participants here, and we would like, maybe we can start with Neil. You have been itching to talk for a while, I think, and hopefully you'd like to come here to the dais here, or you'd want us to hand over the mic to you, as you wish. I mean, whatever suits you. Maybe you can take mine.
Thank you. I'm Neil Cohn. I'm with CodeGreen.org, which is actually a company writing software with the World Bank and other entities for the Climate Warehouse and other infrastructure. Sorry, I'm Neil Cohn. I'm with CodeGreen.org. I was very involved with the World Bank. We just built the Climate Warehouse. We're now extending upon that as a nonprofit to be technology agnostic and deliver the infrastructure necessary for, to really address climate and help climate finance and carbon trading and go beyond. I'm also an advisor to a company called EQT Group out of Sweden, and they're quite active in India. The O2 Power is one of their major investments. They're, together with Temasek, and this seems to be a very good, as you said, an infrastructure type of an investment, and I think that to truly achieve the scale, that would be terrific. something I'd love to bring back and be able to discuss. I'm an advisor. I'm not on the team full time, but I'm part of their, they have a group of advisors around the world. The other thing I'd like to bring up is just the ability to use some of the emerging technologies to really better quantify not just the carbon, but also the local criterion pollutants and also all of the different sustainable development goal benefits that really come forward with this type of an amazing project. It would be very exciting and potentially create additional revenue streams for these buses, especially if we could aggregate this across the systems. I would be willing as a nonprofit to help write that software. We've actually been doing it with the US EPA, looking at that for the RINs program. So I think it's a really great opportunity. It really proves the ownership of those rights and it can quantify them. We have some partners in mobility tracking that can help us. So I think it's something I'd love to explore. I mean, Mahua and I go back COP3, not quite 30 years, but quite a few, about 20. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. One sec. So Neil mentioned about a few things, but maybe revenue streams is something we can focus upon. And most of you are aware that our state transport undertakings are not in a great financial shape, if I may put it that way. And any or more alternate revenue streams, if one can look at and take your help. You did also mention not profit, so it makes that much more sense to us to look at you as one of the sources and knowledge partners we can tap on when the time comes. I'm sure Mawa will lead us in the right direction and maybe we can get in touch with you. Gentleman from the very back there, can you very briefly about yourself and then
Sure.
what you want to talk
My
about?
name is Nakul Zaveri. I'm a partner at Leapfrog Investments. I head the climate investing for Africa and South Asia and Southeast Asia. But this is extremely inspirational about where Mahua and the team have gone through with the ministries taking part with 5,000 plus buses now going to 10,000 and getting modular in nature, right? We are going to different countries. As investors, one of the questions that we keep on grappling is where are the risks? And obviously, there are a number of things that we have spoken about. Is there one risk that you guys are worried about? Is it finance? Mr. Jain, you spoke about the financing side. Some of you spoke about the bankability side. Or are there some of these operational metrics still worried about? What is that one risk that you guys are still worried about for this to take scale to 30, 40,000 buses?
Hi, my name is Kamal Kumar Murari. I am faculty in Tata Institute of Social Science. And my question is actually, I was a little puzzled in the beginning when people were speaking, and thanks to the Principal Secretary of Maharashtra who clarified that from where the energy is coming, this is really important and main issue of electric vehicle actually. So I'm just puzzled actually if we can make out, like we normally measure electric buses in terms of passenger kilometer. We can say passenger kilometer of kilowatt hour of renewables or kilowatt hour of fossil actually. That could be the best way. And along the line of the same question, in what way the investors are actually looking at that way? Because if it continues to be taking the fossil fuel, then there is no use of this transition actually. So this is my question to investors as well as to the policy makers in that side.
Do we take these questions at this time or do we sort of collate them? Yeah, okay.
All right. I'm Ramesh, journalist from the Business Line newspaper from Chennai. Being a disciple of Mahua, I can't help asking this question. Now into this whole mix of e-mobility, how do you bring in carbon credits? And very quick question to Mr. Prabhakar. I know we are discussing e-buses, but still maybe you can update us about your hydrogen buses program. I believe you are running hydrogen buses between Cochin and Trivandrum. A line in update would be useful here.
So maybe the guru can come in.
People put me on the spot. Okay, let me take the carbon question. So each bus gives us, and the comment from the back on changing the metric. Let me try and answer that with a little bit more color on what we're trying to do, what we are doing, can do, and what we need to do and need to start trying maybe a little harder. Each bus gives us, based on the Indian grid, 22 carbon credits per bus per year, which is not bad. One bus costs us 150,000 US dollars or maybe 200,000 US dollars. If we develop this carbon asset using the voluntary scheme, or the voluntary market that we have now, we will probably get, I would say, between $8 and $10 a ton. We should get between $8 and $10 a ton. We've not tried because the asset is not developed. Now, if we put that into the national program under Article 6, it becomes India's contribution over and above its NDC, because bear in mind these buses were not considered in the NDC at the time the NDC was written or even revised. This thing came about, the current tender is still live. So even if it were in the NDC, just bear in mind that the market under the sovereign scheme should probably be higher than $8 a ton, because the marginal abatement cost is a lot higher than $8 a ton. Now, outside of the money, what difference does this money make? I think there's been a lot of discussion here on financing. The money, of course, it makes a big financial difference, but the most catalytic use of that is if I were to take that and put it into a payment security fund, that would provide some cover to the entity that has now entered into a 12-year contract. That is what we're trying to do right now. We're developing these assets for the first 5,500 electric buses. We will develop this pan-India because the methodology is the same. Our grid emission factors in India are the same. Maybe the length of buses will change. We've got 9s and 12s, and maybe we'll have some 7s and so on. So we're doing all of that groundwork now. There was a comment on digitization that Neil had raised. You know, for many of you perhaps that were not as involved in the carbon market as I was in its creation, the way our systems work in the carbon market is that you have to basically follow every bus. You have to monitor every single bus. The monitoring, the paperwork is all still manual. It's all really crudely contained in an Excel spreadsheet. It's monitoring contained in a document. Now imagine for a minute if we were to digitize that whole thing. If we were to digitize a contract between the bus manufacturer or whoever is operating the bus and the state transport company or whoever is buying that service, at the very basic level, we are digitizing that. If we are able to do that, Neil, that changes the game for the entire country one shot, because everything is standardized here. So that's the next piece of work that we should really all be working on. It does not touch any of our negotiations. It makes it easier. It makes it transparent and reduces transaction costs even further. That's the discussion around carbon credits. On renewables, if we were to charge these buses with solar power or renewables, any kind of renewables, we get about 55 credits per bus, 55 to 60 credits per bus. Suddenly the economics change dramatically. So yes, we've gone very far by making these prices 30% less than diesel. Yes. But from a financier's point of view, they're still exposed to this counterpart, which is the state transport company, whose finances don't really look very good. So that's the carbon credit response. I'm happy to take any of the others.
I think we'll let Mr. Prabhakar answer in continuation to the hydrogen, and then come back to your question. You haven't forgotten.
See, there is no such bus running between Ernakulam and Trivandrum. Because my predecessor secretary was the greatest champion of hydrogen in India. So because of his initiative, a lot of things are happening. I'll tell you the history. In 2017, Tata Pune has come out with the hydrogen buses, but they wound up later. Now I have seen 2 hydrogen engines working in Hosur Leyland plant. which are really prototypes, but the emission standards has not been fully fixed because the NOx emission is high. Second, there is a major issue of water molecules forming inside the engines after the combustion or the process, and it is going into the crankcase and mixing with the oil. They are trying to separate that issues there. Then Reliance has come out with another initiative. They have even asked one of the buses to be given from our stable to the Reliance for doing it user trials. But my understanding is that it will take 3 more years for the hydrogen buses to come. One great development which has come in because of all these hype has created, because the last year's budget of Kerala has announced 10 crore rupees for the purchase of 10 buses or 15 buses. In fact, the Cochin Metro Railway Limited has come out with a tender. They have one manufacturer supplying them the equipment and one manufacturer manufacturing this hydrogen for them. But the tender has not been finalized. This is all I know.
If I may request Mr. Ashish to talk about that one single greatest challenge. Although I would like to venture down that path, all challenges are equally important. I am agnostic as far as that's concerned. Hence, Ashish.
Yeah, I think it is the payment security to contractors, which is the architecture of payment security. Because in India, like in most nations around the world, public transport pricing it's a political decision. And if you are moving on a path of private operation of public transport, and if the payments are contingent on fare collection, then it becomes slightly risky. So to de-risk that, you need to create a separate pool of money which is either sourced from the state budget or tap into perhaps carbon markets because of the savings which are accruing because of this to offset some of that risk. But it's doable, it's nothing unmanageable, but yes, worth pondering over.
In response to him? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Khemka.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to this point that was raised about renewable energy. This point that was raised in terms of renewable energy. When we're looking at our international negotiation, transport has not got the significance that we need to give it. And one of the reasons is when we talk to, because I've been talking to all these JETP types in Brussels and Washington and so forth, is they say, we don't know to what extent you're actually going to make a carbon difference, because we don't understand the extent to which it's linking to this primary renewable source. So your point is very valid. One of the things Government of India can do is to outline that in a more clear way to the European Union, to the US government and so forth, so it can enter into that discourse in a more mature fashion for the money. We want to give money for the grid. We want to give money for the grid, for example, because it's clear that that will link to our renewable energy targets. Transport, maybe, maybe not. We don't know where the electrons are coming from. So I'm pushing hard, saying, no, you should provide money for this. They're saying we need that study done. So I'm just putting that back to you in response to that point. Thank you.
Mr. Patwardhan, would you like to speak a few words? From there, if you choose.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I represent private sector. So I wonder, in India, about 92% vehicles are owned by private. And whatever we are discussing here is mostly related to government contracts and government buses. So in city also, in urban transport, private buses are very less than 50,000. But apart from that, there are about 1.5 million buses which are run for various purposes. And one of the biggest sector is school buses and employee transport. So both these sectors, they contribute to, unlike any other country, this is the largest number in India. So they contribute to about almost 40% of the total bus population. So which is about, 60% of the total bus population. So which is about 10 lakhs, so 1 million. So how do we make sure that these buses are changed from fossil fuel to electric buses. That is the biggest challenge. But apart from that, even for normal purpose, intercity buses will make it more viable option. Intercity buses are also about 300,000, so 3 lakh. Out of that, about 1.25 are operated by government and balance are operated by private. Their challenge is infrastructure, which is charging infrastructure. And opportunity charging will be the biggest problem. Because in depot you can charge vehicles, but what do you do outside? So some solution needs to be found out for these two issues, which is first is buses which are operating in city, which are operated for employee transport and school buses, and second challenge is which are operating for intercity. In intercity, it will make more economical sense, but there are certain challenges because I am operating 10% of my personal fleet is electric today. But challenge is out of 1,300 buses which I operate. So challenge is availability of bus itself is a challenge. Suppose if I book my order today, I don't know whenever I am going to get that bus. So availability of bus is the first challenge. Second challenge, whatever finance we get only vehicle finance, and that too only for 5 years. So for a bus which is so costly, getting finance only for 5 years is of no use. So we need to redesign this financing mechanism at RBI level. So they can instruct bank or financial institution, and accordingly financing can be done. And we also require project finance, where we can develop certain of our own infrastructure for charging. Third challenge is whenever under public-private partnership, which everybody is discussing, is payment security mechanism. Many of the good operators are not being attracted to this sector because of payment security mechanism. So that needs to be addressed first. And to answer this gentleman's question, the biggest risk today is payment security mechanism. So these are some of the challenges. If these challenges are overcome, then India can really grow faster. Because this subsidy or grant or everything cannot last for very long. Private sector don't need those kind of subsidies, but they will certainly need this support, finance and infrastructure. Thank you.
Mr. Prabhakar, this is Kuti. I am from Tata Motors. I just wanted to correct what you just referred to as, buses that were running on hydrogen. As we speak, there are two types of technologies. One is when you use hydrogen as an internal combustion engine. The other is when you use it as a fuel cell. As we speak, we have got about 14 buses running with IOCL in Delhi. And it's in a fairly advanced stage of development. Of course, we have the 9 meters and 12 meters. More, you know that only too well, right? And of course, sorry? No. This is fuel cell. So this is fuel cell technology. So it is called FCEV, fuel cell electric vehicle. So it's not IC. So those are running self. That's a separate technology in itself. But what you are talking, perhaps, I am not really able to recall which are the two buses which you refer to, which went into difficulty. If you have some information, let me know. I'll carry that forward. So that was FCEV or IC? All right. Okay. Thank you. And as regards your question of lack of availability of buses, we'll see that you get the buses. So we'll connect with you. Yeah.
What's the lead time?
I will sort it out with Mr. Patwar.
Sure. That's the important question, is it not?
Yeah. We'll get that done. But his payment security issue is something that you may have to solve.
Yeah, that's a good point he has made. We are aware of it. Most importantly, I must stress here that at the policy level, it's not only that particular issue, but largely on a broader scenario, the government has recognized the importance and the pivotal role that electric vehicles will play in general, number one. Number two, as a result, a lot of policy decisions, notifications, even standards, which I'll request my colleague, Mr. Sharma, to speak about in a while. But the fact of the matter is that you will see a lot of action happening on all these fronts. Government has recognized electric vehicles as a very important driver of our, not only economics, but sustainable life as one moves forward. And hence, so many directions, stipulations, guidelines, notifications being issued by the government in the last few months, and it'll just a process which has started. We will, whether we are talking of alternate fuels, whether we are talking of green hydrogen, whether we are talking of hydrogen as a fuel cell earlier, which we had notified sometime earlier, but now we have also notified hydrogen as the ICE engine also. So yes, the government is seized of all this. It has to have a consultative process. Various stakeholders are involved. We talk to almost every one of them, give them sufficient time to respond, try and balance these competing interests at the end, which is the most difficult part. I'm sure as somebody who must be tracking what's happening, you must be seeing action on all fronts. And it's, well, policy is what the ministry does, of course. Implementation is what the states will do. But we do realize that all of these have to gel together. And be it, FAME was spoken about. Somebody, I think Power Secretary himself spoke about the production-linked incentive. We are talking to, MAHUA for how to work out a payment security mechanism and trying to address the issue you have pointed out. We are looking at retrofitment of diesel buses with electric kit. Of course, we are, facing challenges of not only chargeable stations, etc., but also the input power supply. We are in touch with and in close contact with NTPC in that regard, one of the biggest players in that field. So there are a lot of fronts we have opened up, and we are trying to simultaneously address each one of them. And the fact of the matter is that at some point of time, all these must come together and finally enhance the percentage of electric vehicles in the total fleet, which is, I agree, it's minuscule now, but well, we are also looking at ethanol blending. We are also looking at, CNG, everything that can work together, because there will be no one shoe size fits all kind of a solution, and hence we are doing that. But when it's policy, yes, the government does do a lot on it. But even within the government, we have, somebody like Mr. K.C. Sharma. Now I'll request him to speak about it. When it comes to the technical aspects of this, addressing this entire issue, when it comes to the, the action on all fronts that I just spoke about, one crucial element is how do we address the technical standards? How do we address the technicalities of moving forward? And that is where, all of us in the ministry respect his view and opinion a lot. I would request each one of you to listen to Mr. Sharma very carefully, because he brings a lot to the table. And I'm sure by sharing his knowledge here, it will add to all of ours. Plus, we can also buttress whatever further he has to say. Can we come back to you slightly later, just after him? Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Just to explain the relevance and importance of standards in terms of reinforcing the belief of the people in EV as a concept and technology. Government of India, through Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, has been formulating various standards. Earlier, we had dwelled on, and after involving all the relevant stakeholders into consideration, the automotive manufacturers, the testing agencies, the global standards, and the technical officers from the central as well as some state governments, we had formulated standards on range, power, testing requirements and all that. We must appreciate that before a EV comes onto the road, it is tested by a test agency, which is a third party, and the vehicle is subjected to all kinds of very abusive tests, from mechanical abuse tests, then test with regard to electrical abuse and things like that. Huh?
On demand.
Any EV which is, before it is launched, the prototype developed by the manufacturer is subjected to extensive testing. And it is tested in various terrains, various geographies, various climatic conditions. And after all the testing is done, we safely conclude that the vehicle is safe and fit for operation. I must make 2-3 points in this regard. Our standards with regard to vehicle homologation, electric vehicle homologation, are at par with, were at par with the UNECE standards, acknowledged well all over the globe. We also have standards for retrofitment of buses. Sir alluded to a point wherein a concept is being contemplated of retrofitting diesel buses with electric kits to convert them into electric buses. Now, with the recent spate of fire incidents that have occurred in the country, we thought that it is relevant that we should raise the bar so that the vehicle, not only the performance of the vehicles and the batteries is tested, we go even deeper into that and try to see whether the occurrences of thermal runaway, which has been a primary reason for battery failure and fire, is avoided. To do that, we involve the academia from the prestigious institutions of the country, the experts from the industry, many IITs, Indian Institute of Science, and then we came up with standards. Now we can safely conclude, and all those standards, sir, referred to have been notified. We can safely conclude that our standards are even a step higher than the global standards, and from the point of view of safety, and we will be complying with those standards so that our vehicles and EV as a technology is safe for operation in India. In brief, that's all I like to. Thank you.
So what Mr. Sharma essentially tried to touch upon is that while we go about our practical, tangible measures that we are taking to, on the path of electric vehicles, we also have to, how shall I put it? We'll also have to tackle the idea in some quarters that battery-operated vehicles might be a bit unsafe and maybe they're catching fire once too often and all that. It's a battle that we are fighting in the minds of people, and I'm sure will ensure that all the apprehensions are duly addressed. You wanted to say a few words?
Thank you, sir. Pavan with WRI. 2 quick points I wanted to add. I had to disappear because I was again talking about India's e-buses on a parallel roundtable. The story is so powerful that everyone wants to understand how we are able to do this. But just adding, I think 2 things need to happen in the ecosystem also. One is the bus planning. I think with the electric buses and the charging coming in, we see the whole need for bus planning, which has to move away from the way we used to do it, because it could go on any route. But now we have a limitation with the range and, of course, the need for opportunity charging. So it really requires whole prioritizing this. And the challenge is the capacity within the system and outside also. I think both is something that needs to be addressed. That's one thing. The second aspect also is, in addition to the whole bus planning aspect, how do we create a marketplace for private operators? I think Prasanna ji must have touched upon it. And I think this is a big challenge for us, that how do we get more private operators to come and operate electric buses in India? And that marketplace creation would be very, very critical when we are talking about scaling from 5,000 buses to 50,000 buses in the next 4 to 5 years. So I think these 2 broad points, I think payment security has been covered, but from a planning aspect, and one last point is, how do we really leverage data? Because electric buses is all about data that we are collecting, and how do we really ensure that OEMs are able to share their insights, not just on battery performance and the life of the battery, but also data points to help plan the electric buses better, because there's a lot of information coming, but how are we leveraging that? I think these 3 things would really then tie in the whole ecosystem from the technical aspects while the financial aspects are being tackled. Thank you.
I'll just say, as far as the financing is concerned, Khemka, this is for you and Leapfrog. So my problem is that when I get funding from ADB or World Bank, so I have to pay with a currency fluctuation maybe after 10 years. So it is in my interest, in my country interest, to devalue my currency so as to have current account deficit low. You're getting the point? So by the time my currency is devaluated, I am on the verge of payment. So effectively, it is not 0.1, 0.2, it is much, much more. So we will have to work on that because it is hurting me badly. After maybe I'm just postponing the problem.
Could be, because sometimes the devil is in the details. So you might have to sit across and work out. You wanted to speak a few words?
I just had a question.
Okay.
I'm a medical doctor. I was born and raised in India and now live in the US. And, you know, me and my colleagues, we really look at the health impacts of climate change and air pollution. And air pollution is, as most people know, a huge problem in India. And I suppose my question...
And elsewhere.
And elsewhere, yeah. We have our problems with wildfires too, yeah. But the question that I'm really wondering about is, you know, whenever I go back to India, I see these electric buses or, you know, whatever, and they're always talking about it being clean. And we're talking about participation from the public to actually use these buses. What is the cross-sectoral sort of coordination about talking about the safety, right, for people jumping onto these buses, but also how do we measure, you know, when we're talking about benefits and financial benefits and, you know, what is the ultimate bottom line, are we accounting for the health costs that are saved, right, and the social costs that are saved, particularly for folks who are children and, you know, people who are disabled with medical conditions? Because it's not just that you improve air pollution when you are switching to some of these greener energy sources, you're also reducing the heat stress. And that's particularly important in the, like, the Indian plateau and that sort of thing.
Would you like to respond? Okay. Anybody else?
One very quick point. Much has been said about payment guarantee, you know, security. Do these credit guarantee schemes, either full or partial, do they help? If not, why not? I'd like to know from you.
Okay, all together. And then we'll sort of wrap it up.
Mine isn't a question, it's more of asking for more information. I'm Dheeraj Mehra, I'm from Mumbai, I'm a citizen, just interested in EV and EV buses. You know, we haven't really spoken about India's other initiatives that lead into this. The Prime Minister's new incentive for creating batteries, which again leads back into this. And then a recent article I read about battery swapping that's now coming into batteries that again comes back into efficiency. So maybe if you all can share some information about that, that would also be interesting to hear.
Let him respond. Let him respond.
Regarding the issue of battery swapping, the whole concept of battery swapping has been taken up by a technical group within the Bureau of Indian Standards. It has various stakeholders. It is almost at the verge of completion. And the entire scheme is being spearheaded by Niti Aayog. And very soon we'll have a battery swapping standard because that is of interest to us. It will lessen the size of the battery and the concurrent cost also involved in that.
Hi, my name is Arun Patel. I work with Mr. Khemka at his family foundation. For 2 years, and then for many other years, I've traveled by BEST bus. For those 2 years in particular, this is the state transport undertaking in Mumbai. With the combination of longer wait times and then the pandemic, the amount of ticket fares that any STU has been able to collect has plummeted quite considerably. So one consideration and one question that I have is for how the introduction of e-buses and changes in the STU business model will benefit the end consumers, the riders. And on a related note, what are some of the considerations about integrated transport planning in our cities? How are some of the ways that we can be thinking about multimodal transport and electric buses connecting with 2- and 3-wheelers so that the last mile connectivity is provided? That can be absolutely transformative in preventing people from moving to passenger vehicles and, you know, clogging the roads, causing more congestion and further emissions.
So I think we have had a very extremely, interesting conversation for the last couple of hours. Much exceeded mine and I'm sure a lot of others' expectations. A full house anyway to you, Mahua. Congratulations for that. And, I'm beginning to get very comfortable here. I can let this conversation go on and on. It's throwing up so many questions and insights which are truly, truly eye-opening. And some concerns which need to be addressed, some worries do remain. Lot of takeaways for policymakers like us and some implementers on the ground take it forward. Some questions from the gentleman from business line, the doctor, and maybe perhaps you. Mawa, I would request you to wrap up this session because then we are going to cut into other people's times and their engagements while trying to address the questions which have come up and still remain unanswered. I'm sure you are the best person for the job and guru of us all.
Is this working even? Yeah, okay. So firstly, before I thank all of you, there are 2 points I should put out there and just to share with you all. When we start, there's no way we would have gotten here. In fact, had it not been for WRI, I don't think he's up. Pawan is still there. They all know that there's no way we would have gotten here. The kind of support they give me, and I think all my colleagues also have seen, the number of calls I make and the urgency with which I ask for some information is fantastic. So thank you very much. There's another agency where, and some of you perhaps who are not in India don't know, they're called Niti Aayog. They are our government think tank. And they pull together electric mobility, amongst other, they take topics. They have been spearheading and shepherding electric mobility for a while. We got a lot of support to get us all to this point. Unfortunately, they have not been able to travel to the COP, and they've got an event actually tomorrow. So I do want to make mention of them, because it takes, as you can see, plenty of us to move a country as complicated as India, and an agenda that has so many open issues. There's a saying, I think some of my friends in the Silicon Valley world used to say, you have to build a plane while flying it. It was usually said of software half developed, saying just launch it and then we'll fix it or we build it as we get on it. The last 2.5 hours have raised issues that none of them are uncommon or unfamiliar to any of us, in fact. The one thing I'm happy about is that there's no more crying about the contract. When we started this exercise, there was a lot of problems about the contract, and the contract is not fair, and a lot of pushback and grief about the contract. So I'm very pleased that nobody mentions contract problems anymore. But that also means we've got to build the other things. It's not as if we've got to fix things. We just don't have them. We don't have the ecosystem. And I assure you, a lot of countries don't have that either. I can also assure you that in this discussions that we're always having around charging infrastructure, around renewable energy, around financing, on carbon credits, on a lot of issues, safety, so on and so forth, we're all having them together. It's a very live topic in India. So I'm, of course, very grateful for all of my colleagues who have really kindly who've agreed to come to COP. I gave them very little notice, and we all scrambled around for visas and plane tickets. But of course, I'm very, very grateful, because this is part of a much larger picture. Of course, it's very important for all of us, but us in India have so many things going on at the same time that we kind of get our heads inside our desks and just finish the day somehow or the other. But there's a much bigger world out here that's addressing very, very serious topics. So on that, of course, I'm very grateful. 2 small technical answers that I will try and see how. I really love your question. I don't have an answer for it, but we don't have a methodology. If we had a way to monetize or quantify anything like avoided disability adjusted life years is something that the respiratory world uses.
That research is being done.
Yeah, we don't have, as soon as that research is done, we would be more than happy, and I think I can speak over a lot of people inside the government that'd be more than happy to try it out. We don't have that. We have something for carbon credits, but that took us 20 years to get there. because we've internalized that one other externality. So we've got that method, but we do need to do it. So that conversation must stay alive, because there is a reason, there's a much bigger reason why we're doing buses. Of course, I think even I'd go to the extent of saying bigger than climate, because air pollution is a daily problem for all of us. So on that note, thank you very much once again. And so thank you so much for moderating. Moderator extraordinaire. Thank you for all of you.
Thank you all for joining us and making it a truly lively discussion and forum.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will start the session in few minutes' time. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Imani Kumar. I'm the Regional Director with ICLEI South Asia Office and also the Deputy Secretary General with ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability, the city association all over the world. And I'm happy that we are talking about climate change and city governments in India, and also what is happening with various urban areas in India on that. This session is called that Fostering Sustainable Lifestyles Through Climate Smart Development and Urban Partnerships, Lessons from India. I'm happy that this session is also co-organized by National Institute of Urban Affairs, the think tank on the urban sector with Government of India in India. And we also have Government of Gujarat with us, we have European Commission, we have Swiss Development Agency for cooperation with us, SDC, and we also have Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India with us, and we also have CDKN and Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate Change and Energy. So all these are the partners which are supporting this particular session. And in this session, we are going to talk about how the integrated climate action planning and approach towards climate neutrality within the urban areas in India. We are also going to showcase various success stories and best practices being implemented in the Indian cities and share knowledge on the ways to enable sustainable lifestyle changes through urban infrastructure and services. We talk about a little bit on the best practices on the climate governance, the whole of economy approach and multi-stakeholder engagement. And we also talk about the climate smart city assessment framework initiative, which was launched by the National Institute of Urban Affairs, Government of India on that. I'm happy that we have very distinguished speakers here with us. This entire session, I will say, at 13 hours, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and also 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. So next to 2 hours, we are going to showcase all these activities, what are happening at various places. We also have speakers from Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation. We have speakers from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. As I said that already, we also have speakers from CDKN. We have, unfortunately, we could not get the speakers from the government of Arunachal Pradesh in India, but we have a representation from that side also on that. So with this opening remarks, I will just want to invite our first set of panelists. I just want to invite Mr. Haider. Indian Civil Servant, Principal Secretary, Climate Change Department of Government of Gujarat. Sir, request you to please join us on stage. We also have Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs. I request him to join us here on the stage. We have Ms. Michael Harari, Deputy Head of the International Cooperation Office at the Embassy of Switzerland in Egypt. Request you, ma'am, to please join us here. And we also have Ms. Shalini Pandey, Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Ma'am, maybe you can come here this side. So before we get into the actual program, I have a small short video of the capacity building of low carbon and climate resilient city development, that is the Capacities project, which is supported by the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation, SDC, in India. And also we have NIUA and Government of Gujarat and also Government of Tamil Nadu as our partners in this particular program. So can I have that short video?
Almost 50% of the Indian population lives in small and large cities. The density accentuates climate change impacts, complementing the efforts of the national and state governments in India. The Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, or SDC, is supporting Indian cities through its Capacities project by capacity building for low carbon and climate resilient city development. The project is being implemented in the 4 cities of Coimbatore, Rajkot, Siliguri and Udaipur. A robust and stepwise methodology called the Climate Resilient City Action Plan, or CRCAP, was developed for the project to plan for climate resilient cities. The process addresses both climate change adaptation and mitigation and is based on a participative planning methodology. The project has 4 target sectors: buildings, solid waste water and wastewater, and transport and air quality. Through the project, city-level climate modeling informed the climate vulnerability maps, identifying vulnerability hotspots in the 4 thematic areas. Further, city-level greenhouse gas emissions inventories helped in developing strategies for emission reductions and to track their implementation. Cities need to reassess their water security, and the Capacities project is helping with a variety of measures such as area-based groundwater recharge system, water leak detection to save the wastage on critical supplied water. Capacities is looking at providing and promoting clean mobility options in cities, as well as measuring air quality for informing future actions. Partner cities also implemented quick win projects to address climate issues. E-rickshaws deployed and tested in Udaipur. Solar PV systems installed in the Aji water filter plant and renewable energy for social housing and groundwater recharge systems deployed in Rajkot. Coimbatore was at the forefront of the Shunya project, integrated solid waste management towards zero waste, also implemented in Siliguri. Sensor-based ambient air quality monitoring stations deployed in all 4 cities. The Capacities project is also helping the cities to scale up climate interventions by facilitating measures to arrange finances through large-scale bankable projects in the 4 cities. As the project name cleverly suggests, city officials get regular capacity building training. The Capacities project has successfully resulted in mainstreaming climate considerations in urban planning and has accelerated climate action in the 4 partner cities. The project is inspiring other cities to follow suit in India and abroad, with SDC also supporting similar global climate initiatives. Climate change is a reality. The solution lies in cities.
Okay. As I said that I represent an organization called ICLEI, ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. We are a city association all over the world, and more than 2,500 cities has our members all over the world. In India, we are working with nearly 40 odd city governments and also various state governments on anything related to the urban livelihood, urban issues within the city governments. We I don't want to get into all this information. I hope you all know that what is exactly happening on the city governments and also the urban areas and also the climate change issues. So in India, we have a lot of cities have shown a lot of initiatives to address the climate change issues. Maybe the pioneering activities done by National Institute of Urban Affairs, NIUA, they will talk about our director, NIUA, he will talk about that. We have Mr. Haider in the state of Gujarat. Actually, he will give more information on that. And also at the national level, we have Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and also Environmental Ministry doing a lot of activities on that. So I don't want to go into all these details, but what I just want to say is Indian cities are addressing the climate change issues, and they are, maybe I will say, well ahead in tackling most of the climate change issues. I'm not saying all the cities, but few cities are well ahead in addressing the climate change issues, and you will see those best practices now here on that. Also at the national level, on the urban ministry front, maybe our two colleagues from the Ministry of Urban Development will talk about more on this again. We have various schemes, not only just on the smart city scheme, also on the Amrut scheme and also the housing for all. All these schemes are also addressing towards the climate change activities, and you will get more information from our colleagues from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs on that. So with this, I will request our first speaker. I'm happy that Mr. Haider sir is here with us. As I said that already, he is the Principal Secretary, Climate Change Department, Government of Gujarat with us. So I request you, sir, please take over, sir, on this thing. And the floor is yours, sir.
You can sit here. This is for you. Thank you, Mr. Emani Kumar. Distinguished members of this august gathering, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everybody and greetings from the state of Gujarat. It's indeed a matter of honor for me to participate in this session on fostering sustainable lifestyles through climate smart development and urban partnerships, lessons from India. Gujarat, as most of you knowing, happens to be the westernmost state of India, located on the shores of the Arabian Sea. Since ancient times, Gujarat has been an epicenter of trade and business, as it has been ingrained in the culture, which is evident since Gujarat contributes significantly to India's GDP, despite only having 6% of India's geographical area. Gujarat has been a pioneer in climate action with a dedicated Department of Climate Change established in 2009. Gujarat is not only the first state in India, but in the entire Asia to establish a dedicated Department of Climate Change at the subnational level. We are dedicated towards building a sustainable and climate resilient future and enabling a low carbon pathway for Gujarat's economic growth that would meet people's aspirations with equity and inclusiveness. The Paris Agreement commits all countries to take significant steps to guarantee a low carbon future, and hence India has updated its nationally determined contributions to UNFCCC. This requires national government to submit concrete climate action plans. Our country has, as I have told, recently revised the NDCs.
The state of Gujarat has aligned its policies, programs, and plans to support and achieve India's collective targets of nationally determined contributions and the net zero goals. At COP26, a five-fold strategy, Panchamrit commitments, was proposed by India to play its part in helping the world get closer to 1.5 degrees Celsius target. These commitments are, even at the cost of repetition, I would say, India would be reaching a non-fossil energy capacity of 500 gigawatt by 2030. India would be fulfilling 50% of its energy requirements from new and renewable sources. We would be aiming at reducing 1 billion tons of carbon emission by 2030, and we would be reducing carbon intensity below 45% by 2030. And India would also be achieving the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2070. Gujarat, I'm very happy to tell you, happens to be a leader in introducing renewable energy policies in the country. It introduced India's first wind policy way back in 1993-94 and the first solar policy in 2009. As a result of the progressive renewable energy policies, the state is at the forefront of the renewable energy revolution in India, with a total installed capacity of more than 18 gigawatt, that is to say 18,000 megawatt. And as perhaps all of you would be knowing, India has a total installed capacity which is close to 120 gigawatt. With the coastline of 1,600 kilometers, as per the estimates of National Institute of Wind Energy, Gujarat has the wind energy potential of 145 gigawatt. Currently, the state has achieved an installed capacity of wind energy of 9,663 megawatt, and we have 8,377 megawatt of installed solar energy capacity. The Climate Change Department has implemented various schemes to mitigate climate change in Gujarat, like providing subsidy for electric vehicles, for faster adoption of EVs in the state, distribution of energy-efficient pumps to farmers, energy-efficient fans and LED tube lights in government schools of the state, and so on and so forth. The state is working towards mitigation as well as adaptation of the impacts of climate change. The department has revised the state action plan on climate change, which comprises both adaptation and mitigation strategies for 9 thematic areas, namely water, renewable energy and energy efficiency, agriculture, green jobs, forest and biodiversity, vulnerable communities, urban development, sea level and coastal infrastructure, and health. Recently, on October 20, Mission Lifestyle for the Environment was launched globally by the United Nations, by our Honorable Prime Minister in the presence of United Nations Secretary General. It's a public movement to mobilize individuals to become pro-planet people. India's per capita carbon footprint is 60% lower than the global average. This is because our lifestyle is still rooted in sustainable traditional practices. In fact, sustainability has always been a part of our tradition, culture, and values. The Climate Change Department of the state of Gujarat, taking inspiration from sustainable traditional practices, has prepared Gujarat Ni Parampara, traditions of Gujarat, that is to say, a catalogue highlighting the importance of ancient day-to-day traditions which have been in practice across Gujarat since time immemorial. It promotes our traditional climate-friendly practices which could prove helpful in our fight against climate change and encourage the blending of our living traditions with modern lifestyles. As a result of its visionary policies, a lead has been taken in achieving incremental installed capacity of renewable energy. Gujarat also happens to be, in terms of the total installed rooftop solar plants, with 1,957 megawatt installed capacity, covering close to 400,000 households. Now, this is very innovative because you should not be claiming independent parcel of land insofar as installation of solar capacity is concerned. So rooftop is a very innovative way. In Gujarat, you would get to see canal top also. So rooftop has caught on in a big way in the state of Gujarat. Gujarat has introduced the waste to energy policy to foster scientific disposal of municipal solid waste while minimizing its environmental impacts. As a result, recently a waste to energy plant has been started in the city of Jamnagar, and a few more are coming up in the cities of Rajkot, Vadodara, and Ahmedabad. A climate change fund of Gujarat is also being set up to support climate actions in the state. The department has recently established a center of excellence at Gujarat University to pursue meaningful research on different aspects of climate change. In order to fulfill the expectations of the people and to provide a better future to the citizens, the Climate Change Department, along with some 19 other departments, has a cumulative budget for climate change exceeding 90 billion rupees, that is to say more than $1 billion on an annual basis. The cities of Gujarat are working tirelessly in urban transport sector to reduce emissions. Ahmedabad operates a large number of e-buses, and so does the city of Surat. The Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation has introduced e-buses in their shorter routes to promote clean transportation and reduce carbon emission from the transport sector. Metro rail network has also been established in Ahmedabad, which would provide green transportation in the city. The Climate Change Department is also working jointly with reputed institutions like IIT Gandhinagar, Center for Environment Education, Gujarat Energy Research Management Institute, CEPT University, Maharaja Sayajirao University, iHub, amongst others, to take the much-needed climate actions. Climate Change Department is in the process of introducing a roadmap for Gujarat to achieve net zero by 2070. This roadmap is being prepared by prestigious institutions, Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, in collaboration with the Climate Change Department. To mitigate climate change in Gujarat, we are focusing on increasing the renewable energy capacity and reduce greenhouse gas emission by conducting research and developing projects based on new emerging avenues like carbon sequestration, battery energy storage, and green hydrogen, amongst others. The state is working to increase the energy efficiency of the buildings by incorporating the Energy Conservation Building Code and components of the Green Building Code. The department, in its endeavors to reduce carbon emission, has also explored the possibilities of carbon sequestration in basalt formations in the Saurashtra region of the state. Climate Change Department, in its efforts to galvanize further progress, has also tied up with various international organizations like UNICEF, ICLE, GIZ, European Union for cooperation, cross-learning, and to improve Gujarat's abilities to combat climate change. I would conclude by remembering visionary words from our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Earth provides enough to satisfy everyone's needs, but not every man's greed, which would guide us and our future generations to come. Thank you very much for a patient listening. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for sharing Gujarat's initiatives on the climate change and also what's happening on ground. I think thanks for all that information, and I just want to congratulate you under your leadership and also the political leadership there, the activities what you are doing. Thank you, sir. May I now request Ms. Michelle Harari, Deputy Head of the International Cooperation Office at the Embassy of Switzerland in Egypt. SDC is supporting this program called Capacities in India in 2 state governments, Gujarat and also Tamil Nadu, and also 8 city governments actually on that. So I request Ms. Harari to come and speak here.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Apologies for my voice. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome, Mr. Haider and Ms. Pandi, Mr. Jha, Mr. Srivasta, and Mr. Vaida. Apologies for my pronunciation. Thank you very much for participating on this event. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today and to represent Switzerland. So I'm not part of SDC in India, but I work here in Egypt. But I'm very happy to speak today on behalf of my colleagues in India and, of course, of our headquarters in Bern. So as mentioned, SDC, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, is part of the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. We are engaged in India since over 6 decades and since more than 10 years specifically on climate change adaptation and mitigation. So the support to the capacities program is part of a larger program of 8 major projects that we implement in India. And as you have seen in the video, it's a successful project that works in the 8 cities in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu states. So it's a pleasure for me today just to mention a few of the successes that the project has reached. The idea and the methodology is indeed to develop these climate action plans in the different cities, and then also to support the cities to integrate adaptation and mitigation measures into their urban planning and to strengthen their access to finance in order to implement the climate actions that the cities define. So in the achievements of the projects include indeed ratification and starting of the implementation of a few of these action plans, and there has been already a notable reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions in some of the cities. Also, it's remarkable that more and more municipal budget is actually allocated from the city's budget to implement specific actions, which of course is a very good sign. And numerous pilot projects have been implemented and scaled up, as we have seen in the video. I think it mentioned this biomethanation plant in Udaipur that transforms waste into energy. We are also proud to see that many cities have been acknowledged and rewarded at national and international levels for their engagements with the climate action plans. A good sign is also that the climate action plans and the pilot projects are being disseminated and institutionalized in other states in India. And we, of course, hope that it will further distribute to many other states and hopefully to other countries too. So in conclusion, from our point of view, the project is really a success, and it illustrates the importance of local climate action. So not only at the central level, but indeed to build capacities at the city and state level. And that's where we see there is a lot of leverage. And it also shows that there are both immediate needs that need to be tackled, but then also integrating medium and long-term climate-related challenges into the planning, and how this can benefit both the state, the city, but most importantly, the people that live there. And finally, it's a good lesson how the knowledge is shared between the science and the policy. We can see that there are many partners implementing this project from the science side, from the policy side, the local partners. So that's very important, and also as we do here today to share the experience, we hope that between the states in India, but also beyond that, the experience from the capacities project can be shared. So on behalf of SDC, I'm happy to be here and to thank you, especially the states of Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, the partner cities, ICLEI, South Pole, and eConcept for a very successful collaboration, and I'm looking forward to more experience sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for your support, SDC's support to this program. I know that you are not from India, but I hope the Indian experience, you can bring it to this Egypt and Egyptian cities maybe here on that. Thank you. Thanks for all the support for this program. The next speaker is Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs. NIUA, in short, is the think tank organization of the urban development in India. And under Mr. Hitesh Vaidya's leadership, they have done a lot of initiatives to address the climate change issues. So I request Mr. Vaidya to please come here and address the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hitesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs. And National Institute of Urban Affairs is a think tank of Government of India on urban issues. While speakers before me already talked about the actions, I will put up a hat of Capacity Institute, because when you are talking about climate issues and transforming cities towards net zero, one thing which we all have to do is change large processes and change the systems existing. And for that, our intention is who is going to do it. And that's the big challenge which we are taking, and the capacity, because every day we have new ideas, we have new thoughts, we have new innovations. And the mindset of people who are working has to be upgraded, like a software is get upgraded from 1.0 to 2.0 because you find the bugs in that, you find software doesn't bring, the people also has to be upgraded. When I was a student, mobility, air quality, green gas housing, these were not subjects which were taught to us in the curriculum. And now when I have to deal with it, then I have to be upgraded in my mind. And that skill set is the one thing which we don't talk about. We talk about intentions, but how do you convert these intentions to actions? How do you convert big Paris Agreement, NDCs, these are big words, headlines to details, big data to granularity of data. Unless we start talking about people who will be going to do it. India, we have 50% of our population is going to be urban population. Then if 50%, we have 4,000 plus urban local bodies, if I just look at thing, but it's actually 7,000 plus. And if I assume that each urban local body, and that giving a very wild guess, has of 1,000 workforce, and you want to talk to them about climate, then you multiply that to 7,000 of how many people you need to be really trained to really start thinking about climate. So, while we have a policy, which we call it mantra, which is we all know what need to be done, I think the discourse has to change from what need to be done, because I think all of us now know what need to be done. We also know why it should be done. So, let's not talk about insurance policy, which if you don't take it, you will die. I think let's move away from that. But the question we all need to start thinking about it, how it has to be done and when it has to be done. And I think that's where discourse has to change now, from why and what to how and when. And so I particularly think that unless we start talking about skill sets, we will not be talking, whether it's COP27 or COP28 or something else, we will be still talking, this needs to be done. And technology, which all people have talked, will play, but who will use the technology and for whom the technology will be used? Those are things which are doing. So in NIUA, as a think tank, we all talked about a lot of posters you see of localization of climate actions. But localization will happen if people start owning these actions and they start believing in this action. Right now, the discourse is, while we talk about city planning is one thing, climate is different, as if city and climate do not talk to each other. How do you bring that together? So at NIUA, we have looked at 7-pronged approach. And first approach has been, if I have to start talking about climate, at a city level, a commissioner, he should know, where am I? Where is the data? Where is the evidence to prove? So as an NIUA, we have done a climate assessment framework, which my friend Imaniji talked about. It is 126 cities. We did not look at how they are performing. We have started, it was more of a development indicators, where we have started asking cities, have you started thinking about climate? And if this is the climate you are thinking, what are the areas you are talking about? And where are you? Have you taken action on it? Have you looked at some governance framework with it? Where have you achieved there? So that's how we have brought it. And we have not looked at big climate issues, because climate is a huge word, from food security to other things. We have looked at areas where cities are functioning day to day. That is, look at built environment and green spaces and biodiversity. Talk about mobility and air quality. Look at water management. Look at waste management. And last renewable energy. These are the day-to-day functions of the city. And we said, if we can make this language of climate as a language of cities, that's where, as a think tank, we have brought thinking and tanking together, rather than these are two different words. We are either pushing the tank every time or pulling the tank. So how do you bring this thinking together? So that's one area where we have. Second thing, we all talk about planning. Right now, we talk about planning, climate action plan, which has become a buzzword. In India, look at any city, they are doing 9 to 10 planning instruments every time, whether it is smart city plan, whether it's clean India plan and all. Question is, they all talk about climate. How do they start talking about it? End of the day, what we want green infrastructure. We want what you call blue-green infrastructure, if I use that word. Then if blue and green, unless it is integrated within the planning instrument, within the financial instrument, within the project instrument or a legal instrument, or within the monitoring instrument, this will be a big buzzword. So we are trying to push, how do cities start putting up them in their project development instruments? So build the capacity that whatever we do action plan, they end up looking at either become a part of the project report and guide the project report to happen, or become a part of a monitoring framework. So those are the areas where we are looking at it. Third area is, if I have to look at water, what is, as a policy leader at a city level, do I have tools to do it? So can we work on these collaborations like capacities project and all? One capacity project or two capacity does not excite us. What excites us is if this can come up with a tool which I can scale up to my 4,000 urban local bodies. That's where I'm interested in. So what we are looking at is projects, because I'm doing projects because they are my bread and butter and my staff salary go. But idea for me is, how do you scale up these tools which then be a beneficial to 4,000 urban local bodies? Fourth area where we're talking about is, we talk about capacity, but question is, what is the capacity and whose capacity we are building, and what type of capacity capsules? So in this assessment framework, when we looked at it, we looked at 28 indicators, and we said if you have to move from X to Y in each indicator, this is the capacity capsule. So we created a capacity grid. So one NIUA cannot do anything. So we create, and the scale of India is, I don't have to tell to you. So we are creating a capacity grid where, we at least have everybody talks on the same language. And we don't talk about, my understanding of climate is very different than his understanding. So at least bring one language together. Because as I said, right now, and I'm being as honest, the discourse of climate, whether it in India or language on the climate, is not the language of cities. So how do you make that language of cities? Fourth area where we look at it, and I'll go back to Indian mythology, when the Battle of Mahabharata was being fought, which was two kingdoms fighting a Battle of Mahabharata, and Arjuna, who was one of the great warrior, he asked Lord Krishna in that, should I fight or should I not fight? In a climate action, we all are in the same region. Should I do it? Should I not do it? Because none of us have clear answers whether this is the path we want to do. And at least thankful to Arjuna that he has Krishna with him to guide him. But I think we all have to put our brains together, because we have to come up with our own Gita, our own solutions. Nobody else will give us solutions. So what we are doing at NIU is bringing partners together. We have created alliances and partners where all of us can together and see what is that pathway which we want to do. And in 2050, 2070 of net zero, which we have laid down for us, how do we take that pathway together? And I think that journey has to come up with convergence, collaborations, and putting aggregation of mind together rather than thinking in isolation and silos. So convergence and collaboration becomes much, much more important for us. And that's what we are trying to bring together so that people can sing. And we as an institute, which is only looking at capacity, we are not an implementing institute. We can only, through this process, is nudge cities towards looking at new ways of bringing this knowledge, showcasing that knowledge to them, and so that they can pick up and say that what is good for me and what is not bettering. But you can't just pick up Shanghai and say Bombay can become a Shanghai. Every solution has to be customized at the local level, and I think that's the beauty of taking it forward. And last, which we are talking about, is while practitioners' capacities have to build, their mindset has to be made, but it is the young professionals who are going to see a future of cities there. How do you build their capacities? So how do you motivate the young leaders to start seeing urban local bodies or urban local governments as an excited place where they can work and do? How do you bring academia and research to start together, think together? Because academia has all the theory, but they don't have practice. And whereas practitioners, we are working, have all the answers, but we don't know whether we are right path or right now. So how do you bring academic and practitioners together? That's the other area where we're working. So these are 7 broad way where we are nudging cities and states to move towards that climate journey which we want. Again, as I said, none of us have. The world is changing quite fast. The one technology is becoming outdated very fast. But if we have to do and build the momentum towards that climate goals which we want, I think we all have to put our brains together. And I'm very thankful for ICLE to giving us a time and we are here to learn different models which different parts of the world are coming up, bringing in, and how we can take some of those lessons from the world and bring back to India. But I think India has also reached the stage, and I'm not hesitant to say that India has also moved from ABC to XYZ, and India is now ready to showcase its practices, because the complexities and challenges of India is much, much more different than the complexities of the rest of the world. And we are also here that we as a partner with ICLE and all other Swedish agencies are ready to showcase our lesson to the world and see how we have achieved in difficult situations. So I think I urge all of you to look at India not only from the perspective of showing what can be done, but also India is ready to showcase from our journey that how we have managed the situations within the complexity also. With that, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I look forward to great individuals with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for talking about what NIUA is doing to the Indian cities and bringing together all the partners. I completely agree on the capacity building. Unless until you talk about that, achieving the activities, achieving the actions on ground is not easy. And thanks to your leadership, I think NIUA is doing a good job there in India, and I hope Indian cities will take it forward, the journey, what it has been started a few years back. Mr. Haider, in his speech, talked about lifestyle for environment. This is the new program which Government of India has launched recently with the UN Secretary General. So unless until you talk about citizens' lifestyles, and it's not just only the citizens' lifestyles, but it is creating the opportunities, the livelihood opportunities. Because of that, obviously, because a lot of poor people are also there on that. So both livelihood opportunities as well as sustainable lifestyles, how the things are happening. I'm happy that Ms. Shalini Pandey, Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, is with us, and I request her to come and give her speech, her remarks on the livelihood opportunities created to the sustainable livelihoods. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Imani-ji. Distinguished speakers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and organizers. My greetings to you all. It is indeed a pleasure for me to present my point of view from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, in front of you all. It is a very different perspective I am going to talk about related to climate action. As India going ahead with its vision of lifestyle for environment, and nurturing pro-planet people. We are also sensitive towards the role and strength of the local communities in handling climate change, both from the perspective of mitigation and also adaptation. Poor, especially poor, are at a more higher risk from the impact of the climate change and consequent natural hazards. They are most vulnerable as they live in unhealthy, unsafe, environmentally risky areas with bare resources. But at the same time, they have capacities and innate desire to come out of the poverty. Our vision to lifestyle for environment and the green initiatives can open various livelihood opportunities for these people. Indian government through Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs are taking various initiatives to empower these people related with the climate action plan, and both way we are succeeding creating opportunities and also creating with climate action plan into reality. Recognizing the need to empower urban poor, I'll basically focus on two missions in Government of India: Urban Livelihood Mission and PM Swanidhi. That is a new flagship scheme from Government of India for street vendors. The scheme is called Prime Minister Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, and the other one is National Urban Livelihood Mission. These both missions are working in government for empowering poor people to take up various livelihood opportunities in line with the climate action plans. Urban Livelihood Mission was launched in 2014 with the objective of reducing poverty and vulnerability of the urban poor by enabling them access to gainful self-employment and skill wage employment opportunities. The scheme was designed to promote an appreciable improvements in their livelihood on a sustainable basis. The sustainability was ensured, first acknowledging that the mere linkages to employment won't suffice, but also realizing the need to build strong grassroots level institutions of the poor to empower them holistically. I am happy to share that Mahua, under the mission of National Urban Livelihood Mission, have federated 80 lakhs urban poor into self-help groups. Out of that, 90% are women. These SAGs, self-help groups, that they are the bedrock of urban poverty alleviation strategies. They can also serve as an important platform to layer in climate action plans. SAGs can provide valuable support to strengthen their communities toward climate action adaptation. We have already seen their critical role responding to COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, reinforcing our cities for achieving the various mitigation goals, creating a plethora of livelihood opportunities for the urban poor. Here, when we talk about the NOLM, that is Urban Livelihood Mission, and the PM Swanidhi, that also brings the subject of the micro-entrepreneurship. Urban poverty is dynamic, and the NOLM focuses on creating sustainable livelihood. Self-employment is encouraged through both education and facilitating access to credit. We are also training the SAGs and the street vendor, providing them credit to create self-employment opportunities. So far, more than 12 lakh women have been provided subsidized credits through bank linkages, self-help programs that is given to the individual and groups both. And we have provided more than 50 lakhs street vendors credit to resume their businesses which were closed down after the COVID-19 pandemic and consequent lockdowns. Let me also remind you that the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, have set global targets, and it emphasizes there are cross-cutting issues and synergies between these different targets. Acknowledging this, we have also worked towards converging different missions under Government of India and to attain maximum mutual benefits. Leveraging the strong network of SAGs facilitated by NOLM, Government of India has been able to implement various other programs related to climate action effectively. Our self-help groups were converging at a city level for Swachh Bharat mission, for Amrit, Smart Cities mission, and recently National Disaster Management Authority has adopted them as a Apada Mitra to, for the rescue and relief operations in various cities. Our self-help groups are also playing a role in reduction of the carbon footprints. India is a country that produces 160,000 ton per day of solid waste. That is an approximate estimation, and out of 80% of which goes to landfills of the outskirts of the cities. While Government of India is tackling the larger issues through Swachh Bharat mission and other initiatives, our SCGs are playing an important role in the waste circular economy of the country. SAG members collect the waste papers and other recyclable material and upcycle them to make handicrafts. Government of India helps contribute to the collection of waste paper to such SAGs by organizing drives in various cities, government offices, state government offices to donate the waste paper. In the last drive, which we done in the month of October, we collected 1,000 quintals of the waste paper and on an average 10,000 rupees per month was earned by our SAGs member by upskilling, upcycling them and creating various handicrafts, which was also reflecting our Indian culture and various local products. These handicrafts products are sold through various mediums like local markets, city livelihood centers established under annulum, and urban local bodies, through e-commerce platforms also. I am happy to inform you that 12,000 such products, 12,000 seller points have been onboarded on Amazon and Flipkart through our SAGs, and they are doing wonderful business, and many of them are doing excellent, and they are growing their businesses. We are regularly providing quality check training and other issues for supporting their marketing and other requirements under the skilling component of urban livelihood missions. SAGs are also provided the credit facility by Government of India to build their own upcycling enterprises to produce cloth bags, plates, and the plant leaves to make, and also to make incense sticks from the Indian temples from the flower waste. And these are high in demand. Let me tell you, these are we are not able to cope up with the demands of the incense sticks, which is made by the SAGs from the flower waste of the temples. We are trying to upgrade their skills and the marketing and other so that they can cope up with the demands. Next segment is a waste picker and the sanitation workers of urban India. They are involved in one of the most vulnerable livelihood activities. Integrating these workers, especially women, through their own institution of the self-help groups have proven successfully increase their income, better their working conditions, and create a collective voice for these waste pickers. In an attempt to promote the federation of such groups, Government of India has mandated states to ensure that targets are allocated for the same. I think you can go ahead. I thought it's not working. This one, yeah. So we have requested states to allocate targets when they provide works to the agencies for the waste management. So some of the states are doing wonderful, and I would like to quote the example of Odisha. The Government of Odisha has mandated that the entire value chain of the waste collection be undertaken by the self-help groups women only. Though it is not 100% now because of the capacity of our self-help group members and the training requirements, but the Government of Odisha has mandated the entire value chain of the waste collection be done by the SAGs only. Across all 115 cities of the state, SAG women drive battery-operated vehicles to collect segregate waste from the household, bringing into processing facilities, which are also run entirely by the women SAGs. Another example I would like to quote from a small city of Telangana that is called Warangal. where SAG women have been engaged in operating the Dry Resource Collection Center. And this collection center has been rated as one of the best managed resource collection center by the government. These members of the SAGs have been trained to manage all the tasks end to end, including buying, sorting, baling, loading, transportation, selling of the drying resources like paper, plastic, metal, glass, and other recyclables. Additionally, they have been also trained in bookkeeping, stock management, maintenance, fund management, working capital management, so on and so forth. The city has established multiple centers in various parts of the cities which are managed only by SAGs, thus letting the community assume the ownership of the program. I think this is a true empowerment through our climate action plans. The little support and the initiative change their lives, and their small action creating a big impact for the climate action plans. Because they are owning the program, they own it, is their own. They don't look at somebody else to create some facility and maintain by somebody else. They own it because they have created it. So here I would like to ask the involvement of the local community in our climate action plans, because that is when we empower them, the project becomes their own. The city does not require the agencies from the outside to run them. The another segment in our livelihood action plan, I would like to mention street vendors. Street vendors are another significant group of the urban poor. And some studies with the most conservation estimation project that about 1 billion street vendor globally, and India has estimation of 10 million vendors, which is a significant portion of the urban population in the country. For years, they have been classified as an informal sector, and their contribution to the Indian economy neglected. Street vendors are crucial in providing city dwellers ease of access to communities at the affordable prices, and also establish significant forward and backward employment linkages. Realizing the need to empower them, Government of India has enacted Street Vending Act in 2014 in order to protect their rights. Further, in the mid of the pandemic, June 2020, we have launched Prime Minister Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi. The scheme is first of its kind, created by the Government of India solely for the street vendors, because they were the segment which were hit badly under the pandemic. And I'm happy to tell you around 50 lakh street vendors have been recognized under the scheme, and almost 37 lakh vendors have been provided credit facilities to resume their businesses. To promote sustainable behavior among street vendors, our urban local bodies issued regulation mandating source segregation of the waste and issue of the environmental friendly alternative to single-use plastics. With the street vending economy already being one of the sectors that leaves a very low carbon footprint, none of the street vendor work in ACs, in the air-conditioned hall and the big malls, and they just work in the most natural way on our streets or any of the corner of the city. Combined with the urban local bodies' effort to promote green initiative, it is our belief that this sustainable livelihood can be encouraged and promoted. Next. This grassroots level federation of the SAGs, I'm coming to the natural hazards. This grassroots level of the federation of SAGs are also helping us in handling natural disasters. Urban poor are particularly vulnerable to the more risk of succumbing to the damage caused due to climate change, be it a loss of the property or employment, recovering from the health issues, or coping with the financial recoveries. Despite their living conditions, the urban poor have proven their capacity to improve and invest in their communities. This was very evident at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Government of India was able to leverage the strong network of the SAGs, which is about 2 crores on the ground, for information dissemination, behavioral change, campaign, appropriate behavior, and also advocating the need for vaccination. Their contribution was not only limited to IC campaigns, but they were also involved in the mass production of masks and sanitizers when our markets were facing the lack of supply in this regards. Our SAG members created homemade masks and sanitizers and supplied to entire country for handling the pandemic. Very recently, I mentioned the National Disaster Management Authority has created a chain of self-help groups where they work as a Apada Mitra. Apada, we call it, what you call disaster, we call Apada in Hindi. And they are recognized as a Apada Mitra for providing information, dissemination, and also trained for the rescue and the relief operations in the various coastal areas and the flood-prone areas. Opportunities for the livelihood development is coming more and more with our city action plan. As more and more cities are developing their climate action plan in line with the C40 vision of reducing carbon emission, there is an increased green jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities that expand economic opportunities and inclusion. Skill development of marginalized and the low-income communities can increase their livelihood opportunities. Engaging the low-income communities in maintenance of the green infrastructure is a promising way forward to ensure employment in a way. I would like to quote an example of Chennai Climate Action Plan. Chennai has adopted a Chennai Climate Action Plan with a vision to climate proofing for all, and which means that in the course of the next few years, the city will start taking actions to achieve lower carbon emissions. This will also create a various employment opportunities for the local people and the urban people. That few of them, I'll just see the IC information, education and communication campaign for the climate action with urban local bodies, retrofitting buildings to make it compliant to energy conservation building code, retrofitting buildings to be heat resilient, maintenance of rooftop solar panels, maintenance of the rainwater harvesting system, and the maintenance of the storm water drainage system engaging with the ULB, operation and maintenance of the micro composting centers and the material recovery facility. I would like to inform you that many of these activities have been taken as a job roles under Urban Livelihood Mission. We have also started training our urban poor to take up these opportunities, at least on the maintenance sectors. The projects can be completed by some agency for the maintenance sector. These are the employment opportunities for them. And we have started at least 4-5 batches of the trainings we have already completed under the mission. And we are looking forward for the more batches to completed for the urban poor so that they can grab these employment opportunities. So no one is immune to the adverse impact of the climate change. But when it meets with the poverty, it is going to amplify the already existing disparities between the poor and of those better off. But by creating a mechanism to both cope and adapt to climate change, we can promote not only sustainable lifestyles, but can also create various livelihood opportunities for urban poor. In Government of India, PM Swanidhi and Day Annual National Urban Livelihood Mission has shown a kind of path in this regard. I would urge all the cities and states in the country to take this journey further and involve local communities, urban poor in our climate action plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving information on how the self-help groups are working in India in the cities, and also the livelihood mission, as well as on the addressing the climate change issues on that. Thanks for the information and the presentation, ma'am. Now we will launch a document which has been created. It's nature-based solutions for urban climate resilience in South Asia, cases from India, Bangladesh and Nepal, as part of the CDK and the Climate Development Knowledge Network, which we have brought together all the best practices and in these three countries. So I request all the dignitaries on stage, maybe if you can open this and also showcase this. This is part of the CDKN project, as I said that, and also this project is supported by the IDRC and also the Dutch national government. I request Robbie also to please join us on stage. Request Deepak ji also please join us here on stage. Thank you. Thanks a lot. This is the first part of the program, and I just want to thank Mr. Haider Saab and also Mishal, Deputy Head of International Cooperation SDC, and Mr. Hitesh Vaidya and Ms. Shalini Pandey ma'am. Thank you for all your presentations, and we will show the next a video on the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework, which has been shown, talked about by Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, NIUA. And before we call the next panelist onto the stage, I just want to thank all of you again, and I request you to please come and join us in front of us. Thank you again, Haider Saab, Pandeyji, and Hitesh Vaidya.
भारत अब से लेकर 2030 तक के कुल प्रोजेक्टेड कार्बन एमिशन में 1 बिलियन टन की कमी करेगा.
Request
A
everyone
third
to
of
please
India's
stay back. We
population
have
is
the next
currently
session.
living in
Actually,
cities.
there's just a
And
transition
these
in
cities
between.
are the key economic engines, but are facing gradual environmental degradation due to rapid urbanization and climate change risks. Therefore, it is imperative that cities undertake sustainable urban planning and climate-informed development actions. With an intent to institutionalize the climate actions in India, Phase 1 of the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework was developed in the year 2019 to provide cities a roadmap in building climate resilience. This first-of-its-kind framework in the world has supported 96 cities and 126 cities respectively in Phase 1 and Phase 2 to understand their climate vulnerabilities and focus areas to build resilience, impacting over 140 million people in the country. As the cities in India are diverse in climatic zones and geographies, they need tailor-made solutions. The assessment has provided these cities with specific diagnostic reports and performance results in addressing their challenges to build climate actions and progress in the assessment. The framework has been assessed across 28 indicators under 5 themes, which are urban planning, green cover and biodiversity, energy and green building, mobility and air quality, water management, and waste management. The performance of cities has significantly improved from Phase 1 to Phase 2. Now moving ahead. The Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework Phase 3 is being launched for participating cities to learn their progress and for other cities to join the assessment. CSCAF 3.0, developed by C-Cube, NIUA, under the guidance of the Smart Cities Mission, will assess around 250 cities through a smart assessment framework focused on measurement of capacity to deploy appropriate adaptation and mitigation measures for climate change. It will further deepen better coordination and competition among cities and will help evolve capacity building, support from alliance partners and CPIN members. Smart Cities Mission, C-Cube, and NIUA, together with their alliance partners, are focused on building climate action in cities. Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework 3.0, from assessment to action.
Now, to take forward the session, I request Mr. Binay Kumar Jha, Director, Swachh Bharat Mission 1, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to please join us on stage. I also request Mr. Deepak Srivastava, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority. I request Mr. Robi Reda, Director, South-South North and Climate and Development Knowledge Network, CDKN. Robi, maybe if you can come this side. And we also have Ms. Sambita Ghosh, Senior Specialist Climate Change Adaptation and Nature-Based Solutions, Worldwide Fund, WWF India, with us on that. Yeah, I request my colleague, Ms. Soumya Chaturvedula, Deputy Director, ICLEI South Asia, also to please come and join us onto the stage. You have heard about mostly on the government side, from the national government as well as from the city government and the provincial government. We have the next presentations, maybe more on the capacities project, how it is happening, what is happening. And we also have Mr. Binay Kumar Jha, as I said, the Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He will talk about more on the solid waste management in Indian cities through Clean India mission. We have Mr. Deepak Srivastava, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority. We will talk about more on the promoting climate resilience through nature-based solutions. And we also have Mr. Keshav, my colleague, will talk about more on the Arunachal Pradesh initiatives, who could not unfortunately join us here with that. So that is what is going to have the next set of presentations. Without wasting any time, I request my colleague, Ms. Soumya Chaturvedula, to come and present on the Climate Resilient Development Planning Network framework process in the capacities. I also request all the speakers, maybe if you can limit your presentations for less than 10 minutes, maybe we'll say 8 to 10 minutes maximum, so that we can hand it over the session for the next session at 3 o'clock, because we have a series of events in the morning today in this pavilion. Soumya, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this is working. Thank you very much. The slide sorter is there. I got it. Thank you. Okay, I think very quickly, this is a brief introduction to the climate resilient cities methodology that several cities in India are using to prepare their climate action plans, which address both climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. This is a journey that cities in India have started way back in 2008. In the first instance, they used to develop low-emission development strategies, and now they're looking at both climate change mitigation and adaptation holistically. This methodology has been successfully tested in over 25 Asian cities, 10 plus Indian cities, and this has been adopted also and showcased in the Smart Cities portal of the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and we've been developing this with support from the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. The climate planning, as all of you know, is a very intensive and scientific process, and going through all the assessment that is required to ultimately arrive at what are the priority actions is something that takes about an year to year and a half, and a lot of the challenge is because of the lack of data that we have and the data that is actually required to develop robust scientific climate action plans. So when we came up with this methodology and we tested this methodology in cities. When cities started adopting them, they were taking about a year and a half. But looking at the need for immediate climate action, and given that we are in a climate emergency today, we figured that it would be important to look at a very simplified process that cities can get on board, and cities can start planning immediately with 3 to 4 months of preparation. And then in a second phase, in a second generation, cities can then go and look at very involved processes. The 1.5 years of planning led to the development of climate action plans in about 4 cities in the first phase. And I'm happy to tell you that of all these 4 cities, 3 of them have already achieved 70% of their climate targets in the 4th year of implementation of the action plan. And all of this has been scientifically recorded, reported, managed, and has now been reported and been acknowledged by the international community through the Global Covenant of Mayors as well. And but this kind of work required significant effort from the cities, and the next set of cities, like Mr. Hitesh Vaidya told us previously, we want to bring in the 100 plus, the 4,000 plus, the 7,000 plus cities to quickly start on climate action, and therefore the Simplified Climate Action Plan. This was in one way, the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework and the EEA process in Switzerland, both of them have contributed to the preparation of the simplified methodology. Cities are able to look at a basket of solutions, which is a set of about 9 areas, 38 topics, where they can select actions that are relevant to them and quickly embark on their implementation. And this entire tool helps them actually look at how their baselines look like today and what their target should be going into the future. And within a period of 2 to 3 years, they are able to quickly start implementing the process. And in the next phase, we are encouraging cities to then go on parallelly, develop their greenhouse gas emissions inventories, do climate risk and vulnerability assessments, look at hotspots and all of that, and then come up with scientifically robust action plans, which then look at net zero. So the simplified methodology, a very quick way to bring cities on board, and the comprehensive methodology to bring in that scientific robustness to the process and to bring in net zero action plans. So this is the approach that was piloted with support from the SDC. Several of these cities did not stop at looking at climate action plans and developing them, but have actually implemented actions on ground. They start with pilot projects, so looking at a 145 kWp solar PV in a water treatment system, moving on to a 4 megawatt solar PV project. Coimbatore is one of the only cities in India where the entire municipal infrastructure runs on renewable energy. They are now looking at doing floating solar PV, moving up to 10 megawatt of floating solar PV. They've looked at pilot projects in biomethanation, and right now looking at setting up a 200 ton per day biomethanation facility. A lot of these cities are also looking at climate change adaptation, where they're looking at groundwater recharge, flood early warning systems have been deployed, water leak detection is something that is being deployed, and the early warning systems that were implemented in Thane in Maharashtra are now being replicated in the state of Tamil Nadu in Tirunelveli. So there's a lot of peer learning that happens in the process. This is with support from the NIUA and other peer networks that exist in India, including the ICLEI network. There are a lot of actions happening in green mobility. The uptake of electric buses is the largest in India. Right now, 5,000 electric buses being rolled out with a vision for 50,000 electric buses being rolled out. But parallelly, we are also looking at NMT and non-motorized transit options. We are looking at pedestrianization, and we are looking at green mobility zones in several of our cities. Udaipur is one such example that we can give you. Biodiversity is a big part of achieving our net zero targets. And therefore, a lot of cities are coming up with local biodiversity strategy and action plans, everything to do with home garden ecosystem services to Miyawaki forests in most of our cities. And ICLEI has been very active in developing these urban biodiversity maps, the local biodiversity strategy, action planning methodologies, and guidelines for Miyawaki forests in India. So I think this was a very quick and short snapshot of what Indian cities are doing, and this is just a very small snapshot. Thank you.
Thanks for the quick snapshot. You have given us 2 more minutes to the next speaker. Maybe I am happy in that way. Now I request Mr. Bharat Mission, Clean India Mission from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all. First of all, I thank ICLEI, NIUA, and GIZ for giving us the opportunity to join at COP27. And here, I welcome all the distinguished guests, on the speakers, all the participants. So here I'll be covering what Dr. Hitesh Vaidya told, that he is the professor. He brings in the technology, he brings in the knowledge, and who will convert this knowledge into action. So we are into action. So I'll be covering the Swachh Bharat missions, what exactly we are doing for solid waste management, as well as the liquid waste management, used water management. So we are, our presence is in all 4,800 cities. The Swachh Bharat mission is present in all 4,800 cities. For the smaller towns, less than 100,000 population, we are also in used water management. The more than 100,000 population, it is by our sister mission, Amrut. So some people say Clean India mission, but this is not, this is a Swachh Bharat mission. It's a Hindi name, it's a universal name, not Clean India mission. So how we started? We started with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making India clean, free from open defecation by 2019. So in the first phase, our focus was making India free from ODF, and we achieved it. And by in the all our rural and urban area, approximately 10 crores of toilet, 100 million toilet were constructed. Now we can safely say it is we are ODF country. And the second target was the 100% scientific solid waste management. Of course, we got the direction. We started with a proper vision how we have to move, and now this is this in the first phase we could cover around 65% of processing, but now we have a proper direction, and we are moving at a very fast pace and properly managing our waste in all our cities. So the first emphasis is the 100% door-to-door collection of waste from each and every city, each and every household. The population of urban population is approximately 400 million. And you can imagine approximately 100 million household. Daily, this is the garbage is being collected every day at fixed hour. So approximately 98% we have achieved this. 100% segregation of waste. This is the minimum requirement for what we are telling GHG emissions, reducing GHG emission. This is the basic requirement that we have understood, that unless and until we are not segregating waste at the household level, it's always problematic for the municipal corporation to manage. The cost is also increasing. So in this area also, we can safely say approximately 70%. Most of the bigger cities have adopted it very well, but smaller cities, it has to go. And through Dr. Vaidya's institutions for IEC and capacity building, we are gradually moving. Scientific solid waste management. Now our strategy is very clear. For the smaller cities, we are going for composting, and for the bigger cities, we are going for biomethanation, where there is a proper segregation, and waste to energy plants. More than 100 TPD, 1,000 tons per day waste is generated there. We are focusing on waste to energy plant, RDA based waste to energy plants. Apart from this, legacy, we have a legacy of dump site also. In this SBM2 by 2026, we have decided that we have to get rid of all our legacy dump site. I'll be covering in my next slides what is our plan. And the toilets, those were constructed, it has to function properly. So this is also one of the area. And first phase, we created toilets and how to manage the fecal. So that is we are doing in the second phase. And one more area, manhole to machine hole. Earlier we had a very sewer deaths. So now we are totally eliminating entry of professionals in sewer. It's all we are telling that only machine should enter the sewer. So that's why we have changed the name from manhole to machine hole. Phased out reduction of single-use plastic by 2022 December. It is planned. Already all cities have notified it. Some cities are doing it properly. And alternatives, we are also searching for alternatives of single-use plastic, but gradually this is also picking up pace. Behavior change and capacity building is a part of all our program. So what is the solid waste condition of India? Per day, 1.46 lakh ton. If we convert it into 14.6 million, 146,000. 146,000 tons per day is waste generated, and 100,000 tons we are processing. Still, the 46,000 ton is going into the landfills. What we have to completely eliminate by 2000 end of this mission. %. What I told, approximately 150,000 out of 150,000, 100,000 is being processed in by different modes. And for this circular economy, the big buzzwords we are listening through several seminars, and this is embedded in Swachh Bharat mission's working. So the source segregation and 3R principle is it's the most preferred. What we can see the hierarchy of waste, composting and biomethanation. Initially at the start of the mission, composting, and now gradually as we have better segregation, we are going for biomethanation. MRF, our vision is in all our 4,800 cities by the end of this mission, or before that, by 2026, we will be establishing MRF in all our cities. Waste to energy, million+ cities, we are very aggressively moving for establishing of waste to energy and biomethanation as an integrated solid waste plan. We as whole, all the waste will go at one place, segregated waste. If segregated green waste will go to a biomethanation plant, and the dry waste through MRF, all the resource recovery, whatever is left, it will go to waste to energy. Waste to energy, we are also working as a cluster. Some 4 or 5 cities as a cluster they will create. And target is the landfill should go only 5%. So this is the statistics, what exactly is with us right now. So for the wet waste management, we have a present design capacity is approximately 71,000 tons. As I told you, in the first phase, we have created mostly for the composting. And additional 30,000 TPD is being created. These are some of the biomethanation plant with 15,000 capacity, but gradually this will change. The scenario is changing. The more and more biomethanation plant, and smaller cities will be adopting this composting plant. Also, we have defined what kind of MRF all kind of cities need. For a smaller cities, manual MRF. For between 100,000 to 300,000, semi-automated. More than a million cities, automated MRF that has been planned. So presently we have a capacity of 42,000 ton, and our by 2026 In the second mission, 15,000 additional tons per day MRF is being created. The capacity is being created. So these are some of the pictures, what is working. Apart from this, the construction and demolition waste, we have a C&D waste management rule in place, and presently we have capacity of 15,000 and additional 10,000 tons per day capacity is under planning in this phase. And apart from this, the bulk waste generator, who are creating more, they have to manage their C&D waste. This is for all the cities. So all the NCAP city, we have a definition of NCAP cities also. 122 cities MOEFCC has declared. Further additional more than 500,000 population cities, we are taking in all those cities, we must have a C&D processing plant. Plastic ban, single-use plastic notification has been issued by all our urban local bodies. So, and gradually it is being adopted through IEC and awareness generation. So these are the plastic that has been banned. As I was telling that legacy dump site, we have a legacy of approximately 16 crores, 1,600 million. 1,600 million tons of legacy waste in our 2,200 dump sites. And in this mission, we are also financing the remediation of all the legacy dump site. Bigger cities are aggressively doing it. And here we need, through legacy, there is a segregation of old C&D, RDF, and your soil enricher. So this we are financing, and there is expectations that by 2026, approximately 15,000 acres that has been under legacy dump site, this will be cleared. What will be the impact? The impact is by our target is by 2026. It has potential of reduction of 101 million tons of CO2 if we achieve our direction as I have stated. So this is the target reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for talking about the Swachh Bharat mission and its contribution to the carbon emission reductions on that. Our next speaker is Mr. Deepak Srivastava, is the Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and also the Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority. Sir.
I will not use the PPT. I will just give you a small deliberation. That will be. Very good afternoon to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I was highly impressed by the talk of Mr. Hitesh Vaidya. I also share the same views because I always feel that you speak about NDCs, you speak about GSG inventories, you speak about many jargons which the local communities do not understand. So therefore, first let us get connected to the local communities. What is the local thinking available on ground thinking? What is available in any country, any city, any panchayat or any village? From the Tamil Nadu point of context, I will come later because I want to enlighten you. You might have heard, all are very good learner these days. There is a panchayat in Kerala called Minangadi Panchayat. And this panchayat is in Wayanad district of Kerala. They have taken a very wonderful community-based initiative, and they framed the community-based climate action plan. And since that 70% of the communities were agriculture-based, it was very easy to, you can say, the venture into the area and aim for the carbon neutral, going for carbon neutral. And they have successfully done in just a period of 3 to 4 years. Each of them have contributed, every individual, every youth, every, you can say, household has participated in the climate literacy program. And that is what, and they planted voluntarily 4 lakh trees. And the carbon, and they worked out the GSG inventories for that panchayat that was around about 11,800 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So they were knowing the problem, that this is our emission, and now we have to reduce it and go down to net zero like that. So what I want to highlight here is, when we are aiming for, in our country as 2070 as net zero, today or tomorrow, we have to really take very hard approaches. Soft approaches will not help. 1 city, 2 cities, or 10 cities will not help. We can showcase the achievements in various sectors, but the major concern will remain as such, that as a country, when we are going to take very hard decisions, taking communities into the fold. In Tamil Nadu, we have started the process. We have identified the problems. We have started the process. And the process is, we have been doing that for climate change missions all across the country, a kind of multi-sectoral convergence and linking with the communities like that. But there also, I find that the linking of communities is not in a very holistic manner. Some of the panchayats and some of the village people, when you speak, they don't know what you are going to do for them, and some of the ideas they have got, which you don't think at being at the top. So therefore, there is a total disconnect between the communities and with the policy makers, and between the intermediaries like all the kind of NGOs, trust, and the international agencies, national agencies which come and try to do. So what we have done in state of Tamil Nadu, which we will be deliberating at length in our evening session, that we have got a Tamil Nadu Green Climate company now. It's one of its unique company under Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013. So this company is to integrate the 3 missions, crucial missions like Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Tamil Nadu Green Tamil Nadu Mission, and Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. Now, everywhere for the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, there is a district climate change officer in every district, and district collector is a chairperson. And all the local bodies and all urban bodies and you can say agriculture department, water resources department, you can say that energy department representatives, everybody is there in that committee. Similarly, there is a district green committee where district collector is again a chairperson, and there is a member secretary of the district green committee, district forest officers. And then there is district level wetland management committees, where again the chairperson is the district collector and other members are there. So in all the 3 committees, representatives of the local communities, NGOs are also there. So in all the 3 committees, now you have got full-fledged multi-sectoral convergence right at the district level. And that district level goes up to block level. You can say up to village panchayat level. So the aspirations and hopes of the village and panchayat level is also heard in that district level action plans. So now whatever action plans are reaching to us is from the ground. It's from the ground, you can say it's from the grassroots level. It's a bottom-up approach. And I do feel, and I strongly feel, and I'm confident that you all will agree that we must follow this bottom-up approach. And without bottom-up approach, no think tank of any stature can do anything for that particular country. For that particular country, nobody can do. So let's take a pledge in this forum. Showcasing the achievements is a very good thing. We must do, we must continue to do, because these small, small steps makes the things big. But the major thing, major issue concerning all of us is, please, as a policymaker, as a local community, as an NGO, we have to share a common platform. We have to do a very, very, you can say, meticulous groundworking to know the local problems and then take those local problems into our action plans of the at the village level, then come to the block level, then come to the district level, then come to the state level, and then come to the country level. I think if we follow this approach, our 2070 net zero target will be much, much more comprehensive and much, much more impressive than any other country. And we have got the capabilities and capacities to do that. Thank you very much for the patient listening.
Thank you, Deepak ji. I think very good message. Thanks a lot, sir. Now I request my colleague, Mr. Keshav Jha, as the manager with the ICLEI South Asia office. Unfortunately, we could not have representation from Arunachal Pradesh government, and I request Keshav to present on the climate resilient responsive governance innovations in Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh is a province in India, and I request him to please talk about that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Imani Kumar. So my name is Keshav Jha. I am a manager in ICLEI South Asia. I am here standing on behalf of government of Arunachal Pradesh. So Arunachal is basically extreme most province in northeastern part of India. It's one of the most vulnerable state in almost its rank is 7th in the vulnerability index of India. And I will go to the next slide. So you see, that's the Honorable Chief Minister of the state. He has basically PAKE 2047 declaration, and I will be talking about briefly of that policy instrument. And in terms of, so these are the quick facts and figures around, how a state is vulnerable to the climate change, its impact. And if you look at the IPCC report, it clearly says in all the developing countries and LDC countries, especially the mountainous states are most vulnerable. And they're due to their fragile nature of urban systems and all. So considering all these threats and vulnerability to the climate change, the state government has been proactive to adopt new policies and programs on climate change, and they have enacted this pocket declaration, which is a climate resilient development policy for the state. And this is very much aligned with the government of India's climate commitment. Of course, there's a Panch Dhara, which is focusing on, you see, all these key elements like sustainability, health and well-being, ecology, livelihood improvement and all. So there's a proper mechanism, institutional mechanism, on how even at the state level, how the state government department will be speaking to the various sub-government departments like local government and also sub-provincial authorities, and they have these time-bound targets for the next 30-40 years. And this has been jointly worked out with the strong multi-stakeholder consultation-driven process. And ICLEI South Asia is also a technical support partner. We will be signing a MOU with the state government to help them implement this climate policy. So these are the 75 strategies under the Pocket Declaration, which has been adopted by the state government. And now each and every department at the state level have been asked to identify those long-term, medium-term and short-term actions, and with the proper budgetary allocations at the department level. So you see, these are the broad categories of the intervention strategies that have been identified, and it has been currently being implemented by each of those concerned departments at the state level. you can see there are various 410 actions, specific projects. Those projects are basically both soft and infrastructure projects as well. And you see there are different departments ranging from environment, women and child development, transport, power, health and infrastructure. So all of these departments have been allocated a specific responsibility under the Pocket Declaration to have this systematic plan of actions for the next 30-40 years to make city climate resilient. So these are the quick overview. And in terms of best practices, so you see there are some of the good practices that state have been doing, implementing over the past few years, which have been also recognized by the Government of India in its compendiums. And state has received several awards and accolades on these initiatives. So I will briefly end my presentation. I hope that you liked it, and if there is any questions to the state government, you can write it to us, you can send it to us, and we can forward it to the state government, and they can reply it back to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keshav. Now I request Mr. Robi Reda, is the director from South North and Climate Development Knowledge Network, CDKN. And I request Robi to talk about on the climate knowledge brokering in building resilience. Robi, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon all, and thank you, Imani, for the opportunity. I think I'll also make you happy and will not use the whole time allocated. Try to do that. So I represent a Cape Town-based or not-for-profit called South North, and one of our big programs is the Climate and Development Knowledge Network, which specializes in climate knowledge brokering. Climate knowledge brokering basically is the same as any other brokering. It's connecting demand to supply or user to knowledge producers and so on and so forth. But when it's knowledge brokering, one has to be careful, and climate is inherently uncertain in nature, so it requires a lot more care in how one communicates it. I'm not going to talk about knowledge brokering at a higher level, but we'll focus on a specific experience in Ethiopia and with a bit more granularity. I live in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and the experience I'll share will be based on our. We've done extensive work as CDKN in Ethiopia, but at the level of cities, it's fairly limited, but I'll share this specific experience. Addis Ababa, just to give you a context, Addis Ababa, particularly in recent years, has become quite proactive in addressing the impacts of climate change. It recently won the C40 Cities Bloomberg Philanthropies Award that was conducted during the World's Mayors Summit in Buenos Aires this year, and this was for its solid waste management approach through decentralized composting and recycling. Again, this year, the city also won the 8th Milan Urban Food Policy Pact in a summit hosted in Rio in Brazil, and this was under a theme, Food to Feed the Climate Justice, and Addis was awarded this for its school feeding program. There's a good feeding program in that city. In 2020, to talk about this project, in 2020, C40 approached us, CDKN, to support the work they're doing in Addis Ababa to support the city's ambitious bus rapid transit system. And the aim of this was to help this transit system become as clean and as green as possible. The program was called the City Solutions Platform, and C40 basically needed a knowledge partner, a knowledge management and knowledge broker partner, which was us. And there were 3 things they wanted us to do jointly. One was identify and create a database of clean and green solution providers and other actors in this space. The second was organize an event which involved a diverse range of actors: federal government, city government, NGO, entrepreneurs, consultants, and academia. Here also they wanted representative of other cities so that there was a learning exchange. And then it was to run a co-creation event where potential ideas to address this challenge, with regards to having a green and clean fast rapid transit system in Addis Ababa were developed, and these ideas were to be pitched. And all this happened during the COVID lockdown, so there were challenges in managing this, but we managed to do this under the leadership of C40. And these were basically some of the lessons learned from the work we undertook, because learnings are quite important in knowledge brokering. One was around alignment, and federal government actors tend to be more focused on the big picture, policy, enabling environment, etc. And cities are a bit more practical and action-orientated. And sometimes there is a communication gap between the two. And as knowledge brokers, sort of creating a coherent story and sort of demonstrating that they were all pulling or pushing in the same direction is important, and that they complement and supplement each other. So that was one thing. There was another one around, I don't know, I would call it safeguarding, but one can call it other things as well. For instance, in the context of this work we did, one of the city's priorities was to identify technologies, what sort of electric buses exist, batteries, and so on and so forth. And the best people to tell you about this are possibly suppliers and product owners and so on and so forth. But you don't want to turn that event into a marketplace where it becomes a sales speech as opposed to a clear communication of what these technologies are. So we had to set rules around this a bit more so that we still got what we could, but yeah. The other is around context. Cities tend to, there was interest for other cities to participate, but for Addis, they said because we've gone so far, we don't need, other cities that were not, that have not started this process yet to participate in it. But we tried to convince that there was value in bringing in other cities that are behind in the queue. I don't know if I can explain that. Also to the event, because it's not, even if it's not directly relevant to BRT development and greening, still will have a lot more to say because they've done one thing that's of relevance. It's not one thing or the other. There is there is something relevant that they can bring to the table. And the last possibly is around synthesis and communication. Although there was a longer initial work, and this had to be, the information had to be synthesized in 2 days and communicated. Basically, the ideas had to be developed and pitched to the city administration within that period. And you need good tools for that, co-creation tools, but also, you need to have efficient time management, facilitation skills, and so on, because it's a broader set of actors that are there. So yeah, that's the other observation. So all in all, I think my message here is, knowledge brokering is climate knowledge brokering is about establishing trust amongst a number of diverse actors and ensuring the right sort of space is created to convene and facilitate dialogue, and then synthesize and communicate this well at the end, because that's also an important part of it. And this basically is what we do at the Climate and Development Knowledge Network. And climate knowledge brokering resonates well with what cities need, since there is a big diversity in actors involved in cities, interests, and in the range of activities and services that is required to strengthen city-level resilience. So, yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Romy. Very good message. I'll say that in the climate knowledge brokering. How do you bring everybody together and make the knowledge brokering, not selling something to somebody? We have our last speaker, but not least, Ms. Sambita Ghosh, Senior Specialist, Climate Change Adaptation and Nature-Based Solutions, WWF India, and she's going to talk about integrated approach for building climate resilient cities, a case study of Bangalore. Sambita, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Kumar. And thank you to all the panelists before me. I think you touched upon various aspects of, how to build resilient cities. Some of you speaking about how we approach it is important, and some of you talking about urban livelihoods. Some of you talking about urban biodiversity. Some of you talking about knowledge partnerships and how we can build to cumulative targets of building adaptation, resilience, as well as, carbon benefits from the approaches that we undertake. So I will briefly talk about how we are approaching building resilience through ecosystem restoration of wetlands in Bangalore. And it's part of a river system called the Argavati River Basin, which is a river flowing through Bangalore, and also a network of wetlands which is connected to it. And how improving the restoration of this water and wetland system actually contributes to building the resilience and the carbon sequestration capacity of the city in the short and as well as the long term. So, I mean, a lot of you might question that it's a session about cities and why am I talking about wetlands and river systems. So what is important to understand is that wetlands, of course, are natural carbon sinks. And apparently 300 million tons of CO2 is released back into the atmosphere annually due to destruction of wetlands. And in Bangalore alone, we have observed a 77% decline in the number of wetlands over the years. And with the rapid rate of urbanization over the last 40 years, where Bangalore villages around Bangalore have been converted into cities, and there's a 500% increase in urbanization overall. And so it's important to see that how these are connected to the climate impacts that the city is facing right now. Because now there has been an increase in short duration, high intensity precipitation events, which is leading to urban flooding in recent times, which is due to leading to massive economic losses and also loss to property and, blockages and bottlenecks in transport and housing. So it's important that we look at how the wetlands can contribute to improving the resilience of the cities through restoration. And wetlands can act as, healthy wetlands can act as not only good carbon sinks, but also act as sponges that can absorb the excess water from these floods back into the system, which can then contribute to reducing the impact of the flood on the city. So the way we design NBS projects is to not only look at adaptation resilience benefits, but also at carbon sequestration benefits. So this is like a co-benefits approach, rather than looking at singularly either or approach. So another thing to underline is that it demonstrates that cities don't really exist in isolation. It's part of a system. So while the Arkavati flows through the Bangalore rural, Bangalore urban as well, we have to look at beyond the city to target the impacts that are happening at the city level. So it's important to design at scale to have an impact at the level that we want to have. So we have to look at upstream as well as downstream issues, so that we not only look at what are the benefits in our area of interest, also so that we don't have any negative impacts in the other neighboring areas, so to avoid maladaptation. So how we and nature connects people and regions, and it really highlights that we need to design at scale. So with the NBS design, that how we have approached it, it's split into 3 packages. One set is, of course, looking at strategies and interventions, which will include desilting, de-weeding, improving connectivity of all these wetlands, so that the excess water can be absorbed much more fast in times of crisis like floods. But also looking at building capacities across all levels, building knowledge products which can be demonstrated with the communities, proof of concept demonstrations, building a community and government engagement in all these areas. And also then talking about wetland and water restoration plans, urban water management plans, so that these are then mainstreamed at a certain level back within the city governance, so that it can be taken forward beyond the lifetime of the project. So, and the overall idea is to have a combination of approaches which can create an NBS portfolio, so to speak, and empower more vulnerable communities like women and the urban poor, and enhance their livelihoods, and integrate policy, integrate NBS into policy that is already happening. Like Mr. Vaidya said earlier, that there are so many plans that are already at the city level. So the key here is to not create new individual plans, but to integrate climate and nature-based solutions into existing plans so that they are mainstreamed across the board and are not looked at in isolation. And so through this, we can improve the water security, we can improve the resilience of the cities, and we can lead to much larger impacts at the adaptation and mitigation level. So it has been quite a experience working on these things, and we look at how we can rejuvenate the network of wetlands, reduce our water footprint, talking to communities, and building knowledge partnerships where we educate not only the people at multiple levels of governance and policymakers and decision makers, but also school children to have that much more of an impact, because we want to bring about a transformation in lifestyles and how people consume the resources, how people adapt to different challenges. So it's important for them to understand where the resources are coming from, how they can adapt, and how they can build their resilience over time and communicate the things that they have learned to their peer groups. So peer-to-peer learning is also an important aspect of what we're trying to do. And again, of course, provide a cushion against floods and to enhance carbon capture in the future. So the package of practices and interventions not only look at shorter-term goals, but also how can build it to short, medium, and longer-term goals over time. Because the more longer-term the solution is, the more sustainable the city and resilient the city is as a whole. So, of course, the biggest challenges here are, how do we scale up? How do we get finance that can, take it forward? And how do we explain it to, because NBS is a fairly new terminology in the lexicon. Of course, it borrows from existing concepts, but it also brings in a new terminology which people are not sometimes aware of. So, building the capacity, helping them understand how they can use existing approaches to, create NBS projects and how to build resilience based on that. And also looking at how they can build it forward to contribute to national targets on NDCs and our carbon emissions and reducing emissions overall. And also speaking to private partners, financiers who can contribute to building these projects with us to help them understand how we can look at educating them about what NBS is, how resilience building can help in carbon sequestration as well. So it's not just a carbon offset project, but it also is, contributing to adaptation, resilience, and benefit of the entire city as a whole. So this is something that we have learned over time, and we intend to build on it further. But the crucial key messages that we have is, the most important things is to build relationships, build trust, build partnerships, and build capacities across the board to be able to interpret and assimilate new information so as to be able to implement projects that are much larger in scale with much more confidence in the future that can lead to a creation of not just cities as a whole, but entire ecosystems around cities that support the city in the longer run. So looking forward to learning from all of you and build partnerships as part of this event that we organize. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sambita, for that information. So with this, we will close this session. I know that we have the next session at 3 o'clock again. We have only 1 minute left before that, or it's already 3 o'clock. So I just want to thank Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, both the directors. I want to thank NIUA for partnering with us under this, and also all the speakers, both from the Tamil Nadu government and CDK and WWF, and also Gujarat government for us. And a special thanks to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for giving this opportunity to present all the activities, what's happening in Indian cities here on that. So thank you again, and I will just close this session here and giving it back to the next session organizers. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. May I request everyone to please take the seat and we start with the session. Thank you. Namaskar Vande Mataram. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the global citizens watching this program from where you are in our beautiful blue planet, now in the risk of climate catastrophe. In this risk of catastrophe, no approach can be better than the Prime Minister, His Excellency Narendra Modi, emphasizes number of times. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, a Sanskrit phrase from Indian culture that mentions world is one family when faced with catastrophe. We even come closer and nurture the future generation for dealing with global risk. Today, I, Durga Kamath, is standing here representing the youth with an environmental architecture background, working as project executive to moderate this program of starting action on localizing net zero and life in the global network of universities, that is Smart Campus Cloud Network, in short, SCCN. I would like to highlight that it is a global launch of a campaign, Not Zero, Net Zero, initiated in SCCN in the university campuses. Around 400 universities have not only registered, but many of them have initiated the work towards implementing UN SDGs in their campuses. Before starting the STAR event in the India Pavilion, I would like I would like to further emphasize that more than 250 universities have taken a pledge of transforming their campuses to net zero. We are fortunate that SCCN is mentored by global personalities none other than Honorable Prakash Javadekar, Member of Parliament and former Education Minister, and Eric Solheim, who is Under Secretary General, United Nations, and former Minister of Environment in Norway. Today's presentation in this session will be delivered from the dais and from distance, that is offline and online. I welcome the representatives of UNESCO and GOD, our partners with SCCN. I also welcome one and all present over here, online, offline. I would also like to extend my thanks to MOEF CCC for giving us this opportunity to present our global launch. Without spending much time, I would like to invite Dr. Rajendra Shende, who will introduce and brief the context of the today's launch. He is a prime mover of SCCN, former director at UNEP, leading the most successful ozone layer protection program, and he is also IIT Bombay alumnus. So, welcome.
Welcome to all who are present here and online, looking at the YouTube link for this event today. I would like to start by thanking Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for giving us this opportunity to a very unique event of launching what already exists in a global platform, and that is about network of universities for sustainable development goals, and particularly net zero. The title of the presentation, which is going to be in a form of certain examples, as well as providing the objective and the mission of this program, is localizing SDGs and carbon neutrality in the universities. Very clearly, universities definitely will not contribute very significantly to any country's target for carbon neutrality in terms of the emissions and in terms of the tonnage. But they would be an inspiring example for businesses as well as for the governments and even globally, that something can be done. For last 3 decades, we have been talking, and we are not coming to what is called as a bending the curve of emission rise. And I feel that the universities, and I will give you some examples, they can be standing with their head up and telling, yes, friends, in COP27 we have done it and we can do it further. So let me start by introducing this network, which is called as a Smart Campus Cloud Network. And I will tell you why these words, which looks like an octopus, Smart Campus Cloud Network, and I will explain to you what exactly it means. Next slide, I have this, right? Yeah. Well, yesterday, we had this symbolic 8 billionth baby born. Many people are talking, are we going to now survive with this 8 billion colleagues in the world? But we look at it as an opportunity. That 8 billionth baby would be an opportunity to join hands with, to carry out the work which is unfinished, including that of climate change. This baby, which is in Manila, will be 18 years by 2040, which is what IPCC is talking about, 50% reduction in emission reduction. And by 2050, will be exactly 28 years, and if this baby completes the post-graduation and maybe doing his PhD, hopefully on a climate-related aspects, by that time, we are supposed to get 100% reduction. Smart Campus Cloud Network is an exact program which will help this baby to skill in carrying out what is called as a carbon neutrality, which will also contribute to sustainable development goals. But apart from the baby, look at the mother there. And I would like to equate that with the Mother Earth. Today the Mother Earth is on a saline. It has gone through a lot of sufferings. I don't want to equate it with the birth pain, but it is going through the what is called as an adulthood pain, which has been caused by the humanity. But, so this mother and child is something which we have to nurture, and we have to bring them to the reality of making this world a better place for them to live in. So what is the Smart Campus Cloud Network? It is a network of universities in which students and the faculty are encouraged to make their campus a living laboratory. Come out of the classroom. That doesn't mean that classroom is negated. Classroom is important. But don't remain in the classroom. Come out of the campus where you can carry out your experiments, creativity, innovation in issues including carbon neutrality. So it's a learning by doing and accelerating by sharing. And that's why this word cloud comes. The digital cloud helps in sharing the information. Managing by
And the Smart Campus Cloud Network is a fantastic network for action to happen. More than 400 universities are now connected to the network, and many of them are taking strong action to cut down on emissions and move towards plastic-free and move towards zero-emission campuses. The Smart Campus Cloud Network is a very important institution to better the planet, but to also improve the life at the universities. I visited with Dr. Shende a couple of universities in Pune, India last year, the Ferguson School and the Peace University, and both of them are moving very fast towards zero-emission universities and of course setting up different schools and education programs highlighting the impact of climate change. In another Indian city, Bhubaneswar, both the Sri University there, as well as the Kalinga School for indigenous young people, are also moving fast towards being green, doing massive tree planting at university campuses, for instance. There is so much universities can do to improve the quality of life and go green. Look to the energy systems of the university. Make sure that those are based on wind power or solar power. It's the opportunities to put up massive wind power inside the universities as roofs or in empty spaces. Look to tree planting. Universities can be greener. That's more attractive for the students and the staff, but also good for the planet. Look to the curriculum, where the climate change has the place in the curriculum which is most needed. And universities can also represent the change into a better, greener lifestyle, which Prime Minister Modi so bravely is preaching in India. If you want to look to inspiration to go green, I find no better place to look than in the old scriptures of India. Look, those are the old Indians venerated nature. They venerated nature to an extent that they even made gods half animal and half humans are one species in nature. We
We depend on nature. We should make this planet great again, and we should not destroy it. The old Indians also carried another wisdom. The whole universe is one family, they said, telling us today that we need to work together, whether we are the United States or China, whether we are India or Africa or Europe. Let's all work together for this one vulnerable planet, which we all share together. And the Smart Campus Cloud Network is a very important institution for this to happen. And that's why I'm so happy to be connected as a mentor of this great network. And I wish you complete success with this event in Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would like to thank Eric Solem. I would also like to highlight that he was a peace negotiator for Sri Lanka, and at present, by being the mentor of SCCN, he is even taking lead to make peace with the climate crisis. Next, I would like to...
That a student with a tertiary education degree will earn even more than twice as much as a student with just a high school diploma over a lifetime. So we are talking about a large number of highly qualified and highly paid people entering into the pool, which can contribute to advance India's dream of making it carbon neutral. Even if half of these students are groomed in a system that supports carbon neutrality and advocates carbon disclosure, they can walk the talk in every sense of the word, and maybe make the dream of making India truly green. So if accurate information about climate change is vital to convince decision makers of its significant impact, and the urgent action needed to develop measures to mitigate it, it goes without saying that the same process will be equally valuable for the university. And this is where SCCN comes into fore. If there is lack of transparency in actual carbon footprint of the universities, it may delay and even hinder urgent efforts to move toward net zero targets. So essentially, India has a fantastic opportunity to reach out to almost, I think the total number goes something like 870, slightly 870,000 students which joined this year in its bachelor's program. So you can understand, the magnitude of scale, that we can reach out. If all the universities in India were to join SCCN and start using the system that UNESCO will be partnering with GOAD as well as SCCN to develop in the days to come. So one of the things that we are looking forward to see is, as openness is the broad global movement that is not only advancing science and scientific communication, but also transforming modern society, to bring the science of carbon to the benefits of the universities. Perhaps there is a need to open the process of scientific knowledge creation, evaluation, as well as communication with respect to carbon footprint of universities forward. So I think the platform that we are talking about will become an excellent tool for us to move forward in the right direction. This is the reason why UNESCO will be joining SCCN and GOAD to SC, but also develop a system that will be comparable between and amongst different universities. So that will not only generate data shared with us, but at the same time to make them comparable across the board. So we think that if this thing is broadly adopted, we will in fact be reaching out to one of the most educated one of the most resource rich, given the fact that the all high-paying jobs are going to the people as soon as they graduate from Indian Institute of Science or IITs, such as my good friend Raj there. It will be fantastic that if all of these new people coming out of these IITs will start come out with a pre-exposure to the net zero, and at the same time, this will change the university's dream to reach out to reach out to the world, and at the same time, provide for the green and net zero world that we are looking forward to. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to respond. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bhananupin, for being there online. I would like to invite Dr. Rajendra Shinde to give the conclusion remarks.
We started a bit late, about 10 minutes late, and we are exactly 1 hour from here. I would like to first thank Bhanu, my friend from UNESCO Paris office, how he has well connected the open access data movement to the climate change. And I think that was very evident when Secretary General Antonio Guterres released a report about 1 week back saying that misinformation about carbon neutrality is causing what is called as a greenwashing. It's the most important danger. He says that it is a danger which will take us to the fake land, that we have done something, but actually we have not done anything. So it is a disastrous situation, and I think that is exactly has been picked up. I'm also thankful to Kishore, Dr. Alhor, who is leading the team, which has a steep growth in a number of clients who are looking for carbon neutrality and verifying it. And they are the one who are addressing United Nations Secretary General's worry about greenwashing. Unless we verify it, I think the world will continue to greenwash us. And even if we achieve 50% or 100% reduction, we still will not be there. And I think this situation has not been yet thought of. And thanks to GORD, who has been developing such kind of a program. So thank you, Kishore, for explaining that. And finally, I would like to thank all the audience here, as well as those who are watching on YouTube. And thanks to IT department, as well as Sareen, who has organized this event. I know IT department has a number of issues, but still we managed to go through it. Last remark, I wish those negotiators like Kerry's of the world and Alok Sharma's of the world should have been here to see that roadmap which Kishore presented. We said by November 23, we will be ready with not only the setup, but probably we will be ready with the award system to tell the universities which have done a good job. And let me now take this back to the UNESCO, and Rambuj is here from UNESCO, former UNESCO, and hopefully Bhanu is listening, that in 23, COP28, we will hold the award ceremony for those who have achieved 50% reduction 7 years in advance of the Paris Climate Agreement. Thank you very much, and thank you to Durga for conducting this well.
Just to conclude the session, and a message to universities and all present here for our journey towards net zero. It is a phrase by Swami Vivekanand. He says that Uttishtata, Jagrata, Prapya, Varani Bodhata. That means Utho Jago or Dheya ki Prapti tak ruko mat, which means in English, arise, awake, and do not stop until the goal is reached. So with this, I would say that all the best towards our journey to carbon neutral, net zero by 2070.
Hello. So are we good to start? Good evening to our esteemed panel and everyone present here, online and offline. I welcome you to this important discussion policy center. TERE is an independent, global, non-profit and non-partisan organization dedicated to sustainable solutions to our development imperatives. A member of International Union for Conservation of Nature, TERE is accredited by the United Nations, ECOSOC, UNFCCC, UNEP, and UNESCO. It is a warm privilege to introduce to you the members of today's panel. First off is Padma Shri Mr. Karthike Sarabhaiji, Director of Center for Environment Education. Mr. Sarabhai is a dedicated community builder and one of the world's leading environmental educator. Mr. Sarabhai was recently appointed as the chairperson of the Sabarmati Trust after the sad demise of late Ella Bhatt. Next is Dr. Ram Bhujji, CEO of Mobi's Foundation. Dr. Bhuj is a former UNESCO professional with passion about environmental issues, biodiversity, climate change, sustainable development, and environment education being central. Young people are the bedrock of climate movement, and Mr. Dominic Balassi joins us today. Mr. Balassi is a master's student at Delft University, Netherlands, who specializes in sustainable energy technology. He is an active member of the Young Energy Specialist and Development Corporation. And finally, Mahatma Award winner, Dr. Vinita Apteji, founder and director of TERE Policy Center. Dr. Apte has authored 7 books and is the developer of more than 10 forestries. May we please welcome the panel with a warm applause. The theme for today's discussion is afforestation and renewable energy for eco-restoration, community development, livelihood generation, and sustainable living leading to net zero. May I please invite Dr. Apte for the opening remarks before we open the discussion. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bharat, for the well-introduced and starting of the program. So, respected panelists, TERE Policy Center is a dedicated NGO for the work on climate change. TERE means Earth in French, and we stand for technology, education, research, and rehabilitation for the environment. We at TERE are caring for TERE's life, that is Earth's life, making oxygen parks. It can say oxygen factory. Conservation and restoration is our vision. It rightly says that forests are not grown overnight. It's a result of sincere efforts and not disturbance from people. Forests are the lungs of the earth, and that's the reason one should protect forests. In the topics, the total area of forest lost since 1990 is nearly 2 million square kilometers. The loss cause of Amazon forest burning is also not to ignore. These examples are the drop in the ocean. So anyone can imagine what kind of loss we are facing because of deforestation. The loss of complex and biodiverse old growth forest cannot be reversed within the lifetime of people alive today. But increasing the total area of young forest, if done properly, can help reach net zero by temporarily balancing limited emissions from industries where low carbon alternatives are still some way off, such as aviation. Halting deforestation has advantages that stretch well beyond the climate, including protecting biodiversity and securing clean water. The ancient quote in Rigveda says, Dashakupa samavapi, dashavapi samorudha. Dasharudha samaputro, dashaputro samo drumaha. That means a pond equals 10 wells, a reservoir equals 10 ponds, a sun equals 10 reservoirs, and a tree equals 10 suns. So with this quote, I welcome to all the nature lovers and climate warriors to protect our earth by conserving forest. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those incredible words and to instill hope and optimism within us. If the panel permits, we can now jump on to the discussion. I will ask certain questions, and we can take turns in answering them. We will try and keep answers to 2.5, 3 minutes. And my apologies in advance if I'd have to cut you in between. And I would want to address the elephant in the room. That is that we understand that many net zero commitment makers could be at the risk of missing their climate commitments. How do we tackle the lack of action on deforestation? Mr. Sarabhai, if you'd want to take this question first, and then we can move on to the next speaker.
Hello. Thank you. This deforestation, of course, happens for a number of different reasons, and let me get through a few of them. In forests in Gujarat, after we became independent, there were large forest lands on the hills, and these usually belonged to the Maharajas. The Maharajas were asked to give up this thing. So you had this phase which was very vulnerable, because should they cut the trees or should they not cut the trees, or what should they do? The village communities also were there. There were a few like Jasdan who said, even if it's going from us, this is our forest, we should protect it. And today that is an educational national park there. Many of the others really got cut, and we had a large amount of deforestation at that time. But interestingly, the mahua tree was not cut. Now, the village had a direct relationship with mahua and tadi. It was, of course, based on drink, but also the flowers were used for making a type of flour, which they could use to make things. But they had a relationship with it, so they did not allow, even the king was trying to cut them, they did not allow that. Then, of course, unfortunately, immediately thereafter, Morarji Desai became the chief minister of the combined Gujarat and Maharashtra state. And he said, oh, mahua tree to kaat dena chahiye, because of his strong belief in prohibition. But the point I was making was that relationship of ownership, and where you have found great success, and C and Viksat have been one of them, is when this whole thing of joint forest management and things came about, where you gave a stake to the rural areas. There they did not allow anyone to touch a forest. They would know it. So it's even better than having forest guards looking after an area, because the village community saw that this is theirs. So I was saying that one point I would like to make in answer to you is that you need people to have a sense of ownership. Now we are trying that in cities also, that if there is a little society or a gated community, let us find some leadership there who will say, this is ours, let us make it green. And what can we do? So I think that is one sort of thing. The other is, of course, that you have these large projects and requirements. And that pressure is very difficult to overcome. I think other speakers will also say about this. So there, again, it's a more detailed answer to that. But I think this is the answer I would like to give first.
Super. That's a question up in the panel as well. But thank you for your answer, sir. And I think what the story...
I can say about that also.
Definitely.
For instance, I'll give a few other reasons. One is that architects given blank pieces of paper, and they're used to drawing their building on blank pieces of paper. So many of them, when they get a site even which has trees, they first cut it down, and then they start doing landscape designing or wo sab baad mein shuru hota, because they are used to a blank paper. Our own campus at CE, which Vanita ji has seen, and of course Rambuj knows well, we was also one which had no tree on it. And around us that time, it was not the city, but Maldharis who keep cattle. And cattle would come and graze in it, and therefore nothing would really remain. So first thing, taking this ownership model, we called them and said, we know you want water, so you can come and collect water from our borewell. You don't have to sneak in. You can come in from the main gate and you can take water. Your children can come and pick the berries, the boar as they're called in Gujarat, and you can cut grass and take it, but no cattle. And they said it's a deal. orally. And from the next day, cattle stopped. And we started getting the trees coming up. Some months later, when I was coming, I saw all these people standing in the gate at sea. And I said, what happened? So they said that one cattle person from Kutch had come there, and from the back he had entered. He did not know our agreement. And we didn't want one of your staff to tell you, okay, we had broken that agreement. We wanted to be the first to tell you that we are sorry. We are now posting someone. But that is the importance of their word. Okay, we will not allow this to happen. So even those, but then we had grown trees, and so when we were building our building, we had told our architect, okay, please, no trees to be cut. So the plan came out, and we had to get it approved by the Ministry of Environment. So I had taken it there, and that plan, of course, didn't have trees. So the first comment the secretary made was, okay, is your architect gone mad? Because the building seemed to be going around things, and he could not understand why it was not a straight shape. But if you come to our campus, which I hope several of you will see that there are gaps in the building from which the trees are still standing. But similarly, when they make roads, the map they have on which they draw it does not have the trees drawn on it. So even an architect who is sensitive can't plan the road. So this is the second type of problem, that you don't recognize these features in any of your planning documents, and then you find things very easily. And then you have things like RA Colony and this and that. You have several places where a little shifting here and there can maybe save 50% of those trees. But we know the stories of the Bishnois, we know the story of the history. These are all coming out of a certain feeling for the trees and a certain use. And when the forest department, before these joint forests, said that you cannot use those trees at all, then people do cut it. You know, they don't have that luxury. So these are just few of the reasons. I'll stop here.
No, I think very real and very important instances that you shared, sir. And I really hope that it's not a blank paper on which COP ideas are built. Dr. Bhuj, maybe please request you to share your thoughts on how do we tackle lack of action on deforestation?
Thank you so much. In fact, Sri Kartikeya Sarabhai has already set the tone for this discussion. The whole issue of afforestation and the shape it has taken currently in the context of climate change debate is very significant, and Vinita has rightly said that, linked it to the eco-restoration and of course community development and net zero. So these are all interlinked. When we talk about the communities, particularly I remember when I am basically a village boy. I was born and brought up in a village, and we used to play around these trees because villages were inside a forest. Every village used to have hundreds of trees, varieties, diversity of trees, and mahua, as he said rightly, used to be one. It was very useful because people used to make a local drink out of its flowers. The sweet bread was made from it. Its seeds were source of oil that was very good for the rheumatism, for the bone and joint pains. This is still used. The other example I would like to give is from the Northeast, where I worked for my PhD in Northeast India. And there is a kind of agriculture which is prevalent, that is shifting agriculture. It's called as slash and burn agriculture. Communities, what they do, they burn a forest patch, then grow several crops. It's basically in one unit area, say a hectare area, they will grow at around 15 to 16 crop varieties, and they are all mutually compatible. Some will grow vertically, some will horizontally, and they are ecologically so compatible and add to not only the eco-restoration or soil restoration or conservation, but also economy of the area. That was the kind of system which was prevalent there. But of course, advancement of the agricultural systems, that cropping cycle got changed. It's both in the sense of time, space, as well as diversity, and we are facing a lot of problems now. And in one of the areas in northeast, which is Cherrapunji, is the rainiest spot in the world. But because of this shifting agriculture, you will find currently it's called a wet desert because it has so much rainfall, but there is no soil to hold the plant vegetation, and there is no vegetation to hold the soil. But even under such circumstances, there is a sacred forest group, and that forest group is preserved by the communities because of their traditional knowledge system as well as faith system. And that's in the ecology terms, which we call as climatic climate system, where you can find all kind of biodiversity. Even there is a cave. There are both animals and plants living in harmony. So that is one example. The other, Karthik bhai mentioned about this Chipko movement in Uttarakhand, in the mountains of the mid and western Himalayas. That is another movement which is community-led. I think the main problem started with the when the kind of development that has started, the diversion of forest lands for the agriculture purposes, the modern agriculture, for the roads, for all kind of development projects, forests were the easy target. And this is continuously growing on. Of course, World Bank Forestry Project in India tried to kind of bring eco-development aspect, which is still going on in many forest areas in the country, or the social forestry angle. But eco-development was more compatible with the ecosystem restoration, what we talk today, because they divided the whole area into the core, like which is conserved in a way which is kind of sanctum sanctorum. Nobody can exploit those areas, but there are buffer and those multiple use zones where you can have all those ecological or social activities. And so there was a kind of balance in this World Bank Eco Development Project, and it was community-led. But in the context of climate change currently, because we have this whole ecosystem decade, I think we need to do much more, because when we have now the tools to capture the carbon, number one, and also to measure how much carbon is captured by a particular forest ecosystem. Because we have around, say, 20% of forest area, but half of that area is not ecologically viable or functional. So that their carbon capture capacity is limited. So a lot of things need to be done. And I think the whole system of ecosystem, livelihood, and net zero is dependent on how we do the eco, not afforestation, because afforestation is going on since decades, but how we restore an ecosystem which has taken hundreds of years to build in a static equilibrium, in a compatible manner, as I said, in some of the sacred forest areas conserved by the community. That is the key question in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhuj. And I think the point about eco-restoration is very central. And there would be further discussion around that too. Mr. Balasi, may I please request to share your thoughts on the lack of action on deforestation?
Hello. Thanks, Bharat, and thanks to the whole Indian Pavilion for giving me the possibility to be here today as a part of this incredible panel. I think that in order to combat the huge lack of interest and of attention on the topic of deforestation, we must find new ways to raise the awareness of civil society. To this end, I think we should collaborate with national, international institutions to promote programs that aim to reconnect people with the world of nature. Actually, you said you were a village boy. I was instead more a city boy. So I had to actually rediscover what does it mean to be in touch with the nature. Have you ever have you ever been in a freshly cut forest, for instance? That feeling that you experience, that feeling of grief, is something that goes beyond the just rational level and goes deep to an emotional part of all of ourselves. So I think we should use this feeling to help and to move and to push young people, to urge our policymakers to take rapid actions against deforestation. There are multiple activities and projects that aim in this direction. I just think about an Italian company called Tridom. They actually are providing a platform for everyone to plant trees across the world, to adopt trees, and they also provide pictures as well as GPS coordinates of such trees. These activities are so important because they fill the gap that nowadays there is between people and the natural processes. And for sure, in the long term, this will make the difference. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vilasi. Dr. Apte, maybe please get your thoughts on the question now.
Hello, it's okay. Besides the question, I think Rambhuj and Karthik Sarabhai, even Dominic, they have gave their thoughts. But when I see about the plantation and forestation, I feel that the conservation is the main key hereafter, because we have already cut many forests for the development, and development is, I mean, nobody can stop development now. Development is also necessary to get along with, and everyone needs that. But while thinking about the plantation, we just plant the trees and we forget. So we should not do that. We have to conserve the plants, whatever we have planted. Maybe in an urban forest, maybe on the high mountain ranges, or maybe wherever you plant or get the community support. Means at their policy center level, we have developed forestries in and around Maharashtra, more than 10 forestries on high mountain ranges. And for that, we have to struggle with the local community first, because they thought that we are taking their land. They are there and they have started their living life over there, because they have come from some other district or other villages, other cities, and it is very difficult to get involved them. And that awareness we need to start with for developing the eco-restoration or biodiversity. To give them advocacy is the main problem of nowadays, because everyone have to build something over there. They need the survival. So now we have started one program which is developing the community through the commercial plants. So we gave them commercial plants to grow and give them the means for that also. And then they get the whatever the finance from that place, they will get for their survival. So they know that now these people, they are coming for making the forest in and around their land, but that way they are developing the community. And through that, once you grow the forest, the biodiversity automatically comes over there. You should not go and get the butterflies and spread it over there, or you should not go somewhere else and get the bees give them for the forest. But bees are so wise. If they don't get any nectar, they start running away from the forest. So that sort of forest is the need of era. That's what my understanding is.
Thank you, ma'am. I think all four of our panelists really touched on the idea of a community-oriented approach. Now, this leads to my second question, which is, how will the transition to a net zero society affect local communities? So you mentioned about Mahua in different areas. Ma'am mentioned about how different forestries and ownership needs to be transferred to the local people. The question is how eco-restoration would better put indigenous people and local communities at the heart of these solutions. Ma'am, would you want to start again just so that, or Mr. Balasi could start if you'd want, we can do it.
Well, I think that if we want to achieve a fair net zero transition, we have to start talking about just and equitable development. We must ensure that local communities participate, but also take the leadership and the ownership of the development efforts. And I think that sustainable energy technologies in this regard can play a crucial role. For instance, in Europe, we are assisting to the birth of several energy communities. This helps to center the citizen in the decision-making process and also brings multiple benefits in regards of energy access, decrease the cost of energy, and also creates new job opportunities. In this regard, it is studied that investments in renewables generate 3.2 times more jobs overall when compared to fossil fuel investments. And this data goes up to 3.6 times when referred to low qualified jobs, so jobs that require just a high school degree. Therefore, this means that renewable energies are both a solution to achieve a net zero society, but at the same time, they also can help to fight for a less unequal planet. Finally, as a student, and I think here the panelists will agree with me that we must underline the fact that every type of policy, approach, or subsidy given to renewable energy for the transition in general must be in tandem with the investments for education. This is so important because we need to train the future generation, and we need to give them the instruments to fight and to provide us for those answers that we don't know yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balasi. Dr. Bhuj, maybe invite you to share your thoughts on this.
Transition to net zero through afforestation and eco-restoration. There are many governments in their nationally determined contributions. They have, while UN wanted that countries must enhance their contribution, the targets, I think most of the countries, including India, one of the areas that countries raised their ambition was in the area of afforestation, a target of millions of hectares getting planted. We just had a few sessions under the Climate Justice Pavilion here, and the indigenous people, they are tooth and nail opposing this because they are not being part of it, number one. Number two, it's their land, their livelihood is going to be impacted by these government, because mostly these NDCs are government-led, and all the reduction and mitigation targets. So that is one very, very important aspect one must consider, the equity justice for achieving the net zero. The other thing is, of course, all the estimates say that through afforestation we can achieve at least 1/3 of the mitigation targets, around 30 to 40%, which is the target by many countries by 2030. And net zero, of course, means UN slogan is net zero by 2050. A lot of people are telling net zero, not zero. That is another slogan. So these are some very pertinent questions that need to be asked. I again say that the other thing which I would like to mention here, that lifestyle, this lifestyle for environment, some of the choices that we can make, which reduce the pressure on forests or forest lands or these very precious ecosystems, that can automatically, without subjecting a lot of these tribal lands and other lands into afforestation targets. That too, these afforestation is not, I would like to mention, is they are not the ecosystem restoration initiatives. Some of these choices, like we see the slogan of the vegan group. I think if world, according to their statistics, world shift towards plant-based diets, you can have 17 to 18% of the carbon reduction. So that is one. And I think the other thing is, like many products where wood, like paper, of course, reduction in the use of paper, reduction in use of many of those, like in the building materials, lot of choices are there. So we can have several in our food choices, in our these construction choices, in our daily use choices, we can make and save these precious ecosystems, because ecosystem formation takes hundreds, in certain cases thousands of years, particularly in tropical forest ecosystems. They cannot be restored in a hurry or through any kind of afforestation measures cannot create ecosystems in a hurry. Of course, we can do some short circuiting or the greenwashing, but that is not the answer. So my contention and firm belief is that we have, number one, the lifestyle choices, number two, community-led eco-restoration practices, saving those ecosystems which are pristine and carbon sink, both in terms of the aquatic ecosystems, marine as well as terrestrial systems, and also making lifestyle choices. These two, I think, can lead to the net zero. And of course, means we have our reservations about this whole concept of net zero. So thank you.
So thank you. And I think that links very closely to what's written, Lifestyle for Environment, and the theme of life that we at India Hub are trying to promote. So may I invite you now to share your thoughts on this?
So I think what Rambuji has said very clearly is that afforestation and working on the sinks will have a major effect, maybe a 1/3 effect is what you predict or whatever, but it cannot balance. So you cannot just say that we will ignore our lifestyles or how much we are producing and some of the sinks will take care of that. It will not happen. So obviously we need to increase the sinks to the extent possible, and afforestation is a very good and very easy way. So I think that is one thing, that it is not instead of several other measures which you will have to take. The other thing which you mentioned about justice, it is at the small level, also at the bigger level. It's very easy for us to tell Brazil, for instance, that how can you let the Amazon burn, or how can you let a football field worth of trees of pristine forest being destroyed, I don't know, every hour, every day, or whatever it is. It's so staggering that you can't even imagine it, and which is one of the large lungs for it. But I think that responsibility perhaps needs to be shared. If you're saying it is a global sink, but the people who have to work at it are only the Brazilians and they have to not touch their land, I think that is not going to be any more than what Rambuji said, that you are asking the tribals, we will live the way we live, but you are a good sink. So you can't pick from the very forest that you have picked for hundreds of years. We will not allow you to do this, but we can do it. So I think it's the same thing. At the micro level, it's between the Adivasi communities in India and this, and somewhere else it is between Brazil and this, and how do you do it? While we are flying into Sharm el-Sheikh, you see this huge barren land which has I mean, it would be difficult to even, you start seeing some specks of green one, which probably is a tree, in completely eroded hills. You see the sort of silt, and they look like rivers. They're not rivers, but they're silted rivers. Now, I was just thinking that we are meeting here, and there is this land which is 20,000 square kilometers or so. It's like it's just not a small, insignificant piece of land. Can we, even if we left this conference saying that we'll make that into a big sink, for instance, or kuch bhi nahi karenge, wo, and you could even say that every country can say, I will, this much is our contribution to this thing, to grow that, or maybe put solar panels on it, because the heat is such that you could make it into a generation, but a lot can be done with that area. So we come all the way here, and the way, if we drive from here to, if we had not flown in, of what this place is. We are living in an artificial shell, which is high energy and everything else. Maybe you are getting solar energy, but when we live, yes, nice trees, nice roads, everything else, our lifestyles, swimming pools everywhere, whatever it is. But the point is, if you just go a little up and you see what is around you, it is completely barren. Now, while we spend all our time thinking of the world, could we spend even 5% of the time of this conference on saying, okay, let us take this one area. It's an opportunity. You don't have many places. He was saying that if you afforest some areas, people will get displaced. Here, I don't know how much wildlife will also get displaced. Nothing probably. But so can you take something like that? So the thing is, it's not for lack of opportunity, but I think the way the world works, ye mera hai, I can only do this, we cannot do this, and that is, unfortunately, in the bureaucratic world, you are building on previous agreements, so you cannot make certain statements. In Rio, for instance, in '92, when I was part of the Indian delegation at that time, there was this whole thing that, you came up with a climate change thing, which you went into UNFCCC, you went into the desertification, you went into biodiversity. But there was a fourth one, which was to do with forests. And let us have common forests. And that time, it was opposed, because they're saying that if I cannot control, if you will not accept control on how much oil you can dig out of your ground, you are taking it as a sovereign right. Therefore, we will not allow you to have any say in how much trees I can either cut or not cut, or is there a global responsibility. So that could not happen. And India actually opposed it, that it should not happen, and it did not happen, for right reason. But I think this whole concept of sovereignty, which is built into the whole negotiation, in the context of this, there is, at some stage, it's going to happen. Maybe COP, I don't know, COP 30, COP 40, I don't know where. But somewhere it'll happen that we need actually to put in global resources, because mitigation, adaptation I can do in my own little backyard. But mitigation can't be done by one country. It has to be a responsibility which is common. So I think the very framework needs to change. And those frameworks can only be changed through external movements, because negotiations can only be within existing frameworks. You cannot change. Usme build hi kar sakte hain. We can only build. In '92 we discussed say common but differentiated responsibility. So that sentence, I will not allow you to change. Someone else will say, I will not allow you to change this. But what is interesting about this wall and about the leadership of our Prime Minister is that in that same '92 Rio, President Bush Sr. was to come, and he had refused because the Earth Charter was there and various other things there. So he makes this rather infamous comment that the American lifestyle is not up for negotiation. You can talk about pollution, you can talk about this, even afforestation you can talk about, but American lifestyle is not up. It took all the while, and Ajay might correct me, but I think it is only in 2015, in the preamble to the Paris Agreement, that largely thanks to the efforts of the Indian delegation and the Prime Minister, we managed to get the word lifestyle at least introduced into that thing. It was a tooth and nail opposition. Today we've come after 7 years from that. We've now come to this where we are saying that it is lifestyle for environment, the one word which is important. Because unless ultimately you can't blame people who make steel and make other products or this and that when I need to use them myself. So ultimately it is the lifestyle. But I think two important things will happen. One is of course the lifestyle issue, but the other is we do need to think about countries helping each other. Now here, just now we are talking about developed countries as their responsibility for past usage of this, the fact that they've used up all the carbon spaces, etc., that there is a responsibility. It's not charity. It is the concept of a responsibility, and the responsibility concept comes today. So I think many of these concepts are going to change one way or another over the next few years. But the negotiation platform is perhaps not the best one to do it, because you can only negotiate from, it's like playing in a game till someone comes around and has a stroke. I think most of the strokes which cricketers play today, the Dhoni thing and everything else, my coach would have thrown me out if I had even dared to play anything like that, because those were not accepted that time. So the rules change. And then when you have leadership, the PM being one of them, if you have leadership which changes it, doesn't care for these things, then it happens. So it will be ultimately leadership which will change, and the negotiations happens after the leadership, and I think that has to be remembered.
So I think that's very observant of you and is only streaming from the wealth of experience that you hold. And I hope your suggestions implemented in Dubai next year. Ma'am, maybe get you quickly for your
No, I wanted to tell something beyond this, but the time is up. And the last message I wanted to give is one, that if every person plant 14 trees, that will be a good sequestration. That say that the whole life, if you want to absorb your carbon, whatever you have given to the in the atmosphere, you need to plant 14 trees. So please plant. Everyone should remember at least 14 trees plant, so that even the borders 14. So even beyond the borders, you can plant, and you can have a good oxygen in the air for the net zero. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think Sharm is a good place to begin the first tree. I think we're up with time. Let us thank the panel for their precious time with a round of applause. And our gratitude is also deep, in particular to the India Hub and the support staff. Thank you so much to the audience listening to us online and offline. Thank you, panel. We managed to finish just in time.
Excellent. Nice. Very good. Thanks for. I'll send you a photograph.
Thank you.
Un, deux, test.
Keshav. Sir, 2 minutes, sir. A very good evening, everyone, and welcome to this session on learnings from the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a state which is pioneering subnational climate action in India, with extremely innovative steps being taken by the state government in terms of setting up specialty institutions for taking forward their climate goals. And we will hear more from the horse's mouth, so to say. So today I invite Mr. Deepak Bilgi, who is the Director, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, to join us on the dais. We have Mr. Deepak Srivastava, who is the Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Wetland Authority. And we have with us Ms. Michael Harari, who is the Deputy Head of the International Cooperation Office at the Embassy of Switzerland in Egypt. Ms. Harari, if you could please join us on the dais. We would, in all the states in India, Tamil Nadu takes a place of pride in institutionalizing and in ensuring that there is action on ground. They have a very ambitious climate plan and several missions that speak to climate action in Tamil Nadu. And we have with us Mr. Deepak Bilgi, who will speak to us today about Government of Tamil Nadu's initiatives to tackle climate change and environmental degradation. We will hear from Ms. Michael Harari on the Swiss support specifically to Indian cities and specifically to the state of Tamil Nadu. And then we will hear from Mr. Deepak Srivastava on the climate resilient initiatives and learnings from the implementation of nature-based solutions across several districts in Tamil Nadu. So without further ado, I hand over the floor to Mr. Deepak Bilgi to give us a sense of what Tamil Nadu is doing to tackle climate change. Thank you.
Presentation. Very good evening to you all. Quickly, first of all, thanks to ICLEI for having organized this, and Ministry of Environment and Forest for giving Tamil Nadu this opportunity for presenting the initiatives taken in the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu being the most industrialized as well as the most urbanized state, but however, side by side it has a conservative mindset. And if you see the notifications in Government of Tamil Nadu, we have 15 Ramsar sites, 13 notified in the very recent past. Besides that, we have a lot of protected areas notified. However, said that we are conservative, but we are far ahead of our commitments in terms of climate action and initiatives in Government of Tamil Nadu. We are keeping pace with the Government of India, and we are the first state, I believe so, if I'm not corrected, that we have first of its climate change mission exclusively for climate change. This is my change. Okay. So, yeah. So we. I was supposed to speak on a special initiatives which has been taken in Tamil Nadu. That is the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company. It is interesting to know that we always work in the government setup and we have certain limitations, and to overcome such limitations the government had thought we need to make a special purpose vehicle, and for which this particular company, the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company, which is a Section 8 company under Companies Act, and it is a not to profit company and which has liberty to work with cross sector enterprises. It may be a private entrepreneur, the research institutions, the NGOs, and whatnot. And it has a liberty to cling on to technology and research institutions, so that you need not stick on to the long procedures in the government. So it gives advantage of roping in technology, infusing technology, and ultimately the vision of this green climate company is steer Tamil Nadu towards climate smart state. Fine. With this, the mandate of this green climate company is to, first of all, to assess Tamil Nadu's climate vulnerability and its risks, and to inventorize the greenhouse gases, capitalize on the financial institutions, financial models for climate action projects, forge national, local as well as global partnerships for climate action, and prepare comprehensive pathway to resilient and climate smart Tamil Nadu. And apart from that, it has got sectoral priorities. Whatever the state action plans are mentioned, it has got all the 5 sectoral priorities: the energy sector, the transport sector, sustainable waste management, agriculture, and as we said, lifestyle for climate. We have also a component for climate literacy in our this action plan. So it also intends to work closely with the communities, and with these actions, yeah. So what it does is it tries to devise policy for the state and also action for the state. It tries to link with communities and prepare climate strategies for the state. Use of technology to maximize the impact, create a strong framework to enable policy implementations. If you see, I'll just come in the presentations. We have a Tamil Nadu Governing Council, which actually advises the Chief Minister. So we'll come to that, and bring in synergy across various sectoral, including private sectors as well as not-to-profit organizations. What I said in the under this Green Climate Company, we already have 3 missions: the Wetlands Mission, the Green Tamil Nadu Mission, and the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. So other 2 missions, we have the mission director for that. We have Deepak Srivastava sir here, so who is heading those missions, and the climate change mission, which I am heading, and the chief of this mission is the additional chief secretary herself. So we have 3 missions focusing on all the 3 sectors, which have got their own mandates. This is not moving. Okay. This is about the Green Tamil Nadu mission, and which will be spoken in the next coming presentation, as well as the Tamil Nadu Wetland Mission as well. It will be spoken in the due course. I will be developing upon this climate change mission. So this is a mission basically to address climate change in Tamil Nadu. And under this mission, what the state government has done is, every district, it has announced the district level mission units, where the district collectors would be heading it, and the district forest officers are made the district climate officers. See, the government of Tamil Nadu very cleverly intended not to make parallel setups. It wanted to utilize the infrastructure which is already existing in on hand. So it made use of Indian Forest Service officers who are heading the districts in terms of forest and environment, and they made them as the nodal officer for this mission units, which will be the missions which will be headed by the district collectors. And these missions will in turn will have all the sectoral officers of the district level officers who will be working on their action plans for the districts. So it has been, this particular mission has been strengthened with initial allocation of around 5,000 million Indian rupees, and all the districts have been a token amount of 38 crores, 3.8 crores has been allocated to these districts to initially kick off with the action points. And under this mission, basically, since it is just the inception of this mission, the initial years we wanted to take up what is our baseline, what benchmark we are working on. So we wanted to work on these baselines, and we wanted to know what is our reduction, the baseline for reduction of emission in mass transports. How do we reduce it? What is the level of emission we have, and what is to be done? Similarly, we wanted to have baseline studies on all other sectorals like waste to energy, sustainable habitat. We have a long coastline of around 1,076 square kilometers in length, And we wanted to know which are all the areas where soft structures can be taken up, which are all the high risk areas where you need to go for hard structures, and which are all the areas where you can go for nature based solutions. So we needed to have these benchmarks and baselines devised. So for that also we have chalked out that particular program. We have climate smart villages. These are all demo sites. So we intend to make 10 climate smart villages in Tamil Nadu, which will be a comprehensive village development program, which will be totally resilient to climate, as well as it will be as a demo sites to show how we can adapt to climate change mitigation action plans. So the entire gamut of the adaptations will be demonstrated in these particular villages, like going in for green energy, that is solar, recycling of solid waste treatment, liquid recycling. All those things will be demonstrated. Even change in agriculture patterns. Maybe we are coming up with this baseline survey. We are roping in the World Resources Institute, WRI, who are working for us for making this baseline surveys. Based on the action plans, these 10 villages will be shown as a demo sites where we'll be implementing a lot of projects. Similarly, as I said, rehabilitation of coastal habitats, carbon enrichment program, as somebody was speaking about the legacy mine dump sites, we are also working on one big site, that is Perungudi, and we need to demonstrate how that waste can be put to use to energy. Similarly, as I said, climate literacy, we are talking of lifestyle. We have an exclusive component of climate literacy, and we want to know how literacy can, this climate literacy can play a bigger role in climate mitigation or actions. If we had to start as a bureaucrat, we would have just started with brochures, print this pamphlets and all. So for that reason, what we wanted to do is we wanted to conduct a baseline to know what is the amount level of literacy which is available in various spheres of life. It may be informal education, formal education, digital media, whatever it is. So based on that, we are going to come up with an action plan, and based on that, our modules will start rolling out. So these are some of the activities, as I already said. We have already set up a climate studio. I was just explaining to her that it is basically a data processing center which will forecast for climate vulnerability for state of Tamil Nadu, and it will give data for micro level planning. So we are in the process of even feeding at block level and cadastral level. So this particular, we have a tie-up with Anna University, a research institute. The government of Tamil Nadu has roped in Anna Institute, and we are supporting them to develop this particular studio. They are collecting data from various line departments, and this is a repository of information of data processing, where it will be localized in one center. So now you see, for forecasting, we need to rely on data from various sources. So this is one such advantage we have. We have I'll come to some of the initiatives. As I said, we have announced for CM Green Fellowship Program. This is basically to infuse scientific temperament. We want to rope in young fellow men, fellow women, and we want to liaison them with the government activity, so that there is a consistency. There is always a difficulty in running the departments, because we want technocrats to feed in inputs. So for that reason, the government wanted these fellow men will have technical inputs to the department for the district missions. And the state government has also announced the green schools in Tamil Nadu, which will be again a demo sites wherein 25 schools will be developed as green schools. Again, as I said, in the climate smart villages, this will be a platform for demonstrating how these schools can act as a demo sites for climate resilient or climate eco-friendly practices. And one key thing this company has initiated is the climate budgeting. It has collated all the data from all the line departments where it can be apportioned to climate actions. So that particular exercise is being done with in consultation or in collaboration with WRI. WRI is helping us with this climate budgeting exercise, and they want to tag all the expenditures which are linked to climate actions. So this is one big exercise which we intend to take up, and which the state of Tamil Nadu will be in a position to say that we have allocated so much of amount which is tackling towards climate actions. So I've already told about this, the Climate Studio. CM Green Fellowship Program, as I said, every district we are engaging around 40 Green Fellow fellowships, either men or women, and they will be roped in with the district missions, and they'll be engaged for 2 years in the initial period with a stipend of certain amount which is being given to them, and they will assist the district administration, as I said, the district mission units. Similarly, some of the big projects which the TNGCC intends to take up is, one is the carbon neutral Coimbatore. Coimbatore is one of the Asia's biggest market in Chennai. It is located in the heartland of Chennai, and which generates a lot of waste. And the state government wanted to demonstrate it to be a carbon neutral. So it is in the process of preparing DPRs. The company is engaging. As I said, the company gives a lot of leverage to cling on to a lot of the private sector and the technical institutions. So it is collaborating with IIT as well as the inputs from United Kingdom, so as to prepare the DPR and detailed action plans. So as I said, 10 climate smart villages will be demonstrated in state of Tamil Nadu. It will be a holistic demonstration of all the activities within a village. Similarly, the state has already taken initiatives on how to display culture which is linked to climate actions. So in that garb of projecting the activities, it announced Meendu Manjapai, that is back to cloth bag. So Manjapai, it is actually synonymous to using a cloth bag in the erstwhile older days. So the state government thought we'll link to our culture. So we had a culture of carrying our cloth bags along with us. Always you see the elder people, they used to go with one umbrella and one cloth bag whenever they step out of their houses. So the state government thought we need to link to the culture, and with that backdrop, this Meendu Manjapai program was launched, and it has been one of the successful programs, and it's a massive people's campaign. And in this, the state government has already designed automated teller machines, the Manjapai distributing machines, where you put 10 rupees and you get a Manjapai. So these are some of the innovative ideas which have been launched by this in collaboration with this company. And there are a series of activities to promote this Manjapai campaign, that is use of cloth bag, because the state has announced ban on 14 single-use plastics. So for that, the state had to come out with alternatives, not just campaigns, but it had to come out with alternatives. So it has demonstrated how it can come out with alternatives. So a lot of rallies are being conducted, a lot of self-help groups are being promoted, and very recently there will be a Manjapai Express which will go through all the district headquarters and to display the this particular campaign. And very recently, the state government has had given an order to set up a CM's Governing Council on Climate Change. This is the biggest think tank probably any state has come up with. In short while from now, we will be distributing the booklets, and we have roped in all the most intellects in the country. We have roped in Eric Solman, Nandan Nilekini, and so and so forth. And this governing council, which is set up under the leadership of Honorable CM, will give the state of Tamil Nadu. So we wanted to be too professional. We know we are tackling a sector which is cross-sector in nature, which is not so straight, and which is very intricate in its entire gamut of business. So it will advise the state government on how climate adaptation and mitigation activities, provide guidance to the Tamil Nadu's action plan on climate, and ultimately it will give strategies for implementation. So we are, as I said, this particular company, not just a company, the government as well, is collaborating with all the big giants in the country, globally as well as locally. We are already tied up with the C40 Women for Climate. We have already selected women who will be the flag bearers for Women for Climate program. We are roping in GIZ to promote models on circular economy in case of plastics. UNEP, WFP, WRI, similarly, ICLEI already we have been working on them with enhancing resilience in climate change in an integrated manner. They are, as already presented, they are already working on building capacities of Indian cities. And World Bank, ultimately the last one was the World Bank, where the state government is in conversation with them for collaborating in the coastal mission, which will be addressing towards climate action. So, and as I said, WRI, we are already collaborating with them for various climate budgeting and financing activities. And with this, the state intends that the way forward for us will be, first of all, to inventorize the greenhouse gas emission in the state. And ultimately, it plans for a pathway to net zero by 2040 and set up a green climate fund. As I said, the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company is a not-to-profit company. And this particular fund, which is very ambitious, it aims for, it is for profit, right? So, and ultimately finalize all the sectoral priorities with budgets. So ultimately we want, what we want as a government is, we want sector-wise prioritization. And what is the budgets to be allocated for various sectors. We know we have to do this, we have to do that, but how much to be done and what to be done. This is what we need. And for that, this is the ultimate way forward, that this particular company will help us in deriving the sector-wise action plans, and ultimately we'll jump into action towards climate action and implementing a lot of schemes over that. So with this, I think this is a very innovative idea which the state government has thought of, which can be, it has been in function for almost 1 year now. We have a CEO for the company, and it seriously runs in the form of a company with a lot of expertise. It is an example to be emulated. With this, I thank for this opportunity that many others may get to learn, or we may ourselves get to learn about our lacunas in this or the shortcomings in the company itself. Somebody can comment on this. We are happy to take those comments and build upon it. And thank you for all.
Thank you, Mr. Bilgi, for that very succinct but quite exhaustive as well description of what the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company is doing, and how it is furthering, or how it was set up to further the ambitions on climate for the state of Tamil Nadu. There is a compendium of government policy directives that the state government of Tamil Nadu has put together, and Mr. Bilgi, would you like to speak about that briefly?
This is a compendium which we have compiled of all the government orders related to the whatever presentations you have seen. It would be of helpful for your references, maybe relevant to the states. People who are interested may take it. We leave. We have an NGO from Tamil Nadu, sir. Can you give it to us? Yeah, sure. And this is a booklet on Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company. We have sufficient copies over here, and you can share to your colleagues and friends who are interested.
Yeah, thank you for that. I invite Mr. Imani Kumar to come and speak about the. Why don't you join us in? I think Tamil Nadu was the first state to come up with such a compendium of government orders, all linked to climate change actions that could enable climate change actions. And this was brought together in order to enable all the different institutions that are helping the government of Tamil Nadu to to find the policy hooks to further climate action. So this was what was explained to us by the Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, who's with the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Forests. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Michael Harari, who is the Deputy Head of the International Cooperation Office, Embassy of Switzerland in Egypt. The Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation is supporting the government of Tamil Nadu, both at the state level and 3 cities in Tamil Nadu, and we'll hear more from her. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Happy to be here again and to discuss about the engagement of the state of Tamil Nadu. Very impressive. Thank you very much for giving us this overview of the many activities that are happening in Tamil Nadu. As Sumaya said, I'm representing the Swiss Development Corporation. So we are a part of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland. We are engaged in 35 priority countries all over the world, working on poverty reduction and also on global challenges such as climate change. In India specifically, we work since over 6 decades and most recently mainly focusing on climate change adaptation and mitigations in collaboration with national and subnational governments such as Tamil Nadu. So one focus of this engagement are cities and the sustainable planning and inclusion of mitigation measures in the planning process. So to have short-term but also mid- and long-term planning in view of the upcoming challenges such as the heat or drought or flooding or potential other climate-related challenges. The project that we are working on is called Capacities. We have talked about it earlier this morning. It's a project that implements or helps cities to plan and implement climate action plans. And one of the cities, some of the cities are also in Tamil Nadu. I'm not sure I pronounced this right, Coimbatore. Yes? Okay. So that's the city's name. And we have some very successful examples from the Capacities program in Coimbatore. So the city has been a project partner since 2016 and developed and ratified their own city climate action plan. There has been many pilot activities already implemented. I'm just mentioning a few in solid waste, lake restoration, wastewater management, solar plants, air quality, flood management, and many others. There has been a pilot built for a biomethanation plant in 2019, and based on that, even a bigger plant is now currently in construction. And the idea there, of course, is to transform waste to biogas and then to provide electricity to the municipality, all the utilities in the municipality. So now we can say that all the municipal utilities in the city are powered by renewable energy, which of course is a great result. To show a bit of the efforts, we see that the city is ranked one of the highest in India in terms of planning and implementation of climate action, so a very impressive success. And also, and most importantly, the methodology and the efforts are also replicated in other cities in Tamil Nadu. So we are of course very proud and happy to support this process. We hope that the scaling up and the replication will continue in other cities within the state, but also beyond that, and maybe even beyond India. Maybe not in Egypt, but in other countries. I must say I'm very impressed by all the actions that are taking place in India on the state level, and I would say that we have a lot to learn, even also in Switzerland and also now in Egypt, the country I'm currently staying. I also see it's impressive how we were talking before about the bottom-up approach, and then we have to build capacity on the city level, on the state level, and then so that's where we need capacities and where things can happen. So I'm glad to see that this works and that actions are being taken on all levels, benefiting the inhabitants of the cities. So on behalf of SDC, I'm happy that the cooperation is working, and also we still have a long way to go, of course, and we see that Tamil Nadu is really a climate leader, a leader in climate action, and we really hope that you will inspire other cities and states in India and around. And officially, as a representative of Switzerland, I would like to thank the partners, the state of Tamil Nadu, ICLEI, South Pole, and eConcept for our collaboration, and looking forward to a good continuation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harari, for that. And I think I can speak on behalf of the cities in Tamil Nadu, and big thank you to the support that's coming from the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, both at the city level and at the state level. We would like to hear from Mr. Deepak Srivastava, gentleman who is extremely passionate about the forests, the wetlands, and nature-based solutions in Tamil Nadu, and is the man responsible for action right now that is being taken in the state. Sir, the floor is yours, and we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
This was okay. It's very small, slow. Okay. Good evening and vanakkam to all of you. Thank you, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, for giving the state of Tamil Nadu a wonderful opportunity to showcase what we have done and what we plan to do. As already been told by my colleague, Mr. Deepak Bilji, that the state of Tamil Nadu has already put in place a very robust framework for the implementation of the 3 very important missions. These missions are nothing but these are the climate resilient pathways. When we are talking at a forum like COP, in that language, if you talk, then it is a climate resilient pathways for mitigation and adaptation. The only difference which I see as a part of the government in the state is that definitely we believe in solutions, and we believe in identifying the problems candidly. Okay, what is the problem and why where we should intervene, and to what extent we should intervene. That is our, you can say that, objective. And the theme which has been given by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, that is lifestyle for environment, that is totally inbuilt in all the 3 missions, because without change in the lifestyle, we cannot ensure any kind of, you can say that, concrete actions for combating the adverse actions of climate change, because lifestyle has to change right up to the households. Then only we can think of having developed the climate resilient. Now I would be deliberating mostly on, I would be deliberating mostly on Green Tamil Nadu Mission and Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. Now, we all know that, first I would like to apprise that, you know also, very learned audience are there, approximately 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide, the global emission is approximately 40 gigatons of carbon globally. Out of that, India stands at 2.9 billion tons. And from deforestation alone, it is round about 3.9 gigatons. Deforestation, billion tons. Deforestation. So therefore, this LDN, land degradation neutrality, plays a very vital role. And yesterday our Honorable Minister, Union Minister, clearly emphasized that we have pledged as a part of the Bond challenge that 26 million hectares of degraded land we have to restore. And as per the WRI, World Resources Institute India, Tamil Nadu has got 3.99 million hectares of degraded landscape, which needs immediate intervention in coming years. So I will just skip this. And yeah, now we definitely support this COP. COP always has been very important, but these COPs are falling in the decade for the ecosystem restoration. So as a part of our commitment to the United Nations, the state also endeavors to fulfill this commitment. And then comes this few facts I am skipping. This is just a generalized fact you can look. It's all about geographical area, urban population, and rural population like this, so I'm skipping. Yes, this I wanted to just tell that because everything and anything what we do is directly linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. And if we fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals, I think our climate resilience and you can say that climate change mitigation adaptation plan automatically falls in place. And this is a very, you can say that it's a very broad framework. It's not a very constricted framework, it's a broad framework. So we have to think in holistically in terms of this thing. So this is a pan-India scenario, that what is the major challenges at the pan-India level, and the blue dot which we are seeing is challenges remain, that is 4 and 12. So 4 and 12 challenges remain, and major challenges are this one like that. So therefore, when I compare this SDGs performance at the state level, this is our state level performance. Now you see, I have highlighted each and every SDG goal and the ranking of Tamil Nadu, the state of Tamil Nadu in that, in order to identify that in what way, in what particular goal we need to intervene. Now, if you see SDG number 15, that is life on land, where the percentage of forest cover is one of the important attributes, we are ranking 14. It's a Niti Aayog which does the ranking of the SDG. It was done in 2019. So we find ourselves low in less than the national average of 60. National average is 63 rank out of 100. Tamil Nadu is having 66. So we are there. So therefore, there was a visionary approach on the part of government of Tamil Nadu that being at 14, this needs immediate intervention. Though National Forest Policy speaks about it, that 33% of the geographical area under forest and tree cover, and we have been making our efforts since the formulation of policy in 1988, but still the pace of the, you can say the pace of the journey is very slow. So something very, very, you can say that definitely missionary mode something is required. So now you see everything is roundabout touching only peace and justice, and this SDG 15, it's a slightly problematic area. What happened? Okay, this is a video, small video clip on Green Tamil Nadu mission, that which we have already, this mission has already been launched on 24th of September by the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. And this is just 2 minutes. You can just have a look and then I will explain you about this in future slides. So this was actually, this video showed that all kinds of interventions for the land restoration, including agroforestry, including urban forestry, including restoration of degraded forest, identification of the degraded forest. So now this, I was talking, this and the entire, the video which you just saw, covered everything, whatever is being shown in this. And the Tamil Nadu, to reach 33% of the geographical area, target of 33% under the geographical area with regard to tree and forest cover, we have done this, done that exercise. We need to plant 2,650 million trees in a period of 10 years. And that target is very, very ambitious, humongous, and is not possible without the involvement of communities. Somewhere in the previous session was some speaker, enlightened speaker was telling that we will plant 14 trees per household or per person. So now you see what is the scenario of the Tamil Nadu as far as the degradation is concerned. So 11,792 is an open forest that is 0.1 to 0.4 density, and the percentage of geographical area is 20.31%. And if you see, apart from this, so this is 26,419 square kilometers. Apart from this, there is 4440 square kilometers tree cover. So it adds to 30,000 odd square kilometers. That works out to 23.7% of geographical area under forest and tree cover. Similarly, if you see mangroves, mangrove cover assessment, which the source is ISFR. So degradation is open mangroves is 16.80 square kilometers. So these are the things which gives us a scope for restoring our degraded forest ecosystem, natural forests, and even also to increase the tree outside forest. Now you see, I am just justifying that why Green Tamil Nadu mission. From the perspective of the government of Tamil Nadu, why the decision was taken by the present government to have a greening activity on a mission mode. First was the previous slide. Second was that as per the ISFR, we had 229 million tons of carbon in 2017 report, which got degraded to 214.6 million tons. And avoided emissions from forest cover in India is this, and from Tamil Nadu is this. So it plays a very significant role. These are the natural carbon sinks which we cannot afford to lose due to various reasons of degradation. So now under Green Tamil Nadu mission, what I told you that 2650 million trees we have to plant in a period of 10 years in all the landscapes. You name any landscapes, there is a urban forestry is very important. Natural forests are very important, means degraded forests are very important. Then agroforestry is very important. Agroforestry we are planning to, out of 12,000 square kilometers in 10 years, we are planning to expand the agroforestry on 5,000 square kilometers. Then we are planning to have an urban forestry on 2,000 square kilometers. Another 2,000 square kilometers we are planning on water bodies, wetlands. Then other institutional lands are there, sacred groves are there, defense and police establishment lands are there, and most important is temple lands are there, village lands are there, panchayat lands are there. So all is being targeted under the Green Tamil Nadu mission. Otherwise, it won't be possible to reach to that target. And it is not about reaching the target. It is about the creation of additional carbon sink to augment the efforts of the Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India's target of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of additional carbon sink. So this all will be adding to that. So we are projecting that we have to go up to 268. So almost we have to take a, 54 million tons of additional carbon sink we have to create. But as per the WRI, India, the potential of carbon sink which can be created in Tamil Nadu is 70 to 75 million tons. So we will safely, conservative estimation is that we can easily do this much, but challenges are very significant because we are on a declining side. So we have to work very hard as a at the state level to make it happen on ground. So therefore, as a part of Green Tamil Nadu mission, it's just I am showing we have done some assessment. There are certain trees which are, except one, everything is native, and carbon sequestration potential of the same tree is there. We have worked urban heat island effect, that is reducing the temperature, then air pollution tolerance capacity or tolerance index. So these are the trees. There are 10 more, but I thought to include only one slide. If we are using it in urban forestry and semi-urban areas, these are going to play a significant role in combating all the three, you can say, essential, you can say that culprits, because increasing temperature, increasing carbon emission, and increasing air pollution. Now, air pollution tolerance index, I would like to say, it depends upon three contents of the tree. One is chlorophyll, second is ascorbic acid, third is water retention capacity of the tree. Anything between 12 to 17 is a medium tolerance. Less than 11 is called sensitive, and more than 12 is called, more than 17 is called very, very, you can say, resilient to the pollution. But there are intermediate species which can be very, very, very well useful for planting in the urban areas to mitigate the urban pollution. And we have listed down these kinds of trees in our Green Tamil Nadu mission document, which will help in the urban planning and semi-urban planning of the areas wherever the green infrastructure has to be created by the real estate holders. We will provide them the guidance so that we have got a smart city planning based on a green and blue infrastructure. Now, now generating carbon, this thing, why we should generate, means what is the use of generating additional carbon sink? So whatever is there in the target, if we achieve that target, above that, with the permission of the Government of India, we can enter into the voluntary carbon market. And it is the ecosystem market, ecosystem marketplace report, which shows that though we can say that renewable energy and reducing energy efficiency have got more, you can say that importance in mitigating the climate change, but still the land use, forestry and land use, you see how the volume is increasing in just 1 year it has increased. In just 1 year it has increased the volume, and what is the rate? You see, $5.80 USD per ton. So this is a potential. We cannot afford to, you can say, we cannot afford to discredit the importance of forestry and land use in the voluntary carbon market, which is going to play a very vital and significant role in future, along with the renewable energy. And after all, the 50% of the fossil, the energy, you can say, production is going to come from fossil fuel. So that offsetting also has to be done. For that, the nature-based solutions, I always hold very high that it will be very crucial in mitigating, as a very crucial mitigating options for the carbon, you can say, emissions. Now, you see that this is the ecosystem marketplace report finding I have seen, that how the forestry and land sector has been creating ripples in the voluntary carbon market. Today, this market is $2 billion market, and compliance market is $800 billion. As per this report, it is projected that this market, VCM market, is going to touch $50 billion by the end of 2050. So state of Tamil Nadu doesn't want to lose on this ground. We will work with collaborations, partnerships, and third-party monitoring and evaluation for having a baseline scenario, and then creating additional carbon sink, entering into the voluntary carbon market under the Green Tamil Nadu mission. Then this I will not dwell upon much because SDG 15 is linked to so many goals. So therefore, the SDG 15 life on land is very vital from the point of view of this thing. Now we have got a dedicated web portal. Now this is what I wanted to tell, that in the morning somebody was telling that plant a tree. Now this has got, you see, make a donation, upload your seedlings, become a volunteer, plant a tree today. Now anybody can, within the Tamil Nadu, anybody can plant a single tree, geotag it or georeference it and upload on the Green Tamil Nadu web portal. You can just type your, go to the login, just go to the website, log in with your phone number, get the OTP, register yourself, and you can see all the activities happening inside the Green Tamil Nadu mission. It will show you almost everything. So this is a mission where we have to improve the numbers, we have to improve the quality, and we have to involve the communities. That's why I was telling in the morning, I was very emphatic in the morning that communities' involvement is a key to the climate resilient pathway, and that we are not going to lose in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now you see, so many, it's a Green Tamil Nadu mission dashboard. Registered volunteers are this much, public users, online donations, offline donations, government departments, private entity, trust NGOs. So now you see what you want, what more you want. It's a common platform we have provided under Green Tamil Nadu mission to everybody from the one single household right up to the government department to come on a common platform and make this happen. It has started creating impact in the state of Tamil Nadu, where now every household is becoming aware that there is a Green Tamil Nadu mission, which is called in Tamil Pasumai Tamilagam. You see how the activities are taking place. Nurseries 2022-23. We had 360 nurseries all through the state, which we are planning to increase to 1,000 nurseries in coming 3-4 years, because our target was 2.5 crore in 2021-22 to 23. Now the district action plans are coming from district collectors. District collectors are having a committee which is called District Green Committee. The District Green Committee is finalizing the action plan. Now they have given the target of 7.5 crore to 8 crore in a year. So it means with the district involvement, with the multi-sectoral involvement at the district level, this is really making an impact on the thinking of the people. You see how the activities are going on. And I would not like to take any credits from Harita Haram of Hyderabad, Telangana state. I have been to Harita Haram, I have seen Harita Haram from my own eyes, and it's mind-boggling, and it's one of the beautiful examples of greening initiative in India. And we have already seen it. I have already personally seen it. We will replicate the best practices adopted in the under the Telangana Ku Harita Haram program, and we will involve communities in a much larger scale, expand our agroforestry on a wider scale. So it will be a better version of Telangana, because every state, when it takes something, it always tries to improve. So we will also we will also not leave any stone unturned in that. Now you see this public participation. Public participation is simply this, right from school children to any age group you see, it is happening there. Politicians, they are also coming forward. MLAs are coming forward. Honorable ministers are coming forward that I want to plant 6 lakh trees. You give me 6 lakh trees. And Tamil Nadu Agriculture University with the Honorable Food Minister is going to create a Guinness Book of Record by planting 6 lakh trees in 6 hours by putting bore wells, everything they have put. Bore wells they have put, tankers they have put. They want to make each and every tree survive. And that is the motto of the Green Tamil Nadu mission. It is not just about planting. It is about georeferencing, geotagging, uploading, monitoring, and keeping the seedlings alive. So this is all community participation. This is all planting activities. Now you can see it's also very small. I can skip this also. These are all the planting activities which I have just included. Collectors are inspecting the nurseries. Collectors are inspecting the plantations. Okay, this is greening of the SIPCOT, which was done by the Forest Department. where the SIPCOT provided the land and Forest Department developed the quality planting material, and it was planted, and it is very, very successful. So this is the way which we are thinking to move forward with the Green Tamil Nadu mission. Now coming to Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission, this is another mission. I think the government of Tamil Nadu is the only government which has announced this kind of mission, thinking that wetlands are very critical, very productive ecosystem that everybody knows. But here the awareness and community sensitization is very less. And we are water stress state. We are water stress state. 920 cubic million meter of water, 920 cubic million meter against the national average of 1498 cubic million meter of water availability. So we are water stress state. So therefore we have seen this special report of emission scenario of IPCC, which was in 2000, which this report is of 2000 year, IPCC. Now this is projected in 2025, what will be the scenario for coastal wetlands, inlet wetlands, water quality, water demand, and what will be in 2100. So see what a kind of projection was there in the year 2000 done by the IPCC, and we are seeing in 2022 that whatever was projected for 2025 is really visible on the ground. Stress on ecosystem, reduction in cover, water quality, water demand, increased flood, it's all happening. So this was the thing which we took into cognizance while formulating the Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. Now problematic areas we know very well. It's not a thing which is unknown to the audience or the viewers or the listeners who are listening across the country, across the globe. Fragmentation of hydrological regimes, catchment degradation is very important. Because of catchment degradation only we are losing the wetlands. Invasive species, pollution and dumping of waste, and limited participation of stakeholder. Wetlands and Green Tamil Nadu Mission both, the major cause of failure was that limited participation of stakeholder, including the total elimination of local communities from the greening activities and the wetland restoration. So what we are doing now, baseline inventory of the wetlands are to be created. Basically water inflow and outflow has to be worked out, because connectivity is very important. Connectivity with the river, streams and coasts are very important. Total sediment yield, we are conducting a ecosystem health cards, 100 health cards, where we are taking sediment analysis for carbon, methane, nitrous oxide, toxic metals, hazardous metals, to see that what kind of role the wetlands do play in purification of water, and also carbon and methane source and sink. And it should be, I strongly feel that wetlands do play a very important role in climate change mitigation, adaptation both, and it is a storehouse of blue carbon which we need to inventorize. So mangroves and seagrasses are blue carbon resources. I told you in the very first few slides that we have got 16 square kilometers of degraded mangroves. So wetland restoration, a vital climate change solution, reduces emissions by 9.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per acre. Then blue carbon inventorization I spoke, that is a very important thing. Hydrological restoration for biodiversity and improving water quality is a very integral component of our Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. Then you see Pichavaram mangrove. This has become recently a Ramsar site, and Pichavaram mangrove is a very, you can say that it's a pride of Tamil Nadu. One pride of Tamil Nadu is Pallikarnai, one is Pichavaram, and one is Gulf of Mannar. So these are the certain hotspots we need to conserve, protect, and manage with the help of local communities. And it squirrel away 1.83 metric ton of carbon per hectare per year, equivalent to emission from use of 180 gallons of diesel. So this is why the nature-based solution holds very important, you can say, solution for mitigating the adverse impact of climate change and carbon emissions. Now you see some of the pictures of Tamil Nadu, because problem is there. Problem has been identified. we have to be very frank and candid in accepting that yes, problem is there. You see how it's a rich biodiversity, but how the fragmentation of hydrological regimes is taking place, how the waste dumping is taking place, even Pallikarnai, Pallavaram. You see any urban city, including Tamil Nadu, it is same problem is there. Fragmentation is there. Now you see how the extent of urbanization and flood affected areas of Tamil Nadu, Chennai, I have taken Chennai, what was there in 1980 and what is there in 2010, and 2020 it has increased to tenfold. So this is unmindful urban planning, I will say. It's unmindful urban planning. Therefore, we now in the Tamil Nadu, the state government of Tamil Nadu is emphasizing on sectoral development plan, integrating the components of conservation in the sectoral development plans of all the government departments, so that we can have a, you can say, a very, very climate-friendly, eco-friendly action plan for saving the precious water bodies, wetlands, and green infrastructure. Now it is for our Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission is for ecological restoration of 100 wetlands with focus on livelihood options, because we are focusing only on livelihood. Why we are focusing on livelihood? Because without focusing on livelihood, we cannot get the support of the communities, and communities are must. Now, Government of India has announced Sahbhagita scheme for the wetlands. This is also the invoking local participation. So this is on the lines of Government of India's vision. So we will also replicate, because these are all the livelihood options which are very, very, you can say, unique for the wetlands, and we need to protect and we need to upscale that. Now, outcomes achieved so far. Reduction in coral mining and other destructive fishing practices in Gulf of Mannar, Tamil Nadu. Gulf of Mannar, with 400 odd EDCs, Eco Development Committees, exemplary case of, you can say, wise use of wetlands with the help of local communities. And enhanced awareness and financial inclusion of marginalized people. 457.9 million USD for 1,088.44 beneficiaries in 4 years. Then economic valuation, Tamil Nadu was the first to do economic valuation of wetlands, 80 prioritized wetlands in Tamil Nadu by Madras Institute of Developmental Studies, and that has shown, indicated, and that was done with the internationally accepted methodologies. And that indicated that 543.19 million US dollars for 17 different ecosystem goods and services, many of those are non-marketable. But thing is that Ramsar Convention tells that the economic valuation must be done for the wetlands, or otherwise we will keep on losing the wetlands. And India is not an exception, where 35% of the wetlands we have lost in past two decades. And one of the key outcomes was water provisioning services out of these 17 ecosystem services alone fetched 173.88 million USD. So this is the thing which we need to highlight to the government departments, to the political bosses, to convince them that why the wetlands should be protected, and why the wetlands, which are natural sponges, which absorbs water and it percolates down and it helps in groundwater recharge, is important from the point of view of water security of the state and the country. Now, what is the expected deliverables we are thinking in past? It is for 5 years. This mission is for 5 years. Zero wetland degradation with a base year as 2022. Because whatever has been lost, we will try to retrieve by you can say digital inventarization of the water bodies, and by taking care of encroachments. Slowly the encroachments are being identified, and encroachments are being evicted from the water bodies in Government of Tamil Nadu. This is being done under the chairpersonship of the Chief Secretary of the Government, where all the departments are, Water Resources Department, Revenue Department are coordinating, and they are encroaching. They are clearing the encroachments first. So therefore, whatever has been lost, that will be no further loss. Instead, we will retrieve some of the wetlands. And then water-related ecosystem services have to be improved. Then restoration of coastal wetlands to mangroves and seagrass plantation in 10 square kilometers we have planned it. We can do more also, but it is a conservative estimate again. Then incidences of nutrient enrichment, that is eutrophication. Eutrophication from 100% we have taken as baseline of 2022. We will come down to 25% by promoting organic farming around 100 wetlands which has been identified. Then declaration, we thought it was a very ambitious 50 Ramsar site in 5 years, but we have done 13, now we are 14, another 36 we have to do, we are identifying, we will definitely do that. Then introduction of carbon credit system in wetlands, that we are very clear in our mind. We will bring carbon credit system into this, and we are tying up, we are forging partnerships, collaborations with the scientific institutions, expert institutions to do this. Involving communities up to the grassroots level in wetland conservation. I told in the morning that wetland mitras, that is friends of wetlands, in each village, for each big wetlands, at least 500 per wetlands, we will have communities. Then integrated management planning, what I told about sectoral development plan is just the same. Then reduction in waste accumulation adjoining marine and freshwater ecosystem from 100 to 25%. We have already under the climate change mission of Tamil Nadu, circular economy is a very important integral feature of that. So that will be taken care of. That circular economy will take care of this step number 10. Then promoting sustainable ecological restoration of wetlands by flood zonation mapping. Tamil Nadu is a coastal state with 1076 kilometers of coastline, and it is very, very vulnerable to the floods and flooding, and you can say loss of the coastal livelihoods and coastal lives also. So therefore, this is a very integral part, flood zonation mapping of inland wetlands as well as coastal wetlands, and this I already told it, this thing. Now, what will be our approach? See, this is one of the wetland which we have linked from the catchment areas, and these are the inflows which are coming, outflows going to the nearby water bodies like that. So this approach we were following, like what we thought of interlinking of rivers, that is a more complicated, but interlinking of wetlands is not complicated because it will improve the water regulating capacity of the wetlands, which is being lost day by day. So this is how the zonation and zone of influence and all kinds of, you can say, mapping is being done to restore the wetlands and to connect to the nearby wetlands. This is a classic example of Pallikarnai marshland, where it was once 5,000 acres, 5,000 hectares. Now it is only 300 hectares under the control of the forest department. Lot of encroachments are there. So there also surrounding water bodies are there, surrounding wetlands are there. We are trying to, we have taken one stretch. I was talking yesterday morning. We have taken one stretch so that regulating capacity of the wetlands can be improved and Pallikarnai can be revived. Because if Pallikarnai marshland, this is the only urban wetland which has got the Ramsar tag in the country. So if Pallikarnai has to be revived, then interlinking is must to improve the water regulating capacity, and here the community participation will be required to the best possible, you can say, up to the upscale level. These are some examples of sensitization of local communities which is happening under the Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. Now, this was my presentation. Website is this one. For any queries or questions or clarifications on our this thing, you can visit website and you can pose your queries. You will get it. And we are very seriously looking for the solutions in this. We have already identified the problems. Now we are embarking on the solutions. Government is very, very serious. It is being monitored by the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu by the dashboard for all the missions. Government is very serious. Community, and as a government department, we are very serious. And we are sensitizing communities. And more than that, I am happy to share with you that communities of Tamil Nadu are very serious. Sometimes the communities of Tamil Nadu come forward and tell that I want this many seedlings, or this water body is getting polluted. Please stop this pollution. So this is the kind of enlightenment is there in the communities. And with this kind of enlightened community, I think we will be one of the few states who will successfully accomplish our climate action goals. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity and for patient listening.
Thank you, Deepak ji, for that, I think, committed, exhaustive, and exemplary action that Tamil Nadu is taking. And if I may say so, Godspeed to all your ambitions. And honestly, I think in whatever little experience I've had, such commitment and such sincerity. And yeah, thank you for that. And I think the state of Tamil Nadu should thank you for that, and India as well. Yeah, I think a couple of questions from the floor. Please go ahead.
District climate change mission is not centralized yet, is not decentralized yet, and leave the people, sir. Even the local government, the local people elected representatives does not know about the mission. It has been a bureaucrat controlled mission, and there is no participation by the people and there is no awareness created at all with the people. Nobody knows about this mission, sir. I am from Coimbatore. None of the elected representatives know about the mission. No awareness whatsoever. You have to take action on this. And we request you to keep an advisory council in every district. It can be a climate change advisory council at every district. So this can, people can benefit from this mission, sir. Thank you.
No, I fully appreciate your concern. But if you are telling that nobody is aware, none of the elected representatives are aware, I will not agree to this. Because if this would have been the case, so much of registration on the Green Tamil Nadu portal would not have happened, first thing. Second thing is that we are receiving bunch of letters, those who are not able to access the website, because we have given the paper notifications. And we have given the paper notifications. We are going to hold a rally in each district with a Green Tamil Nadu web portal address, toll-free helpline number. We are going to increase upscale the sensitization, upscale the community participation. But I fully agree that it is not up to the scale which we are contemplating, but it is just the start of the mission. I think by this time next year, there won't be any kind of questions on this. There will not be any kind of questions. In fact, there will be a kind of appreciation from the public that the kind of public movement this has occurred, it would not have happened in any of the missions.
Excuse me, sir.
No, the last one, sir.
No, please. Actually, the technical team has to leave by 7 o'clock. We are already running late. We have supposed to finish at 6:20.
Just 20 seconds.
You can have one-to-one question outside. Mr. Deepak ji is available for you to answer your questions for next 5 minutes. Okay. So if you don't mind, we will close this session because the team is since morning they are there with so many sessions and they have to come back again tomorrow morning with us. And our time is till 6:20 only, and we are already 7 o'clock in this thing. So I just want to thank all the audience who are available, who are there so patiently till now. I also want to thank the MOEF CC team and also the technical team. Very sorry that keeping you waited till 7 o'clock. And also want to thank our officials from the Tamil Nadu government all the way have come here from Tamil Nadu to Egypt and sharing. And I'm so happy, and this is not the first time I'm listening to Mr. Deepak ji. Both the Deepaks, maybe I will call it that way, and so passionate officers and who are serving the Tamil Nadu state government. So with this, we will close this session. And as I said that to anyone, if you have any further questions, both Deepak Jis are available for next 5 to 10 minutes outside the hall, and they can clear your doubts on that. So once again, thanks a lot, and I just want to thank the Tamil Nadu government and both the Deepak Jis for all this work on this. Thank you.